strength. That pleasant feeling ended when two burly New Terran security officers walked around a corner directly into her path. Unable to stop in time, Miranda knocked one of the officers on his rear end. His mouth formed an O as he expressed surprise at being bowled over by a woman half his size. "Oh, my goodness, how clumsy of me," Miranda said, trying to play on her femininity. The other man grabbed Miranda's wrist and tried to twist it behind her back, asking, "How did you get down here? Did you come down with someone?" "Oh, dear," Miranda said in dismay, realizing her wiles would get her nowhere with these two. Her open palms shot out, smacking the guard's head into the wall. Eyes rolling up in his head, the guard slunk to the floor. "Please," the guard on the floor pleaded. "I'll do what you want." "How considerate of you, dear. Pick up your partner. I need a storage location for the two of you." The man stumbled to his feet, hoisted his companion up by the underarms, and dragged him back down the corridor from whence they came. "In here," he said. He had reached a door which slid aside when he tapped a button on the wall with his elbow. Miranda followed the men into the room. Inside were 5 more individuals wearing the uniforms of Toyo's security personnel. The guard, who had pleaded for his safety, laid his companion down and smirked at Miranda. "How very clever of you, dear," she said, smacking the door button to seal the room. Frowns crossed the faces of every man and woman, including the guard with the smirk. A few moments later, the guard-room door opened, and Miranda peeked out. Seeing no one, she straightened her wrap, thinking, "Thank goodness for hurricane fabric." The guards had drawn knives, the favored weapons of Toyo's people, it seemed, and attacked Miranda from all sides. She ended the fierce fight as swiftly as she could in an effort to silence the guards before an alarm could be sounded. Miranda's lament was that she was not sure every guard would survive their injuries. To make matters worse, she didn't carry enough soporific to knock out 7 people, which meant time was counting down before her people's charade was discovered. Tracking the beacons again, Miranda hurried down corridors and corners until there, in front of her, were a pair of gleaming metal doors with window inserts. She eased along the wall, intending to stay out of sight of those inside. Peeking through one of the windows, she saw an anteroom with open cabinets that held containment suits and masks. On the other side of the small room was an identical pair of metal doors. The lab, Miranda thought, smiling. Miranda quickly backtracked, managing not to encounter anyone else until she stepped out of the lift car into the central corridor of the main dome, where an aging patron and a young femme were waiting for the lift. "Have fun," Miranda said in a cheery voice as she eased past them. It was sad, the Sade thought, that a woman as young as the one she just saw could have eyes that were aged far past her years. While Miranda made her way back to the suite, she devised plans, discarding one after the other, until settling on one with the greatest probability of success. Entering the suite, Miranda greeted the 2 commanders and repaired to the bathroom, where she stripped off her bloody and soiled wrap, wiped a few drops of blood off her synth skin, and fixed her hair. She removed the small med kit from the inside of her thigh with its empty soporific charges and tossed it on top of the discarded wrap. Joining the commanders in the bedroom, Miranda selected another wrap and covered herself. "That's better," she said as she arranged the colorful garment. "I've located the lab, but I was discovered. The last group was only disabled when I ran out of soporific injections. Time is against us. Soon the guards who are unconscious will awaken and sound the alarm. We want to be in possession of the lab by then." "Take possession of the lab?" Deirdre asked. "What good does that do us if the alarm is sounded?" "Patience, dear. This is where you listen and do as I say. Understanding will come later." Deirdre and Svetlana heard the shift in Miranda's tone and cadence as Z's tactical mien seeped through her persona. "We are splitting our forces," Miranda continued. "Commander Kanan, I will send the majority of our people after you. Retreat to the Traveler. You will contact the President aboard the Tanaka and request reinforcements. While we can use more people, it's imperative we receive stun guns for those who are here now. Toyo's security forces have a nasty habit of pulling knives in close combat. Commander Valenko, you and I will take a few of our people and take possession of the lab." Miranda nodded approval at the fierce grin on Svetlana's face. "Commander Kanan, here is how to reach the lab," Miranda said, and sent vids of her accessing the lift, the dome and floor number, and her path through the corridors, editing out her contact with personnel. "When help arrives, arm our people and come for us." "The domes are 3 layers deep," Deirdre said, taken aback by the vids Miranda sent. "Surprising, yes," Miranda replied. "You will need this," Miranda said, handing over Jameson's implant. "We'll get another. Subtlety and subterfuge are no longer necessary. Speed is of the essence. Go now, Commander." Deirdre nodded, left the suite, and hurried as quickly as decorum would allow toward the landing bay. "What about Jameson?" Svetlana asked. "Leave him to sleep," Miranda said. As Svetlana and she left the suite, Miranda sent signals to the Hurricanes, assigning them to join either Deirdre or Svetlana. The latter group was to meet near the lift closest to the landing bay in the main dome, which Miranda marked in her communication. Deirdre was the first one to the landing bay entrance and waited while her people joined her. She had most of the Hurricanes with her when several bay personnel came past them. Deirdre announced in a loud voice to the assembled Hurricanes, "I don't run the company, sirs. Your president just asked if we could return you to Kefron early. It seems he needs you." The Hurricanes dutifully grumbled, and the bay personnel gave Deirdre sympathetic looks as they passed. When the implant count of those Miranda assigned to Deirdre matched those present, she requested access to their traveler. "Boarding and lifting, ma'am?" the bay controller asked. "Boarding only, sir. We are still waiting for a few obstinate individuals." "Miners," the controller said with disgust. "They are quaint, sir, I must admit," Deirdre agreed. When she received word that the bay was cleared for access, she announced loudly that the people were to board, and the group trooped across the bay to the Traveler, sullen and angry. Once everyone was inside, the hatch was sealed to allow other shuttle flights to come and go while they waited. Connecting to the Traveler's controller, Deirdre signaled the Tanaka. She connected with Willem, and the Sade directed the comm to the captain. "Captain Shimada here, Commander," Reiko sent. "The President?" Deirdre asked. "He left for Udrides to recover the girls, Commander." "Who's in authority, Captain?" "One moment, Commander," Reiko replied. She linked Eric Stroheim into the comm, and he requested Reiko remain in conference. "Eric, we've found the lab. Unfortunately, we've been discovered. Miranda, Svetlana, and some of the crew have gone to take over the lab and secure it for us. The rest of us are here in the Traveler. We need weapons and some backup." "The President has taken a full load of the Tanaka's crew with him to Udrides," Eric replied. "He's not risking fortune with the likes of Azul Cadmir." "Nor should he. Even if you can't spare many crew, we desperately need stun guns for our people who are already here." "Hold one moment, Commander, Captain," Eric sent. He muted his end of the comm and hurried down the corridor to the new Terran President's cabin. Remembering to knock instead of signal, Eric urged Drake and Jaya to the bridge. Once there, Eric opened the comm and switched it to the Tanaka's bridge speakers. "Commander Kanan, you are on bridge speakers with President Drake, Minister Jaya, Captain Shimada, and me. I've relayed the pertinent points of your call to President Drake." "Commander, I would like to ensure that I understand for myself what you're telling Eric," Drake said. "During your visit to the pleasure domes of Jolaris, you've discovered that Pito Toyo has been using his establishment to hide an illegal drug manufacturing lab?" Deirdre thought for a moment that something was lost in translation between Eric and Drake until she remembered Alex saying that they had to be careful since they weren't operating with New Terra's approval. "That's correct, President Drake. In searching for our kidnapped girls, we uncovered a significant amount of drug manufacturing compounds that piqued our curiosity. We followed a transfer of those supplies to a lab located in Pito Toyo's fourth dome." "Fourth dome!" Jaya exclaimed. "I knew it." "It's a fourth dome buried below all three, Sir President. Miranda and Commander Valenko deemed it critical to secure the lab, preventing the destruction of any evidence, but they are unarmed," Deirdre said. She sincerely hoped she was playing this right. "What assistance do you need to secure the evidence, Commander?" Drake asked. "Official sanction, for one," Eric interjected. Drake looked at Jaya, who was nodding earnestly. "Commander, I'm officially asking for Harrican's help in securing the evidence of any illegal drug manufacturing. Any and all implant documentation will be greatly appreciated as well. Anything else, Commander?" "Yes, President Drake. The Dome's security personnel are armed with stun guns and knives. We need to be equally fortified to maintain control over the evidence," Deirdre replied. "Then you have my permission as New Terra's president to use whatever force is necessary to secure that evidence, Commander." "Thank you, Sir President. We'll do our best to aid your government in documenting this discovery," Deirdre said. "If this is a taste of the world of politics that Alex inhabits, I want nothing to do with it," Deirdre thought. "Help is on the way, Commander," Eric sent privately. His first thought was for Franz Cohen, but he was loath to strip the Tanaka of its fighter commander. Unless necessary, there were too many unresolved elements left to play out. He smiled as he realized he had a superb alternate, Ellie Thompson, who had piloted Alex's Traveler from the Rever to the Tanaka, was still aboard and vexed about being left out of the trip to Udrides. But Eric thought he understood Alex's reasoning. With Renee, Tatia, Julian, and the twins accompanying him, there was already too much precious cargo at risk. "But it appears that many more of our people will be required to enter this fray before it ends, Alex," Eric thought, before he calmed Ellie. The three Harrican men, Brace, Tyree, and Oren, requested by Miranda, met the Sade and Svetlana near the lift closest to the landing bay, on the main dome's concourse level. The group arranged themselves so that Miranda could watch those approaching the lift, and the men played the part of trying to interest the two women in some entertainment. Svetlana mentally marked time from Miranda's contact with the security personnel in the guardroom. In her estimation, they would be the first to wake, and once the alarm was sounded, the Harrican's opportunity to reach the lab before it was defended by security forces would disappear, and so might the evidence and the chemist. A wall of Toyo's stun-gun-armed personnel wouldn't be penetrated by a Sade and 4 Harricans without weapons. Tense as Svetlana was, she couldn't help but admire the way Miranda chatted and teased their 3 male companions. The Sade was effortlessly keeping the 3 men laughing, and they were teasing her in return. "This one," Miranda abruptly sent to her people, and the men parted as she stepped between them toward a middle-aged man, wearing a security uniform with epaulettes. He had the look of a senior employee who might carry the clearance necessary to reach the lowest level of Dome 4. As the lift car door opened, Yance Deer stepped inside only to be shoved to the back of the car by a beautiful woman. "What?" he yelped as he eyed the woman's 4 companions. "Do you have clearance for the lowest level of the 4th dome?" Miranda asked. "4th dome?" Deer repeated. "There's no 4th dome." "We'll see," Miranda said, approaching the controller box and typing D4-7 into the keypad. When the car began moving, she said, "He has the clearance we need, and he's a terrible liar." "We don't like liars, sir," Svetlana said, brandishing a knife taken off Jameson against Deer's cheek. "Lie to us again, and I'll give you another smile." "Oh, what an intimidating line," Miranda sent to Svetlana. "I do hope you won't mind my borrowing it in the future." Svetlana grinned at Miranda as the car decelerated and came to a halt. Before the door slid open, she unsnapped Deer's holster, snatched his weapon, and tossed it to Brace. Miranda led the way out of the car and down the first corridor with Brace beside her. Svetlana followed, and Tyree and Oren brought up the rear with Deer between them. In a moment of déjà vu, and at the same corner where Miranda previously ran into the two guards, the smirking one, wearing heavy bruises from his last interaction with the Sade, walked around the corner in front of them. "You!" the guard shouted. Both Brace and Toyo's man had their stun guns in hand, so the weapons were discharged simultaneously. Brace at their adversary and the guard at Miranda, but both men slid unconscious to the floor. Brace had leaned in front of Miranda, his substantial body taking the stun gun blast. Svetlana picked up both weapons, kept one, and tossed the other to Tyree. "We're close to the lab. Bring Brace with us," Miranda ordered, and kept going. Tyree motioned Deer to help Oren carry Brace, but the older and out-of-shape security officer struggled to lift his half. Tyree shoved him aside, and the two Hurricanes carried their companion, while Deer walked in front of them with Tyree's stun gun pointed at his back. Slipping into the lab's anteroom, Miranda ordered everyone to don suits and masks. "Not you," Miranda said, pointing to Deer. "You'll wait here for us." Then she nodded at Svetlana, who promptly stunned the man and cushioned his fall to the floor, leaving him lying beside Brace. With the suits fashioned for new Terrans, Svetlana grabbed a roll of fabric cord, sliced off 2 meters, and wound it around her middle to cinch the suit to her waist. Holding out her balloon-shaped arms, she quipped, "This does nothing for my image." "We must all make sacrifices, dear. Now let us proceed to claim this territory as our own," Miranda said, as she activated the inner doors of the lab. A suited and masked new Terran inside the lab swiveled to stare at Miranda. "Stop, woman! Are you crazy? It's dangerous in here without safety gear. Get out!" "Feminine, yes. Woman, no," Miranda replied enigmatically. "Where's your senior chemist?" "I said out of here," the suited figure repeated, and shoved on Miranda's shoulders. His eyes widened when he failed to move her. "I wish you people would progress your society to the point where you acquire manners," Miranda retorted. "I asked for your lead chemist. Either comply, or I'll strip off your mask and stick your face in a pile of this despicable powder you're making." "Stratford's not here," the man stammered, taking a step back from Miranda. Before he could take another, Miranda was on him. "Where is Stratford, dear?" Miranda asked sweetly, while her metal alloy fingers delicately held the man's windpipe. With his family," the chemist choked out. "That's how Toyo controls us. He's brought all our families here to the domes." "I see," Miranda said, releasing the man. "And you decided that it was a fair trade to protect your family in exchange for poisoning hundreds, if not thousands, of children of other families." "What could we do?" the suited figure asked, holding out his hands to Miranda. "Resist," Miranda said simply. "Men like Toyo seek to bend people to his will. That feeds his power, which spreads the disease. Refuse to cooperate, and Toyo's power wanes. But enough of this life lesson. Can you take my people to Stratford?" "Yes, but my shift isn't over yet. My children will be punished if I leave early." "Foolish man," Miranda said, laughing. "This lab is finished. These domes are finished. You and your frightened colleagues were coerced into making Toyo's drugs, and they made their way to Hurricane. So we're here to end your ugly endeavor." "Hurricanes," the man whispered. "Commander Valenko," Miranda sent, "take this excuse for a human and secure the lead chemist and his family. Question him carefully. We must know if this Stratford is the inventor of the hallucinogenic. Take Tyree, Oren, and the weapons. Don't come back this way if it might mean losing possession of Stratford. I can find you. Understood?" "Copy, my lady," Svetlana said, with a grin and a tip of 2 fingers to her brow. "Go with her," Miranda said to the senior chemist, shoving him bodily at Svetlana. Miranda watched to ensure her people cleared the anteroom after they shucked off their suits and masks and threw them into a recycling chute. The last she saw of them, the chemist was pointing the way back down the corridor. The Sade turned to face the group of suited and masked men and women who stood staring wide-eyed at her. "Who would love to see tomorrow?" Miranda asked in a pleasant voice, and watched as everyone raised their hands, even if only partially. "That's the spirit. Okay, people, shut down all active processes. I don't want heat or energy flowing in this lab. Clean up all active products and secure them." When no one moved, Miranda clapped her hands together, making a sound like lightning cracking, and the new Terrans scattered, the chemists shouting orders to the technicians. While they worked, Miranda returned to the outer doors and carefully disabled the door's activator so that she could easily repair it. Returning to the lab, Miranda selected an empty preparation table and snapped off its square metal legs. More than one intake of breath from the lab personnel accompanied Miranda's actions. Squatting down, she hammered one end of each leg flat. As Miranda carried her makeshift wedges back to the anteroom, she heard the whispers of "Sade." It made her smile. "Now maybe you'll jump when I give you an order," Miranda thought. Taking the first 2 wedges, Miranda jammed them into the tops of the outer 2 metal doors. Before she repeated her efforts on the inner 2 doors of the anteroom, she dressed Brace in a suit and mask and carried him over her shoulder inside the lab, laying him down in a corner. When she turned around, the chemists and technicians were standing and waiting for her. "Everything is prepared as you requested, ma'am," a figure said. "And you are?" "Stan, ma'am. I'm the shift supervisor." Miranda's tongue ran out briefly, and her analysis confirmed the lab vents had cleared any residual product. "The air is clear, dears. After you wipe down the surfaces and dispose of that material, it will be safe for you to remove your suits and masks, people. We might be here for a while." "Pardon me, ma'am," said Stan, "but even at parts per million this drug is dangerous." "We're well aware of the insidious nature of what you fashion here, New Terran," Miranda said, eyeing the supervisor, and he winced from the accusation. "I tested 2 figures higher than that, human, and I tell you that the air is cleared for breathing," Miranda replied, emphasizing her nature. Stan stood undecided, but most of his people broke ranks and grabbed scrubbers and hoses to clean the tables, floors, and equipment. Soon after, Stan joined them rather than being the sole focus of the Hurricane Sade. Chapter 24. After receiving Lisa Sparing's warning of his impending betrayal, Toyo was torn between loading every shuttle he possessed to go after Cadmere and remaining in place, wondering what his adversaries intended as their true endgame. He envisioned landing at Cadmere's domes while O'Brien's men took over his establishment, leaving him stuck aboard shuttles and isolated to a pair of freighters. In the end, and despite not knowing how the forces were arrayed against him, it was Toyo's decision to attack Cadmere with a single shuttle. The strategy left his domes defended, and while accompanied by the experienced veterans, it gave him the best chance of taking on Cadmere's security forces. Armed with the new stunners, his people would be a difficult force to repel. Toyo's young pilot, with his enthusiastic mannerisms, was a charmer, and had the reservationist and the bay landing controller eating out of his hands. It cleared the biggest hurdle, gaining entrance to Cadmere's landing bay. Toyo saw 3 possible outcomes to his chosen course of action. He could kill Cadmere and claim he was rescuing the girls, or, just as easy, if he located the girls first, he could take them, clear out, and claim the same thing. The last possibility was that he would be killed, in which case his troubles would be over. The shuttle eased into the bay, and lights on the deck guided the ship to its assigned position. The pilot glanced at Toyo for instructions. "Land where you're directed, pilot. It's not a bad place, and no need to show our hand yet," Toyo said. After the shuttle touched down, Toyo ordered his people to line up at the hatch with weapons drawn. Then he ordered the pilot to calm bay control that the shuttle's ramp extenders weren't responding. It was a common problem with older shuttles, maintenance not being a priority for most moon-based shuttles. The bay controller sent a tech party of 5 over with a small repair vehicle. They hooked a chain from the vehicle to the tongue of the ramp to pull it from under the shuttle's belly. The moment the pilot reported the ramp fully extended, Toyo yelled, "Now!" The hatch slid open, and the first of Toyo's people out on the ramp promptly shot the 5 crew. Flooding out of the shuttle, Toyo's red-uniformed security personnel cut a swath through the bay. Cadmir's brown and gold-uniformed security personnel fought back, but they were quickly overwhelmed. For every one of Toyo's people they stunned, 3 of their number went down. The landing bay controller managed to sound the alarm that a shuttle full of intruders had landed in the bay before 3 of Toyo's people crashed through his door. He stunned a single red uniform before the invaders killed him. Toyo was soon at the forefront of his people's charge across the bay. He lived for moments like this, the rush of open warfare. It was how his reputation was made. Toyo was despised even as a teenager for his refusal to deal, to compromise. He made one offer to his enemies and only one offer. Those who didn't fall in line could expect only one response, a fight for their life, which resulted in casualty after casualty until no one bothered to offer him resistance. Toyo's security force watched their leader come upon the first brown uniform who struggled on the deck. The man's arm from shoulder to hand was numbed by stunner fire. Toyo paused for a moment and bent to slice the man's neck open with the heavy blade he carried in his left hand. His security forces took it as a demonstration of what their leader expected of them. In the early moments of the firefight, Toyo's people held the initiative and soon cleared the bay of security and service personnel, men and women. When they gained the wide corridor that led from the bay to the main dome, their progress bogged down. The straight corridor offered no hiding place for the attackers, and Cadmir's security forces had grabbed furniture from the passenger waiting area, tilting the pieces on their sides, and formed a makeshift barrier. His forces stymied, Toyo whistled shrilly, and a heavy-set hatch-faced fighter carrying a plasma rifle hurried up to Toyo's position. "Be careful with that thing, Lenny. Punch through the furniture for a strike. And don't go mad with it. 1 shot only." "Sure, boss. 1 shot only," Lenny replied, hoisting his plasma rifle. There was no more dangerous weapon to fire in a dome that faced vacuum, which is why Toyo ordered that only 1 plasma rifle should be brought by his crew. Next to Toyo, Lydia grinned in anticipation, and Toyo returned it, his eyes wild with excitement. Sighting on the largest pile of furniture, which concealed 4 of Cadmir's people, and dialing his weapon to its lowest setting, Lenny fired a single shot. The twin twisting bursts of energy sizzled through the air and burned a 1-meter hole through the furniture barricade and 2 brown uniforms. Its energy was absorbed 50 meters later by a section of wall and a dense pile of crates stacked in the utility room beyond. The plasma fire panicked the defenders, who abandoned their positions and retreated while returning fire. But when Toyo and Lydia charged at them, howling like the demented, the brown uniforms lost all pretense of acting as defenders and ran full tilt down the corridor toward the first bend, which marked the entrance to the main concourse. Most of them were shot in the back by Toyo and Lydia before they could reach safety. When the intruder warning hit the comms, Cadmir raced to the nearest guard center and found his security chief, Omiyakiro, accessing the security cams of the main dome and landing bay.
"How many, Chief?" Cadmere asked.
"A single NR shuttle type. It was fully loaded."
"Where are they, and how are we doing?"
"Not well, sir. Toyo and some equally crazy woman are leading the charge, and they're scaring our people to death. We had a good barricade in the corridor leading to the landing bay until one of Toyo's people fired a plasma rifle at it."
"He what?" Cadmere said, shocked.
"Afraid so, sir. Craze. It's an apt nickname. Right now we're holding about 30 meters landing bay side from the green lift. I'm bringing security personnel up from the lower domes as fast as we can load the car, and every lift that descends is packed full of patrons and our service people."
"Good work, Chief. Keep on it. I want enough security in the main dome to hold him and keep both lifts in our control, but don't commit all our forces."
"Afraid the crazy man might use that plasma rifle again?"
"Exactly. If Toyo thinks he's losing, he'll get desperate. No telling what he'll do then. I don't want to put any more of our people in harm's way than can be helped. Let me know when the main dome is cleared of civilians, Chief. Can we bring a shuttle down from the freighter station and get forces in behind Toyo?"
"I've already checked, sir. The bay controller is dead. In fact, everyone in the bay appears dead."
"You mean stunned?" Cadmere corrected.
"No, sir. Dead. Infrared cams show the bodies cooling. I can't tell what caused some of the deaths, but I did witness some of Toyo's people cutting the throats of our people who were downed and struggling."
"Monsters," Cadmere murmured. "But they took some prisoners, didn't they? I mean, especially our service personnel."
"No prisoners, sir, I'm sorry to say. Toyo's people killed everyone."
Cadmere swore under his breath. His plan to allow the Hurricanes to take care of Toyo neat and clean, leaving Toyo's domes ripe for takeover by O'Brien and him, had just blown up in his face. Suddenly it hit Cadmere what he had forgotten. "Chief, I need a priority exit to the main dome via the blue lift, and I need some of your best men. Now!" Cadmere yelled as he raced out of the security office for the blue lift, the one farthest from the landing bay, where he was met by a group of security personnel. The lift car, controlled by the security chief, stopped on Cadmere's level, and he hurried a group of civilians off the lift with an apology, telling them to wait here until security could move them on. Cadmere urged his people to pile into the car, and he selected the main concourse for the lift's destination. "We have 3 priority civilians to move, people," Cadmere announced. "They are in a suite off the main concourse, not far from the green lift."
"Are we still holding that lift?" the senior officer asked, worried that they were walking into a fight with Toyo's people.
"The chief assured me that we are, and we're adding more security personnel to that location with every lift of the car. Under no circumstances must we let anything happen to these 3 young women."
"So the rumors are true, sir? One of these women is Racine's sister?" the security officer asked. She was a middle-aged woman with a hard look.
"Yes, these girls were kidnapped by Toyo's people, and we rescued them," Cadmere explained, trying to keep the story going.
"We rescued them, sir?" the senior officer asked dubiously.
"It's complicated. Suffice it to say, Toyo thought he was in on a plan to take the blame off his shoulders for the kidnapping. Somehow he discovered that wasn't the plan, and he's come here as a final maneuver. To accomplish what, I don't know, but if he gets the girls back, he can point the Hurricanes at us."
Nothing Cadmere said to the security personnel hit home as hard as his last statement. Taking on Toyo's people to rescue 3 civilians was asking a great deal of them, but rescuing 3 Hurricanes to keep Alex Racine off their necks was a different matter entirely. Immediately every officer pulled and checked their weapon, keeping their stun guns by their sides. Exiting the car, it was relatively quiet except for the anxious passengers awaiting transport below the surface. Cadmere nodded to the security officer, who had the job of keeping control of the loading and unloading of the lift.
"When I comm you that I'm headed back this way," Cadmere said to the officer, "hold the car for us. We have priority civilians."
"Understood, sir," the officer said. and loaded the next batch of civilians onto the car, happy to see his girlfriend, who tended bar in the group. She brushed her fingers against the back of his hand as she passed. Christy, Amelia, and Eloise could hear the panic outside their suite, people running and screaming, security officers shouting orders, and then suddenly quiet. "What do you think is happening?" Eloise asked, not bothering to use her implant comm. "Haven't a clue," Christy replied, "but if I had to guess, I would say Cadmir's establishment is under attack." "Why under attack? Why couldn't it be a dome accident?" Eloise asked. The other two girls stared at Eloise with concern. Her fear was eating into her self-control. Amelia sat beside Eloise on the bed. She took her friend's hand and said gently, "If the dome had an accident, the decompression would have triggered the safety doors to slam shut, and we wouldn't have heard people running and screaming." "What if the safety doors didn't close, or what if they don't have safety doors?" Eloise asked. "Then we wouldn't be having this conversation," Amelia said, leaning over to kiss Eloise on the temple. "I don't like the quiet," Christy said, pulling her ear away from the door. "It's like the lull before the storm strikes." "Could this be your brother?" Amelia asked. Christy looked at Amelia for a moment, surprised the question was being asked. "Alex took over an entire space station in a foreign system without firing a shot or injuring one individual. You think he would come to a bunch of measly domes and start a panic while trying to recover us?" "Probably not," Amelia agreed. "But if it's another force that's attacking, who is it?" "Toyo," both Christy and Amelia suddenly said together. "Black space," Christy swore. "We have to get out of here. We can't get taken by that twisted job." "You think they're fighting over us?" Amelia asked. "I do," Christy said. "Now find something to help me break this door lock." Christy and Amelia couldn't find a tool to wedge the lock, so they decided on brute force. They picked up one of the heavier chairs and positioned themselves a few meters back from the door. Counting down from 5, they reached 2 when they heard the lock click and the door slide open. "Come on, you three," Cadmir said. "We have to move you to safety." "Toyo?" Christy asked, as Amelia and she dropped the chair and dragged Eloise off the bed. "Very astute of you, young lady. I wouldn't recommend his hospitality over mine," Cadmir said, as the girls hurried past him into the corridor where security ushered them along. "Where are we going?" Amelia asked. "We're headed below surface," Cadmir replied, running beside her. "Our uninvited guest is taken to firing a plasma rifle to gain territory." "Plasma rifle," Eloise sent. Her thoughts were roiling, and Christy and Amelia moved to bracket her and keep her moving. "Is she okay?" Cadmir asked Christy, his concern evident. "Worried you might be returning damaged goods to my brother, Cadmir?" Christy shot back. "If Toyo has his way, I wouldn't give 2 credits for your chances of being returned to your brother, and I would thank you to keep that in mind when you address me." After his retort, Cadmir moved to the head of the group. "Christy, brain first, mouth second," Amelia sent privately. Christy had the grace to nod her head in agreement to Amelia. Cadmir led the group to the blue lift, which was surrounded with civilians anxious to get on the next available car. The security officers cleared the way through the crowd amidst grumbling and complaints, and the girls ducked their heads in embarrassment. The lift barely accommodated the group, forcing everyone to squeeze onto the car. Christy made sure that she was close to the controller box when Cadmir selected the level, even though it required she squeeze between 2 male security officers, who had no problem with an attractive young woman crushing against them. When Cadmir typed into the controller's keypad D4-5, Christy relayed the information to her friends. 4 domes? Amelia questioned privately. "Seems like it," Christy sent back. "I think we should be prepared to make our own way. I don't want to be sitting in some suite or guard room if Toyo's people make it to this lower dome." "No, Christy," Eloise objected. "I think we should stay where Cadmir's people can protect us." "I'm sorry, Eloise," Christie replied. "At this point I think it's about survival, and I don't trust either of these criminals to have our best interests at heart. Both of these men are fighting over us so that the loser takes the blame from my brother, and neither can afford to be the loser." "I'm sorry too, Eloise," Amelia sent. "I have to agree with Christie. As much as I would like to sit in a safe place and hope for rescue, I think it would be a mistake to do so. We need to take charge of our fortune." The car reached the selected level, and the group piled out. Eloise had yet to reply to her friends. "You two, take our guests to Suite 5M. One of you stays with them at all times," Cadmere ordered. "The rest of you, we're headed back to the main concourse." As the girls followed the two security officers, Eloise sent, "I know I've been letting my fears get the best of me. It was terribly intriguing to play our games when we always knew our people surrounded us and could protect us. I never imagined how horrible the world could be away from Hurricane. Even Libra, although it was a confinement colony, was better than these places. I agree. It's time to take control of our fortune, regardless of whether we are rescued or must rescue ourselves." Eloise smiled at the warm thoughts of her friends that flooded her mind. It was a relief to have control of her fears that had debilitated her throughout many of the recent long days and nights. At the door of the suite marked 5M, one officer said to the other, "I'm going to swap out my power module on my weapon. I want a full charge." "Take mine, too," said the other, handing over his stun gun. The girls shared looks, and Eloise sent, "Now or never." "Wait until we're inside the suite," Christie sent. "Christie, you're the enticement," Amelia sent. "He was eyeing you in the car." "That's not all he was doing in the car," Christie sent back. She could still feel the security officer's hand on her rear end. Once inside the suite, Christie turned on the charm, leaning into the officer's space. "Is it possible to get some food? We haven't eaten today, and I would be quite appreciative of your service." The security officer smiled and drew breath to reply when Amelia and Eloise, hoisting a heavy chair between them, smacked the guard over the head. As blood pooled on the floor, Christie ran for a bathroom towel to wrap around the wound. "A little hard, I think," she commented. "Had to make sure," Amelia replied. "Let's go. His friend will be back soon." The girls slipped out of the suite, taking the opposite direction from the one the first officer took. They passed civilians, patrons, service personnel, and security officers, but no one paid them any attention. "I don't think these people know who we are," Eloise sent. "Look at them," Amelia replied, watching the people rush past. "What they're thinking about is surviving. They could care less who we are. To generate this much panic, Toyo must have brought a significant force." "Wait, here," Christie sent, suddenly halting. She tapped a door which was labeled in bright red letters, "Environment Suits." Christie touched the door activator, and it slid open. "Makes sense," she sent. "Who would lock up emergency decompression suits?" Inside, Amelia slapped the activator to close the door, and the girls stared at the room, which was lined with emergency suits in all sizes. Unfortunately for Amelia and Eloise, they were all New Terran sizes. "Should we stay here?" Eloise asked. "If we follow your logic, Christie, this wouldn't be a good hiding place. If this fight gets any worse, people will be running in here for these suits." "Good point, Eloise," Amelia said, putting an arm around her friend for a light hug. She was greatly relieved to hear Eloise returning to her old self. Christie's smile lit her face. "The perfect disguises," she said, pointing to the suits. "We put these on and walk out of here. Look at the tinted faceplates on the helmets." Amelia started laughing. "I have an even better idea." The girls donned the environment suits with their compact oxygen tanks and carbon dioxide scrubbers. Christie stuffed small towels she found in a locker into the arms and legs of her Meridian friends to fill out the limbs. She stood back and admired her work, pronouncing both of them as adequately sized New Terrans. "I believe we have been profaned, Amelia," Eloise said, getting a laugh from her friends. Exiting the room, the girls held the door open. Immediately, Christie blocked the path of 2 young male patrons hurrying toward them. "You're asked to don environment suits, sirs," she said. Amelia and Eloise grabbed their arms and guided them into the room, helping outfit them, while Christie snatched 2 service women. Soon the room was full with individuals changing, and Christie appointed 3 service personnel to continue to help the others. "Let's go," Christie sent, and Amelia and Eloise worked past the crowd, who were waiting their opportunity to get a suit. "Brilliant plan, if I do say so myself," Amelia sent. The corridor was filled with people wearing the bright yellow environment suits, and the Hurricane women were indistinguishable from them. The idea was catching. Not more than 40 meters along the corridors, the girls passed another crowd who had formed at the door of a second room full of environment suits. "Okay, now we need a place of safety, if not a way off this rock. Stay here or go up," Christie sent. Chapter 25. The Traveler's controller, relaying the telemetry to Ellie's helmet, displayed Jolaris rising over Ganymede's horizon. "Commander, you do realize that you will need to be extremely precise in your requests of me," Willem sent. Although the Said was seated next to Ellie in the co-pilot position, he was loath to make the conversation public. "Please explain, Willem," Ellie requested. Despite her infrequent contact with the Said, Ellie recognized Willem was one of the less socially developed Saids, especially in comparison to the others, who were in constant orbit around Alex and the Assembly representatives. When Ellie boarded the Traveler with the troopers, she was surprised to find Willem waiting patiently in the ship's cockpit, since she hadn't thought to request he accompany them. "We will be providing support for Miranda and our people in Sertoyo's domes. I anticipate this endeavor will involve physical confrontation. What will you require of me?" Ellie searched for a way to communicate Willem's responsibilities and decided on the simplest of approaches. "Willem, you need only perform those actions that you are comfortable providing. There are no orders for you. We're all volunteers. Each of us has chosen to come to the rescue of our people. If you wish, you may remain aboard the shuttle." When Ellie didn't receive a reply, she glanced over at the Said, who faced forward, silent. Ellie returned to communicating with her people, updating them on their arrival time, when Willem signaled that he wanted to continue the conversation. "I am conflicted, Commander," Willem sent. "I have no experience in these endeavors. If I had a weapon, I might be a danger to myself and others. Yet if I were to remain aboard our vessel, I'm concerned how our people might regard me." "You can't choose your actions by what others might or might not think of you, Willem," Ellie sent sympathetically. "This is a choice you have to make for yourself. As for having a weapon, I would agree with you. Without experience, you are more likely to shoot me by mistake." Willem whipped his head to stare at Ellie, appalled by her suggestion. Then it occurred to him that she was employing humor, and he strove to reply in kind. "Yes, it would be sad tidings that I would be required to deliver to Etienne de Long, who no doubt would be somewhat upset by the news." "Good one, Willem," Ellie sent, her thoughts sprinkled with mirth. After a few more ticks of time, Willem sent, "I've chosen, Commander. I will remain by your side. I will use my skills to support your efforts and leave the use of a weapon to those who are qualified." "I honor your choice, Willem," Ellie sent. "Earlier you asked for precise directions. I will be near or at the front of the action with Commander Kanan. It will be important for you to maintain a low profile. By that I mean you must stay behind me, out of the line of enemy fire." "You're requiring that I use your body as a shield?" Willem asked. "Yes," Ellie replied. "That sounds most inappropriate," Willem sent, his confusion evident. Ellie searched for a way to help Willem accept the role of passive observer in what might become a fierce fight. "We have few saids, Willem. Each of you is precious to us, and I would be held in great disfavor if I failed to protect you." "Understood, Commander. I will endeavor to ensure that your good name is not besmirched by any error on my part." Ellie smiled to herself, wondering how Alex had developed his close relationships with the Saids over the last decade and a half. "Maybe he's more like the Saids than the rest of us," Ellie thought. As the main dome of Jolaris came into view, Ellie sent over open comm, "Stand by, people. Approaching the target now. Deirdre, we're coming in above you. Do you have access to Bay Control to open the doors?" "Negative, Ellie. We received word from Bay Control that all flights in and out of the bay are suspended," Deirdre replied. "Not to worry, Deirdre. As Alex would say, I'm holding an ace. I have Willem seated beside me." Out of the corner of Ellie's eye, she saw a gentle smile form on the Said's face. "Contacting Bay Control now, Commanders," Willem sent. He used his link to Deirdre's traveler, which had previous communications with Toyo's Bay Control. It was relatively simple for Willem to gain access to the Bay's software system. "Stand by, Commanders. I'm sounding the alarm to clear the Bay. Commander Kanan, while your traveler's telemetry indicates no one is in the Bay, it's my fervent hope that the alarm will not be ignored. I would be appalled to have my first foray into a physical confrontation marred by the death of innocent humans." "None of us wish for that, Willem," Deirdre replied, "but it's incumbent on all of us to resist people such as Toyo, Cadmere, and O'Brien, and in such actions some people might be hurt, but many more will be served. I'm sounding the alarm for the opening of bay doors, Commanders." Moments later, Ellie's telemetry indicated the twin landing bay doors were wide open. "Well done, Willem," she sent. "Not actually that difficult, Commander, for a Said." The moment the shuttle touched down and air pressure returned, Ellie's people piled out of their traveler as the hurricanes spilled from Deirdre's ship. Ellie had parked her shuttle in reverse to Deirdre's, allowing the hatches to face each other. The decision had been made aboard the Tanaka by Tatya prior to the launch of Deirdre's traveler that the shuttle must not contain any evidence of its hurricane source, which meant no uniforms or stun guns that could be inadvertently discovered by Toyo's people. As the two groups came together, Deirdre shucked her wrap, as the crew did their holiday clothes, and Ellie's people, locating owners by implants, handed out uniforms. Hurricane midnight blue, with fine touches of gold in the insignias on the short-tabbed collars, on ship patches on one shoulder, and in hurricane patches on the other. Deirdre sealed her jacket and slapped Ellie on the shoulder. "If I don't get the opportunity to say it later, I love the way you come to the rescue." "Don't thank me too quickly," Ellie said. "We cleaned out every stun gun aboard the Tanaka, and we came up short." Knowing she was overheard by Deirdre's crew, Ellie added, "Sorry, people. The captain and assembly speaker had no way of knowing when they left Hellebore that they were making this kind of trip." "If you're backing our president," an ex-Libran said, "it's best to load on board everything you can get your hands on." "And tether the rest outside the ship with your beams," another added. The Hurricanes laughed as they strapped on their weapons. "Those without handguns stay to the rear," Deirdre ordered. "We'll pass back any weapons we confiscate. Check their power settings, if they have any." Ellie handed a stun gun to Deirdre. "I know you have to guide us, but you don't have to be in front." "Where would Alex be?" Deirdre shot back. Willem interrupted the commander's conversation with his own request. "Commander Kanan, the security implant you possess, please." Deirdre reluctantly handed over the tiny vial. It was their only method of access to the lifts and the lab. Willem pulled out a small device, 6 centimeters square. He separated the square into two halves, despite its ultra-thin width, to reveal what looked like a small pool of liquid metal. "If you would, Commander," Willem said, handing the two squares to Ellie, "hold these carefully. Do not tilt them." Willem extracted the tiny wafer chip from the vial and held it next to his eye, studying it under extreme magnification. "As we suspected, quite inferior technology," Willem pronounced. He placed the chip in the middle of one of the halves Ellie held, closed the other half over the top, and took the device back. His eyes lost focus for several moments while he signaled the pool of nanites surrounding the chip. Miranda had shared with the Sades the means necessary to access the lifts and the implant she possessed. Willem had fashioned the device to read the chip, while Julian completed a testing and cloning program. The two Sades finished their invention even as Julian left with Alex aboard their traveler headed for Udrides. The nanites completed their connections to the chip, and Julian's application tested the circuitry. The chip's function was revealed as broadcasting an RFID, a radio frequency ID, indicating the wearer's security level, which the lift controller required for access to the subsurface domes. While they waited, Deirdre regarded Ellie, but a shrug was her only response. Soon after, the commanders received a small file titled Lift Access, which contained a snippet of code. "Commanders, everyone in our party has this application," Willem said. "Simply send it as you would a comm when you are in the lift, and you will gain access. I'm unaware of the layout of the domes and levels. You will have to manually enter your destination, and I do apologize for that shortcoming." "Lovely individual," Deirdre said, hefting her weapon, kissing Willem on the cheek, and directing the crew to follow her. Noticing Willem was frozen in place, Ellie sent, "We fight now, Willem. You can process the commander's thank you later. You're first, I take it." As Willem spun to follow Ellie, who raced to the forefront of the group to join Deirdre, he sent to her, "I believe I've not fully comprehended the intensity of human emotions that exist under these circumstances. Perhaps I've been remiss in not participating earlier." Ellie chuckled to herself at Willem's comment as she caught up with Deirdre. Toyo's patrons and service personnel were scattering out of their way, horrified looks on their faces at the sight of Hurricane Blue. "Red uniforms with a stun gun in their hands or on their hips are your targets, people," Deirdre sent. "We're headed for the nearest lift to get to level D4-7. That's all you have to put into the keypad to descend. D1-1 will return you to this main concourse. Here's the route to the lab. Miranda, Commander Valenko, and 3 of our people are holding it secure for us." 2 security people came from a side corridor into the Hurricane's path, and Deirdre and Ellie dropped them in a heartbeat, not bothering with explanations. Deirdre glanced behind Ellie. "Why is Willem running like that?" she sent privately. Ellie looked back at the Sade, who was directly behind her in a crouch, cutting his height by nearly a third. "He's protecting my good name," Ellie sent back. "He's what?" Deirdre sent. "A story for another time," sent Ellie, her humor obvious. She glanced back at Willem, who gave a thumbs up, a signal he had seen New Terran scientists share with one another while working on his observation platform. The sound of a high-pitched whine penetrated Brace's consciousness, and his mind swam up through layers of gray into the light. "They're cutting through my makeshift doorstops," he heard Miranda say. Sitting up, Brace took in the room. Miranda stood beside him, and a room full of people sat at various lab tables. "Why am I the only one wearing a suit and mask?" Brace asked. "Necessary earlier. It's not now," Miranda replied. Brace slowly stood up, his legs shaky from the stun blast, and stripped off the protective clothing. "Aren't we short some people?" he asked, looking around. "The lead scientist, Stratford, wasn't here. Apparently, Toyo kidnaps their families to ensure these people remain loyal to him. A senior chemist took Commander Valenko and our men to Stratford's cabin. So Stratford is the biochemist we're after? Yet to be determined. Hearing the pitch of the wine increase, Brace walked over to study the wall of furniture piled against the twin metal doors leading to the anteroom. Normally, a stack of furniture like he observed would tumble with the efforts of a few good men, but the heavy lab furniture was strapped together with sections of metal alloy bent around table legs and chairs like so much cable. Sades, he thought with a grin. "How much time do you think we have?" Brace asked. "We were fortunate, sir. They didn't think to check the lab until the next shift arrived and was denied access. Then it seemed to take them a while to determine a course of action. Planets could shift orbits before these people appear to complete their thoughts. However, recently they've been proceeding rapidly, and I estimate we have fewer than 2 hours before they break through." Brace began patting his clothes. "Don't bother, sir. I gave your armament to Commander Svetlana." "Oh," Brace said with resignation, and walked around, shaking out the residual tingling in his limbs. "In all probability it was unnecessary for you to take the stun blast for me, sir." Brace looked at Miranda, whose eyes had the clarity and intensity he associated with Z. "I was raised to look out for a lady," he replied, and saw the Sade's eyes soften. "The generosity of your action is appreciated, dear," Miranda replied, her persona coming back into full play. The Harricans, led by Deirdre and Ellie, encountered Toyo's security personnel along the main concourse and at the first lift. In brief but decisive fights, they quickly dispatched the red-uniformed individuals. The Harricans had the numbers and were what Tatia would call motivated. Several Harricans were stunned, and the commanders delegated troopers to carry their compatriots back to the travelers. Due to the practice of recovering their comrades, the Harricans' numbers dwindled faster than the count lost in the firefights. Gaining the lift, Ellie assigned 8 of the crew to guard access to prevent an ambush when they exited the lift on their return. Then Ellie, Deirdre, Willem, and as many more crew as could fit, squeezed onto the lift. Orders were given for the remaining crew to follow as quickly as they could. "Cozy," Ellie quipped, her delicately sculpted meridian face jammed into a broad New Terran shoulder. Deirdre sent the security access code Willem had supplied and typed in the level D4-7. When the lift moved, she offered Willem a smile. "Were you in doubt, Commander?" asked Willem, perplexed as to why Deirdre appeared pleased. "Who, me? Of course not," Deirdre replied, and her comments were greeted with a round of chuckles and snickers. "Okay, let's just say that I was sharing my pleasure with you at our success," Deirdre said. "The hole you're digging is getting deeper, Commander," said a voice from the back of the car, and the group broke into laughter. The lift car decelerated and the mood shifted. When the doors opened, Harricans hurried to take defensive positions. Deirdre tapped D1-1 into the car's keypad to send it up to the main concourse. She worked her way to the front of the group, catching up with Ellie, who had just snapped her head back from a peek around the corner. "They're waiting for us," Ellie said. "They've got an untidy barricade 20 meters down the corridor. We'll have to wait for the car to return with more people." Jameson touched the faint remains of the cut in his scalp for the umpteenth time. It told him how the Harricans managed to get access to the lift and reach the lab. 3 Meridians on vacation, right. More like 3 Harricans investigating us, he thought with disgust. His latest update from the crew cutting into the lab told him that they needed only another half hour, but Jameson wasn't sure he had that much time, not with the report from his people that the Harricans had arrived with reinforcements and already commandeered the lift closest to the landing bay. Tapping his earcom, Jameson called up to the Bountiful, holding station above, which could supply an additional 40 armed personnel. "That's a negative on your request, Jameson," the captain replied. "I have one nasty-looking ship sitting 30 kilometers from my bow with its nose pointed at me. It's that new Hurricane warship with beam capability, and the President is aboard." "Racine?" Jameson asked. "Negative. It's President Drake. Apparently he's gotten word of the drugs in the lab, and he's hopping mad." The captain waited to continue while Jameson blistered the comm. "If I were you, Jameson, I would do whatever it takes to destroy every piece of evidence in that lab." Deirdre and Ellie delayed taking on the barricade until 2 more loads of crew descended to bolster their ranks, before they considered they had sufficient resources to take on the barrier. "Sorry to ask this, people, but I need volunteers to get stunned," Deirdre announced. When everyone was ready to execute the plan, 3 new Terrans broke from cover, running at the barricade and firing at Toyo's people, who hid behind the barricade. The Hurricanes gained mere meters before stun blasts felled them, but not before 2 Meridian-built crew slid out onto the corridor on their bellies behind the new Terrans and took aim at those popping up from behind the barricade. The first round resulted in 5 Hurricanes down and 6 of Toyo's people stunned. Hurricanes charged right behind the first group, and their swift action caught the defenders off guard, because they made it halfway to the barricade before they crumpled to the floor. The defenders shifted their aim to the floor near the corner where they expected the others to be sliding out, but they were outmaneuvered. Meridians had been running behind new Terrans, their slender physiques hidden behind the broad backs of their comrades, and the group accounted for 7 defenders before they went down. Willem, peeking around the corner during each charge, compiled and shared visuals that allowed his people to pinpoint the defender locations for the next group. By the time the third group of new Terrans raced forward, with Meridians both behind them and on the floor, the defenders were overrun. Deirdre delegated 4 crew members to guard their felled comrades. "Have the next carload guard these people with you," she ordered. With only Ellie, Willem, and 2 crew members behind her, Deirdre climbed over the barricade, noting Jameson's body buried under the body of one of his own people. Gaining the other side, Deirdre called up Miranda's vid to guide her to the lab. The sound of high-speed cutting tools alerted the Hurricanes before they rounded the last corner. Deirdre peeked out and pulled her head back. "Looks like Toyo's people are having a hard time gaining entrance to their own lab." "See any security people?" Ellie asked. Deirdre shared her recording of the glance. 2, Ellie said. "Most of the security people must have been at the barricade. Shall we?" The 2 commanders stepped around the corner as if they were strolling to an evening meal. "What are you people up to?" Deirdre asked, casually. The crew cutting through the last pair of doors couldn't hear the commander over the noise of their saws, but the 2 security officers did. They turned, still reaching for their weapons, when they fell to the floor. Deirdre and Ellie were able to walk up behind the 4 cutting crew and tap the shoulders of the nearest 2, who were wearing noise cancellation headgear. A man and a woman turned around, surprised to see the blue of Hurricane uniforms instead of the red of their security people. In turn, they tapped the shoulders of the 2 handling the high-speed cutting tool, and the whine of the saw quieted as the foursome stared at the Hurricanes. "I think you're done here," Deirdre said calmly, but there was no mistaking her deadly tone. When the service personnel remained frozen, she barked, "Scatter!" and the workers fled, bumping into walls to ensure they didn't actually brush up against the Hurricanes. "Your rescuers are here," Deirdre sent. "May we come in?" "Oh, but dears," came Miranda's reply. "I have nothing appropriate to wear for a rescue." "This is a come-as-you-are occasion," Ellie fired back as the sound of tearing metal reached them. Brace witnessed the voluptuous curves of Miranda in her seductive wrap tearing into the avalanche of twisted metal alloy furniture, yanking material apart with ease, and stripping the barricade down to the floor in just moments. "The best date to accompany you walking down a dark street," Brace commented dryly. "The best date to have any time, dear," Miranda replied, straightening and rearranging her wrap. She yanked her 2 makeshift door stops out, and Brace hit the door activator button, but only one door slid open. The other was off its rails. "We have a problem," Miranda said without fanfare to her rescuers. "This is the lab, but the lead scientist, Stratford, as he was called, wasn't present. We still don't know if he's the designer of the hallucinogenic. I sent Svetlana with a lead chemist who was working here to locate this individual." "An important note, sirs," Brace added. "We've heard that Toyo has been keeping the families of the scientists and techs here at the domes to ensure their cooperation." "Stan," Miranda said, pointing to the shift supervisor, "be so kind as to show us the way to Sir Stratford's cabin." "Yes, ma'am," Stan replied, hurrying forward. As Miranda ran, she transferred her record of the recent events following the discovery of the lab to Willem. Deirdre ordered her 3 men to secure the lab with Brace, and hurried after Miranda, Ellie, Willem, and the supervisor. Chapter 26. When Svetlana, Tyree, and Oren left the lab in the company of a chemist, Emil Billings, they followed him through the intricate corridor layout of Dome 4, Level 7. The Hurricanes recorded every turn to ensure they could find their way back to the lab. "If this is a rescue, I want my family protected too," Billings said as he slowed his pace. "Now isn't the time to negotiate," Svetlana said, glaring at the chemist. "You need me to get to Stratford, and he's the one you want," Billings replied. "What do you mean, he's the one we want?" "It's easy to figure out what you people are after. The drug we manufacture is highly addictive, and you want to reverse its effect, but your people don't know how or where the hallucinogen attaches to the brain. So you need the drug's designer to show you that, which means you need Stratford. He created the compound. I know that because I worked with him for years, until he started experimenting with these types of illegal drugs." "If you quit working with him, why are you here?" Svetlana asked. "Stratford," Billings said, almost spitting the name. "Toyo offered him huge amounts of credits to come out to Jolaris and work for him. He told Stratford he'd build a top-of-the-line lab for his experiments, move his family out, all expenses covered. Once out here, Stratford discovered he'd walked into a trap of his own making, created by his ego and avarice. The first thing Toyo did after Stratford arrived was to demand the names of his top associates in the biochemistry field. One way or the other, free vacation for the family or outright kidnapping, we all ended up under these domes because Stratford sold us out. My family and I have been here for 1.5 years. Svetlana studied Billings as they walked. Her instinct told her that the senior chemist was telling the truth. "Okay, we'll see to your family as well." Billings held out his hand, and Svetlana shook it. After a couple more turns, the doors changed from a utilitarian design to cabin doors with letters and numbers, indicating residences. Billings continued walking, but he noticed a frown form on the Meridian's face. "The lab's at the outer edge of the dome. Our residences were placed on the same level so we wouldn't require lift access to go to work, but our residences were located at the farthest distance from the lab to prevent any contamination with the compounds we manufactured." "How considerate for your children," Svetlana remarked. The Meridian's tone told Billings that she wasn't interested in his explanations about the efforts to protect their families, and guilt crept through his thoughts. At a door labeled D4-L7-73, he stopped. "It's supposed to be for privacy," Billings told Svetlana, when he saw her staring at the keypad located on the wall next to the door. "But security personnel have exclusive access and lock me and my family inside any time they want." Billings rapped on the cabin door. "Stratford, it's Billings. We have a problem in the lab." The door slid aside, and a middle-aged man demanded, "What's the problem?" Svetlana shoved the man backwards and entered the cabin. The biochemist stumbled, but managed to maintain his feet. "Who are you people?" he asked in consternation. Behind him, a woman sat on the couch, and 2 children played on the floor near her. "That's him. That's Charles Stratford," Billings said. "What did you do, Emil?" Stratford shouted. His face was twisted in anger as he took in what appeared to be an armed Meridian and 2 New Terran miners. "I thought you'd like to meet some of the people who come from the planet where the drugs you created are being distributed," Billings replied, a cruel smile on his face. "These are Herricans, and they want to talk to you." "Herricans?" Stratford said in horror. "Don't hurt me, please," he cried out. His eyes pleaded as they traversed from one Herrican to the next. The woman stood up, gripping Stratford's arm, fearing the worst. "Both of you sit down," Svetlana commanded. "First question, and I'm not in the mood to hear excuses or lies. Do we understand each other?" When Svetlana had both Stratford and the woman nodding, she said, "Are you the creator of the addictive hallucinogenic drug?" Stratford looked from the woman to Billings, who wore a smug expression. Figuring his former partner already told the Herricans he was the creator, Stratford decided it wasn't the time to quibble, and simply nodded his assent. "Do you know how it affects the brain, specifically how it becomes so addictive?" "Yes," Stratford replied. It wasn't a question he expected, which made him curious. "Why, what information are you seeking?" Svetlana stared at Stratford long enough that the biochemist became extremely uncomfortable. It didn't help his composure that Svetlana was wearing an evil grin. "We have a wonderfully even-tempered woman by the name of Therese Lachaud who can't wait to meet you. You 2 will be working oh so closely together." "Commander, we're a long way from the lab," Oren commented. "That was my thinking as well," Svetlana replied. "I think we'll hole up here. Besides, if I know Arcade, the lab's entrance has already been fortified. I'd hate to ask Miranda to tear it down." "What about my family, Commander?" Billings asked, choosing to address the Herrican by the title her men used. "Where are they, Billings?" Svetlana asked. "Back the way we came, cabin D4-L7-48. If you could spare one of your men with a weapon to guard my family." "Oren and Tyree, take Billings and collect his family. Bring them back here. I don't want to defend 2 spaces," Svetlana ordered. She tossed her stun gun to Tyree. "Don't shoot Oren," she added, laughing softly at Tyree's grin. Billings led Oren and Tyree back through the corridors they had just traversed. At cabin D4-L7-48, he pressed a single icon on the keypad instead of entering a code and rushed through as the door slid open. "In quick," Oren ordered Tyree, closing the door after they were inside. The Herricans heard Billings calling to his wife as he entered a side room. He returned quickly, saying, "My wife and daughter lay down for a nap. Give them some time to wake up and freshen up. Take a seat, won't you?" Oren shook his head in amazement and marched into the bedroom. Billings sought to follow him, but Tyree blocked the way. After a few moments of a woman shouting and a child crying, Oren emerged from the bedroom with Billings's wife and a young girl. "There's no reason for my family to be treated this way," Billings objected, hugging his wife and shushing his child. "What fantasy world are you living in, sir?" Oren asked. "You're a criminal, making illegal drugs that are distributed to teenagers. What makes you think you or your family is due any consideration?" Looking at the mother, Oren added, "Finish dressing. We're leaving." "We'll be just a few minutes. Come on, dear," the mother replied. "No," Oren replied. "The child's robe is fine. You can wear your robe too or change into that dress you're holding here and now, but we're all headed out that door in the next moment." The wife's expression implored her husband, but Billings just nodded toward the door, and with a resigned sigh, she took her daughter's hand in hers and clutched her dress in the other, refusing to change in front of strangers. "Tyree, I'm going out first. You take the rear. Watch our backs. People, stay close to me. Let's go." Fortune was not with Oren. He opened the door and walked into 3 of Toyo's security officers. With quick reflexes, he was able to stun the guard directly across the corridor from him. The officer to his right raised his stun gun. Oren latched onto the wrist holding the weapon, and his adversary grabbed the forearm of Oren's gun hand. The 2 men, locked together, wrestled for control. With Billings frozen in place and the wife screaming, Tyree was forced to shove the family aside to come to Oren's aid. But faster than the eye could follow, the 3rd guard, who wasn't carrying a stun gun, snapped out a blade and drove the long, thin, double-edged piece of hardened alloy into Oren's back, between his ribs and into his heart, which shuddered, spasmed, and stopped. As Oren slid to the deck, the guard pulled his blade free. Tyree gained the doorway and stunned the officer who had been wrestling with Oren. He threw up his weapon's barrel in the nick of time to block the thrust of the 3rd man's knife. The blade slid off the stun gun, stabbing deep into Tyree's forearm. A numbing sensation struck Tyree's hand, and his stun gun tumbled out of his fingers to the deck. Toyo's knife-wielding attacker danced backward, a humorless grin on his face at having scored a crippling strike. Settling into a fighter's crouch, the guard began tossing the blade back and forth from one hand to another, attempting to keep his adversary guessing as to the quarter where the attack would come. Despite Tyree's huge stature, he was by no means slow. While the guard tossed the knife between his hands, Tyree stepped on his left foot and his right leg struck out like a missile launch, his boot catching the guard squarely in the chest. The knife never reached the next hand as the smaller man bounced off the corridor wall and flew toward Tyree, who caught the man's neck in the crook of his good arm. The guard pummeled Tyree in the kidneys and ribs with powerful arms and fists of stone. Tyree grunted as the blows quickly took their toll. Amidst the girl's quiet cries emanating from the cabin, the memory of his friend sliding to the floor replayed in Tyree's mind. With an angry cry, he heaved up and back with all his strength, yanking the smaller man off the floor. A crack issued from the guard's neck, and he went slack in Tyree's grip. The Hurricane opened his arm and let the guard fall to the deck. Tyree glanced up and down the corridor, which was clear for now. He retrieved his stun gun and Oren's with his working hand, and shoved one into his thigh holster and the other into the waistband of his pants. Tyree checked his friend, and his heart clutched when he discovered Oren had no pulse. His friend's injuries were far too great for the nanites in his system to repair in time. "Help me pick him up," Tyree ordered Billings. "We should just leave him and come back later for him," Billings suggested. "Or I can just stun you and your wife and let you explain these bodies when you wake up," Tyree said, his anger evident. "Help him, Emil," the wife urged. "Hush, honey," she said, trying to quiet her daughter. Between the 2 men, they managed to pick up Oren, slinging his arms over their shoulders. With the dead Hurricane's feet dragging on the floor, the men struggled down the corridor. Tyree glanced behind him several times to ensure the coast was clear and that the wife and child were still right behind them. At Stratford's cabin, he kicked the door several times with his boot. When Svetlana heard the boot strike the door, she sent, "Tyree?" forgetting that the rooms were isolated. Belatedly, Tyree had tried the same thing. "No enemy with us, Commander. Apologies for not signaling," Tyree called out. Svetlana slapped the door activator, and she took in the 3 men just outside the door. "Oh, Oren," Svetlana lamented, clearing the way for the men to haul Oren into the salon. She helped Tyree lay their companion on the floor near the wall, and she too checked Oren for a pulse. "What happened?" Svetlana asked, realizing there was nothing to be done for Oren, and stripping open Tyree's shirt sleeve to examine his wound. The bleeding was already slowing. Tyree sent his recording of the fight outside Billings's cabin to Svetlana. "Can you move your fingers?" Svetlana asked, noticing from the vid that during the fight Tyree lost control of his grip and dropped his weapon. "I couldn't before, but feeling is slowly coming back," Tyree replied, flexing a couple of fingers. "How many of our people are we going to lose before we halt this madness?" Svetlana asked, sparing piercing gazes for Stratford and Billings. Stan, the lab shift supervisor, led Miranda, Deirdre, Ellie, and Willem along the route Billings had taken only an hour and a half earlier. When they came to 3 bodies in the corridor, Stan stuttered to a halt, and the Sades pushed past him to check on the men, while Deirdre and Ellie watched opposite directions of the corridor for more of Toyo's security forces. Deirdre spared a glance for the open door. "Stan, whose cabin is this?" "Billings and his family," Stan replied. "These 2 are stunned," Miranda announced. "This one is not. He's dead. Damage to his cervical vertebrae," Willem said. "There's blood on the floor, but I see no external injuries on this man." "Quickly, Stan. On to Stratford's cabin. Hurry," Miranda urged. Stan stepped over the bodies and jogged down the corridor. "Down there, number 73, Stan said as they neared Stratford's cabin. The Sades burst past Stan at an incredible pace, and Deirdre and Ellie sprinted to catch up. "Svetlana," Miranda called out, "we're here." Willem and she skidded to a stop in front of Stratford's cabin door as it opened. They rushed into the room, and moments later Deirdre, Ellie, and Stan ran through the door. Svetlana motioned to Oren's body on the floor. "He's gone," she said. "We saw the aftermath in the hallway," Deirdre replied. "How extensive is your injury, Tyree?" Ellie asked, when she noticed his torn shirt sleeve wrapped around his arm. Tyree sat staring at Oren's body, tears in his eyes and recriminating thoughts roiling through his mind for his failure to save his comrade. He snuffled and wiped his nose. "I immigrated to Harrican to get away from this sort of thing that started infiltrating my neighborhood. But these people," Tyree declared loudly, standing and pointing his finger at Stratford and Billings, "had to create their drugs to poison our planet and force us back here to eliminate what their greed created." Tyree advanced toward the chemists as he shouted at them until Miranda stepped in front of him. Despite Tyree's size, he found his way firmly blocked by the curvy Sade. "His loss will be mourned, dear," Miranda said, laying a gentle hand on Tyree's cheek, and then running her hand through Tyree's thick hair, much as a mother would caress a child. After a moment's pause, Miranda turned around to the chemists and their families, keeping her body in Tyree's way. "This is Stratford?" she asked. "Yes, and he admits to creating the drug which Billings confirms," Svetlana said. "Well, well, sir, you've managed to rile up an entire planet over your insidious invention," Miranda said, walking up to Stratford, who was seated on the couch next to his wife. "We're here now to end your enterprise. I believe your future will be quite different from what you've imagined." "This wasn't entirely his fault," Stratford's wife objected. "The entire family was held prisoner." "Hush, dear," Miranda said quietly. "You wouldn't have been here if your husband hadn't developed a taste for creating things better left undone." "Our people on this level should be regaining consciousness within 2 more hours," Willem said. "A fight to reach us?" Miranda asked. "A considerable one," Ellie said. "But everyone was stunned. Unless our people on the main concourse have had trouble, Oren is the only one we've lost. Now that we have the lab and the chemist, we just need our president to get our girls back. After that, I vote for evacuating these diseased domes and turning our beams on them until they're space dust," Svetlana said. Tyree walked over to Oren's body and attempted to lift him, but Willem laid a gentle hand on his shoulder to stop him. "If you would permit me the honor, young sir, I would carry your friend for you." When Tyree nodded and stepped back, Willem effortlessly lifted Oren in his arms. Deirdre and Ellie took the lead out of the cabin. Miranda herded the biochemists and their families behind them. Willem with Oren came next, and Tyree brought up the rear. They worked their way back to the barricade, which the crew had dismantled while they waited for their compatriots to recover. Toyo's immediate forces who fought at the barricade were restrained and their weapons confiscated. Jameson woke with his hands tied behind his back and seething at finding himself at the mercy of the Harricans once more. What mollified him to some extent was the use of the commander title to address either of the Dark Light twins. If I have to be duped and captured, at least it was done by superior officers, Jameson thought morosely. Once the Harricans resumed full strength, large teams traversed the levels, challenging small pockets of Toyo's security forces, who quickly surrendered in the face of superior numbers. And having identified the doors which marked the security centers, the Harricans raided them for weapons and any security force holdouts. Several hours after the Harricans landed, an eerie silence descended over Toyo's domes. Patrons and service personnel returned to their rooms to wait the next turn in the events. The lounges, bars, and gambling parlors were empty. The only credits changing hands were between the inveterate gamblers, who were placing wagers among themselves on what the Harricans would do next. Chapter 27. The atmosphere aboard Alex's traveler en route to Udrides was tense. Absent was the usual jesting that solidified the Harricans' camaraderie. The Harricans were trained to fight with ships, not hand weapons in open combat against adversaries, surrounded by civilians. No one wanted to be responsible for fatally injuring an innocent person. "Julian, I need to ensure that Renee is protected first and foremost," Alex sent privately. "It will be done, Alex." "If something should happen to me—" "There is no cause for concern, Alex," Julian interrupted. "It will be the honor of every Harrican Sade to ensure the welfare of Ser and your son. Now that we've dealt with your somber moment, do try to keep your enormous self out of the way of any deadly circumstances. I don't wish to see my past 16 years wasted. Considerable time and effort, I might point out, in converting a pitiful excuse for a human into a world leader." Alex chuckled heartily at Julian's comment. He turned around in his seat to eye the Sade and sent, "Julian, you do know how to make a person feel warm and fuzzy all over." The tension in the traveler's main cabin eased on hearing Alex's laughter. Implants opened, and comms resumed. As Alex turned around, Julian wondered why humans strived so hard to conquer one another, and became wistful that he didn't possess the power to cease the conflict among them. Arriving over the top of the Udrides domes, Alex requested Julian establish a link with Cadmir's comm station. Once connected, Alex sent, "This is President Racine. We're here to meet Azul Cadmir." "One moment, Mr. President," the comms operator replied. In the traveler, the moments ticked by without a reply. Alex and Tatia exchanged glances, neither of them liking the delay. Cadmir should have been anxiously awaiting their arrival. "My apologies, Mr. President," Cadmir said, finally picking up the comm. "We've had to institute emergency procedures. Nothing that seriously endangers our people, but we're being thorough and locating the source of a decompression alarm. As a spacer, I'm sure you understand the importance we're ascribing to this sort of sensor notice." "How long will this take, sir?" Alex asked. "At this time, that's unknown, Mr. President, and in all good conscience I can't risk you coming onto my establishment until we locate and correct the problem." "I have some excellent people with me, Sir Cadmir. They could be of great assistance to your people." "And your offer is greatly appreciated, President Racine, but I can't take the chance. If anything were to happen to your person, the blame would fall squarely on me and my establishment. I'm sorry you made this journey for nothing. We've ensured your young women are secure. I will contact you just as soon as this issue is resolved. Cadmir out." Alex signaled Julian, who joined Tatia and him for an impromptu conference. "Julian?" Alex asked. Sir Cadmir's voice exhibited a high degree of stress, "An expected response to a significant problem in the domes," Julian replied. "Anything else?" "A curiosity. I couldn't contact Bay Control." "Is it possible that's where the alarm was sounded?" Tatya asked. "Highly possible," Julian admitted. Tatya and Julian waited while Alex considered his options. Under the circumstances, all signs pointed to a perfectly reasonable response from Cadmere, in which case the logical decision was to turn their traveler around and return to the Tanaka. "Problem?" Renee asked as she joined the small group. "Cadmere wants to delay the meeting. Emergency decompression alarm, which they're checking," Tatya replied. "I see," said Renee, closely watching Alex's face. "Tell us what you're thinking, my love," she sent. "I don't know what it is, but this doesn't feel right," Alex replied. "Then we go in," Tatya announced without fanfare. It was Alex's intuition, and it was good enough for her. Julian, executing the same procedure as Willem executed at Jolares, worked through the comms connection into the landing bay controller. He sounded the alarm for the bay opening, waited an appropriate time, and then signaled the bay doors for access. As the traveler entered the bays, Julian signaled bay control to close the doors. Alex received a signal from their pilot, and he linked to the traveler's telemetry output. "Bodies on the deck," Alex said to Tatya, who in turn accessed the telemetry. "They're prone and splayed out," Tatya commented. "And not moving," Alex added. "Infrared indicates these bodies have been cooling far longer than a brief exposure to vacuum when the bay doors were open," Julian said, greatly relieved that he hadn't caused the deaths. "The bay must have been the source of the depressurization that Cadmere spoke about," Tatya concluded. The traveler settled to the deck, and Julian held up a finger, requesting Alex and Tatya wait. "I've requested the bay's pressurization. Curiously, the pressure level is rising at a nominal rate." A few moments later, the Sage said, "The bay is ready." Alex and Tatya exchanged confused looks. It was Tatya who put together the pieces. "There's no technical problem. I believe Cadmere's domes are under attack from unknown forces, but why are the bodies on the bay deck cooling?" "Not unknown, Admiral," Alex sent. "I'll bet you those forces are from Jolares. Whatever relationship existed between Cadmere and Toyo has gone sour. My thinking is that Toyo is here to get the girls back." "Listen, people," Tatya broadcast on open comm. "All indications are that we are walking into a conflict between two forces. Bodies are on the deck. If this is so, neither of the armed groups will recognize our neutrality. In fact, you can be sure they will see only a uniform and will shoot first and ask questions later. We need to be prepared to do the same, to Cadmere's people and whoever else is here." "Hurricanes," Alex sent, "do not depend on these forces to limit their weapons to stun guns. We're dealing with criminals. Protect yourselves at all times." "For identification purposes, the home forces are in brown uniforms and might be potential allies," Julian added. Tatya squinted at Julian. His comment didn't maximize the defensive attitude she wanted her troopers to adopt. Julian smiled at her. Bright parallel streaks of several different colors appeared on his forehead, cheeks, and chin. 3 long bird feathers hung along the side of his head and appeared to tie into his hair by the quills. Responding to Tatya's frown, Julian said, "War paint." Tatya ordered 6 troopers to be first out the hatch. "Take defensive positions the moment you're clear of the ship, people," she sent. But with signals from Etienne and Dalin, the troopers stepped aside as the twins threaded past them to stand ready at the hatch. On Tatya's command, the hatch dropped and the twins flew out the doorway, landing lightly and rolling to either side. By the time the first 6 troopers were on the deck, the twins were nowhere in sight. Inside the traveler, Alex watched 4 troopers hoist plasma rifles and strap them over their backs. Alex raised an eyebrow at Tatya. "Just in case," Tatia said in answer. "In case of what?" "Just in case," Tatia repeated. "You have your needs, I have mine." As more troopers poured out of the Traveler, Alex, Renee, and Julian disembarked and were immediately closely surrounded by troopers. When Alex sent to those around him, "Hope I don't hit any of you since I've had so little time to practice with these weapons," the troopers spread into a half-circle, ringing around and behind their principals and leaving the front open. Renee and Julian managed to prevent their smiles from breaking out. Etienne and Alain reached the first body without contact from adversaries. The woman wore a brown uniform with gold trim, no weapon or holster was present, and her throat was cut. The twins exchanged concerned glances and moved on. The second body had no obvious marks, and the man's holster was empty. Etienne checked the body, opening the eyelids. "Julian, on our location immediately," Etienne sent. The Sade moved so quickly the troopers protecting him were torn between staying with Alex and Renee and chasing after Julian. Alex scanned implants and assigned 2 troopers to each of them. The pair assigned to Julian sprinted after him, pinging the Sade to track him. Kneeling by the second body the twins found, Etienne pointed out the man's eyes to Julian and assumed a protective stance with Alain. Julian examined the blown pupil of one eye and checked the body for wounds. He hurried forward to a third body and found a woman in the same condition. No wounds except for a burn mark on her forehead, wide pupils, and fingers harshly crimpled in rigor. Rather than call Alex and Tatia to his position, Julian hurried back to them, passing by the first body the twins noticed. Alex couldn't remember the last time he saw Julian move so fast. Tatia's response to the Sade's anxious speed was to order the troopers into defensive positions. Alex threw an arm around Renee and pulled her behind a 2-meter-tall Plex crate. "What?" asked Alex when Julian joined them. "Be aware that the attacking forces are employing weapons that fire lethal electrical charges against Cadmir's people. 2 bodies show burn marks, and I surmise their nerves have been overloaded. They had no wounds. I passed a third person, a woman who appears to be service personnel. Her throat was cut." Tatia swore and updated the troopers. Alex touched Renee's cheek. "Be careful, my love," he sent. "New orders, people," Tatia sent. "Team up, groups of 3. Protect one another. 1 person advances and the other 2 provide cover. Etienne, Alain, and Julian, you know what to do." The twins retreated from their advanced positions and came to Alex and Renee's side. Julian briefly reviewed Miranda's contact with security personnel at Jolares. "If these are Toyo's people who are using the deadly weapons, they will be wearing red uniforms," Julian sent in the open. "It doesn't matter, people," Alex said, adding to Julian's message. "We don't know who picked up what weapon after each skirmish. Treat every uniform, red, brown, or whatever, with a weapon as an adversary. Stun them and then disable, hide, or confiscate their weapons. We have no idea how long we will be here. Any adversaries who manage to recover and are still unrestrained will have to find new weapons." "Alex," Tatia whispered, "if this is Toyo and he's using deadly force, he's definitely here to take the girls back." "My question, how many people did Toyo bring?" Alex replied. "The probabilities are that the attackers couldn't have infiltrated with more than a single shuttle," Julian said. "1 shuttle is not enough people against 3 or 4 domes full of security personnel," Tatia reasoned. "Thus the use of these deadly weapons," Alex supplied. "It means Toyo knows he's outmatched. That's why his people are killing, making sure no one is left behind to recover and attack his rear. There's also the possibility his people are carrying even more powerful weapons." "Where's an environment suit when you need one?" Tatia groused. "Who needs an environment suit?" Julian deadpanned. "Nice wit, Julian," Tatia said, smacking the Sade's shoulder and stinging her hand. Chapter 28. Toyo directed his people's fire like a field commander and urged them forward at every opportunity. His forces were bottled up short of the Blue Lift, the first available transport to the lower domes where Toyo was sure Cadmere would be safekeeping the Hurricane women. Sufficient time had passed since Toyo's shuttle landed that his security forces had awakened from their stuns. A fierce grin lit Toyo's face as the first group of recovered people added to his numbers engaged at the lift. Given time, his new stunners would tip the fight in Toyo's favor. Cadmere's people would never be getting up. "Boss, we got a problem," said one of Toyo's people, who just joined the skirmish. "Troops are disembarking in the landing bay."
"How'd they get into the dome?" Toyo asked, his anger growing.
"Don't know, boss. A bunch of us came to about the time the Traveler was landing."
"A Traveler, not a shuttle?" Toyo asked, wrapping a fist in the man's shirt collar and yanking him forward.
"A Traveler, boss. You can't miss one of them Hurricane vessels."
"Did you see any of Cadmere's people alive in Bay Control?"
"No, boss. The brown suits in control are down. I mean permanently down."
The man swallowed as Toyo released him, enabling him to lean back against the wall. "Could you see who exited the Traveler? Whose troops? Ads?"
"No, boss, that's what I came to tell you. The troops are wearing Hurricane blue."
"Racine!" Toyo exclaimed. "He's here for his girls. That's how his Traveler got inside. He's got one of those digital freaks with him."
The Hurricane president bringing troops to bear at Toyo's rear represented an immediate danger or a perfect opportunity, but how to make the most of it?
"This is important," Toyo said, leaning toward the man. "That bay was opened to vacuum to allow the Traveler to land. Where were you that you survived?"
"I was stunned in Bay Control, but some of our people must have piled a bunch of us inside and sealed the door. When we woke, the Traveler was settling to the deck, and soon afterwards the bay started pressurizing. It was like Bay Control was operating by itself."
"Sades," Toyo growled. "Okay, last question. How many Travelers landed?"
"Just the one, boss."
"Did you count the troops?"
"Sorry, boss, no. They came off in small groups, and some of those meridians move like smoke. They came through the bay so fast we had to get out of there while we could."
"Okay, good work," Toyo said, slapping the man lightly on the cheek with his fingertips. "Now get into this fight and make me some progress."
Toyo whistled to Lydia, who waited for the right moment and then dived across the corridor, sliding to a stop next to Toyo's feet.
"What's up, boss?"
Lydia asked, popping up beside Toyo, both of them leaning tightly against the wall to stay out of the line of fire. The main obstacle and defense for both sides was that the main concourse circled the outside of the dome's constant curve. Within 25 meters, one individual was out of sight of another if they were hugging the same wall.
"I'm about to make your day, woman," Toyo said. "A Traveler landed in the bay, and Hurricane troopers disembarked."
"You think Racine was on that ship?" Lydia asked, her eyes lighting up.
"There's a good chance of that. He's probably here for his femmes. Take 9 of my people and hurry your butt back to that barricade. If you can ambush them and take out the president, consider you and your team as having earned 200K credits. But whatever you do, you hold that barricade until I send someone back for you. By then I will have taken this lift."
"Can I have Lenny?" Lydia asked. "The plasma rifle?
Absolutely not. Get a move on."
"And woman," said Toyo, grabbing her arm and squeezing tightly,
"your main purpose is to defend the barricade. Don't lose my people trying to earn your bonus."
Lydia signaled 9 others she thought she could trust to take orders. The group edged back down the main corridor until they were clear from fire, and then took off running. "What's up, Zephyr?" a man asked, but Lydia refused to answer. Instead, she covered the distance as fast as her legs could carry her. The group struggled to keep up, but everyone was doing their best. After Toyo, Lydia Zephyr was one individual you tried hard not to disappoint. At the barricade, Lydia ordered her people to wait while she ran a good 50 meters farther down the corridor, staying next to the inner wall. She listened carefully for a while and heard nothing. There was time to plan an ambush. Hustling back to the barricade, Lydia picked out 4 people and ordered them to follow her. "The rest of you, rebuild this barricade. I don't want any evidence of that plasma blast showing from the landing bay side." "You going to tell us what's going on, Zephyr, or just keep us guessing?" The man was the same one who tried to question her on the way to the barricade. Lydia eyed the man, but he refused to be cowed. "We got Hurricanes coming," Lydia said. "Is the president among them?" the man asked, sensing bonus time. Lydia watched the light glisten in all 9 pairs of eyes around her. "Don't know," she said, "but here's the thing. Toyo said we hold this barricade no matter what, or he'll kill each one of us who returns before he recalls us." Using Toyo as the threat had the desired effect. The light went out in their eyes and was replaced by earnest evaluations of the barricade's strength. Lydia could see the thoughts circling in their brains, how to survive until Toyo sent for them. "Okay, you 4 with me," Lydia ordered, and walked toward the landing bay. She picked out 4 doors, 2 on each side of the corridor, which accessed offices and utility rooms that suited her purpose. Before the people dispersed, Lydia gave them their final instructions. "I'll calm you when the Hurricanes approach, and then give you a countdown. Have your hand over the door actuators and don't get greedy for targets. Stun the nearest person. Your jobs are to disrupt the group. Those of us behind the barricade will target the leaders." "I heard there was a bonus for the president," an old-timer said. "What about that, Zephyr?" a young man added. When Lydia stared at him for a moment, he swallowed nervously. I mean, if the president gets killed, we might not know who did it. Wouldn't it be fair to divide it up among all of us?" "Tell you what, boyos," Lydia said, her smile twisting into a sneer. "You survive to the end of this fight, and we'll talk about sharing if anyone gets the president." As Lydia trotted back to the barricade, one of the senior men slapped the young questioner on the back of his head. "Idiot," he said. "What?" the boy asked. "Why do you think we're down here while they're up there?" he said, pointing toward the barricade. "Well, I don't know about you, but I'm considered a great shot with one of these," the younger man announced, hoisting his stunner. "Yeah, idiot," a third man agreed. "We're fodder, you fool. We may pop out of these doors and stun a few Hurricanes, but then they will be returning the favor. It'll be hours before we come to, and whose company do you think we'll be sitting in if this little adventure of Toyo's goes sidewise?" "Oh," the younger man replied. The 4 ambushers separated, entered their assigned rooms, and slid the doors closed. The Hurricanes came silently down the main corridor of Cadmir's upper dome. Only implants were used for communication. 6 troopers walked in front. The twins came next, and they were just ahead of Tatia, who walked with a trooper beside her. Alex walked alone behind Tatia, refusing to allow anyone on either side of him. Renee walked directly behind Alex, unable to see much behind his broad back. But it was the only place Alex would permit her, and in Renee's opinion it wasn't the time or place to argue. The image of a brown-uniformed woman lying dead on the landing bay deck with her throat cut horrified her, and it was firmly entrenched in her mind. Julian walked beside Renee, and for the first time in his mobile life he carried a stun gun. Unable to estimate the power of the weapons Toyo's people were employing, the Sade considered it a distinct possibility that an energy blast from one or more of the deadly creations might overload his circuitry and his crystal memory, kernel and all. When troopers up front spotted the edges of the barricade, they signaled a halt and waited, weapons raised. After a few moments, when no movement was apparent, Tatia sent, "It was probably built by Cadmir's people and overrun." Julian edged next to the outer curve of the corridor, where he had an unobstructed view of the majority of the barricade. "A logical thought, Admiral," Julian sent. "However, not to disabuse your acumen as an ex-TSF officer, I have the heat signatures of 6 individuals leaking out between the legs and frames of the furniture pile as they wait in ambush. At this time they are prone on the floor." "We can't back up. We're too exposed," Tatia sent. "Julian, target the locations for the troopers in front." The Sade laid into each Hurricane trooper's implant a single infrared signal of an attacker, effectively assigning their targets. "Okay, people, we go forward," Tatia sent. When Julian signaled her, all was ready. Julian stayed along the outer curve of the corridor, keeping the barricade in sight at every tick. The 6 troopers in front kept their weapons in front of them, but were careful not to point them directly at the attackers, lest they acknowledge the ambush. Suddenly, 4 doors opened along the sides of the Hurricanes, followed by 5 people popping up from behind the barricade. The 6 Hurricane troopers in front were ready. 4 attackers were stunned before they could take aim. A 5th Hurricane trooper still waited for his target to appear, and a 6th trooper, Nestor, had the misfortune of sighting on a woman. The young man's sensibilities caused him to hesitate for that fraction of time that allowed his adversary to fire first. Nestor was struck in the chest by stunner fire, killing him before the woman ducked back down. The 2 foremost side doors opened beside the twins, who spun into deep crouches, destroying the targeting of their adversaries and enabling the twins to strike first. The other pair of doors opened just ahead of Alex, nearly even with Tatia and the trooper beside her. Alex, who held his weapons at the ready, let his implant apps play. Independently, his arms snapped out wide, and the apps triggered fingers on buttons when, in his peripheral vision, alignment on the adversaries was achieved. Tatia and the trooper next to her were bringing their weapons to bear on the ambushers when they saw them crumple to the floor. The 2 of them glanced back at Alex, who was lowering his stun guns from extended arms. "Your secret is out now, my love," Renee sent. "And so the mystique grows," Tatia sent to Alex, shaking her head in amazement, as the troopers behind Alex shared their images of the event with others in the group. "We have competition," Etienne sent to Alain. "Perhaps we should ask the President to provide escort for us," Alan quipped to his creche mate. "Or perhaps we should consider a second implant," Etienne sent in reply. The Hurricanes were witness to a new implant skill from their leader, but for Alex there was no such appreciation of the moment. He was terrified for Renee, who insisted on sharing the risks of his life, and he loved her for her courage, but in such encounters he feared every moment for her safety. A decade and a half ago he was content to lead the life of a loner out in the belt of Oistus. Now he couldn't imagine being without his partner and lover. On the other side of the barricade, Lydia stared in disgust at the only remaining defender, who had slipped when he tried to jump up. She had lost 8 of the 9 men Toyo gave her. The man wasn't going to be happy, to say the least. Lydia hand-signaled the other ambusher, and the 2 of them crawled along the inner wall until they were out of sight of the Hurricanes, before they stood up and ran. "What do you want to do about all these people running around in environment suits, sir?" Yakiro, the security chief, asked Cadmere. "They're calm, Chief. Let them be," Cadmere replied, hurrying a group of guests and personnel off the lift. He had stopped sending security people up on the car's return trip, not knowing where Toyo might break through into the lower domes if he got access to the blue lift. "How are we doing on the main concourse, Chief?" "We're still holding the blue lift, sir, and we're wearing them down, but he's hurting us with those weapons of his." "I'd like to shoot the individuals who manufactured those stun guns for Toyo. In fact, I don't know why we're calling them stun guns. Need a different name." "Sir, called out a senior personnel manager breathlessly, running up to Cadmere. Cadmere had to lean close to hear the older man wheeze out his message. "What do you mean you lost the girls?" Cadmere yelled. "It wasn't me, sir," the man exclaimed between breaths. "I discovered the security officer knocked out on the floor when I came to deliver food, as ordered."
"Did you initiate a search?"
Cadmere asked, grabbing the man by the shoulder.
"Immediately, sir. Every service personnel I could find. Said they were 3 VIP guests, 2 Meridians accompanying a new Terran who needed to be found. I didn't give any names."
"Well done," Cadmere said. "Keep on it, and let me know when you find them. Escort them back to the suite and put 3 people on to safeguard them."
As the man hurried off, Cadmere turned to Yakiro.
"Chief, as much as it pains me to say this—"
"Understood, sir," Yakiro said. "I'll put some of my people on it. Won't mean much to defeat Toyo and not have the Hurricane women safe when Racine comes back."
"Yeah, Racine was none too happy when I told him to turn back. Get on it, Chief. I'll check in on our people above."
Walking down a corridor in Dome 4, the Hurricane girls were blending nicely with the myriad other people wearing bright yellow environment suits. "So, we're nicely hiding in plain sight, but where is here, and how do we get out of wherever here is?" Eloise sent to her friends. "Good questions," Amelia agreed, and both Eloise and she turned to stare through their tinted faceplates at Christy. "I'm thinking. Give me a moment," Christy replied. "Christy, this is the 4th time we've walked this particular corridor section. Someone's bound to think we're in a highly emotional state and take us into protective custody," Amelia sent. "Eloise is right. We don't know where we are or how to get out of here except for these stupid door numbers, D4-L6, whatever." "That's it," Christy sent excitedly. "We don't know, but they do," she added, cautiously pointing to other yellow suits. "Follow my lead." Christy immediately put out her arms, blocking the path of a couple in environment suits. "We've been asked to direct everyone to the main dome for shuttle departure," she said, delivering her best imitation of Alex's command voice. "Is it that bad?" asked the woman. "Just a precaution," Amelia added. "Management would feel better if the guests and service personnel were safe."
"Well, the blue lift is blocked from use," the man said, pointing back the way they had come. "Only the green lift is still in use," he added, pointing past the girls.
"That's correct, sir," Christy said, stepping aside and waving her arm down the corridor. "Please make your way there in an orderly fashion." The girls continued to direct anyone in environment suits to the green lift. After 15 or so people were sent that way, they followed the last 3 individuals they intercepted. At the lift, 2 overwhelmed security personnel were busy waving off the people crowding forward to access the lift. "There's no real danger," one of the guards said. "Well, one of you doesn't know what in black space is going on," an angry patron called out. "We were directed to go topside and get a shuttle ride out of here. I'm getting on the next lift up unless you want to use that stun gun on me." When the doors opened, the crowd pushed and shoved to get on, and about half of them made it. As soon as the lift doors slid closed and the car started up, someone smacked the controller box on the wall to request the car's return. "Chief," one of the security personnel called on comm, "we've got a problem at the green lift. Patrons and service personnel in environment suits are demanding exit to the surface. They say they've been told to go topside and board shuttles." The security guard could barely understand the response of his chief, who was thundering questions and instructions into his earcom. "We're at D4-L6 green lift, Chief, but there are only 2 of us and some of these patrons are throwing their weight around," the frustrated guard replied. "Try to contain them. I'm sending you some support," Yakiro replied. Amelia, standing close to the guard, could hear the exchange with his chief. and she relayed what she had heard to the other two girls. Amelia no sooner finished informing her friends of the impending arrival of more security when the lift doors opened. The crowd pushed and shoved to fill the car. Eloise stood to be next to squeeze on, but she hesitated. A woman on the car gestured to her. "There's room for one more, child. Come on." Eloise reached back to grasp Amelia's gloved hand, and in her best imitation of a teenager's voice, she replied, "I have to wait to go with my sister." The woman nodded her head in understanding as the lift doors closed. While the Hurricane women waited, more people in environment suits arrived, but the three girls positioned themselves to be next on the car. "When it arrives, get on and move to the back right," Eloise sent. "I saw someone in the car reach out to touch a panel or button on the front left wall of the car. We don't want to be the ones next to it." The girls waited anxiously for their opportunity to go topside, wondering at every moment if security would arrive first. It was only a matter of time before someone with their wits about them noticed a new Terran woman accompanied by two slender companions and made the connection to the reports of 3 missing Hurricanes. One of the security guards touched his earcom, nodded his understanding, and edged between Christie and the lift doors. "Hey, wait your turn!" Christie yelled in a loud, indignant voice, stabbing an arm out to the lift's corner to block the guard's way. A chorus of angry grumbles and comments backed the security guard off, who decided to wait until reinforcements arrived. "We're running out of time," Christie sent. Anxious moments later, the lift doors opened, and the 3 girls were first on and sought the back right corner. As the car filled up, a man near the controller panel yelled out, "Come on, people, hurry it up!" He punched in a dome and level request just as security personnel arrived, who shoved their way through the crowd, but the car doors slid closed in front of their faces. Chapter 29. Toyo's frustration grew. His people weren't making progress fast enough against Cadmir's greater numbers, despite his people's deadly stunners. Now, knowing the Hurricanes had landed and were about to trap him against Cadmir's security forces, Toyo was hoping for a break, namely that the wild woman would score a hit on Racine. And if the impending clash with the Hurricanes wasn't enough to worry Toyo, the delay was draining the power packs of his people's weapons. The stunners consumed a great deal more energy per blast in order to cripple or kill than a regulation stun gun. To compensate, his security personnel were picking up the weapons of Cadmir's people, stuffing them into their belts or empty holsters as backups when their stunners consumed their backup power supplies. Toyo was studying the layout of the defensive forces arrayed against him, searching for a weakness, when Lydia slid beside him. He glowered at her, tempted to drive his blade through her guts and let her suffer for disobeying his orders, but he desperately needed every body. "Boss, the ambush at the barricade didn't work. I swear we had a sweet setup, boxed on 3 sides. Everyone snapped up on command and the Hurricanes cleaned us out before we even targeted them. Those people are uncanny. It's like they knew where we were hiding. I was the only one to score because the trooper hesitated." "Hesitated?" Lydia grinned. "Well, I used a little subterfuge," she said, and pulled open her uniform to bear a significant portion of full breasts. "And the idiot hesitated to shoot a woman," Toyo guessed, grinning at the stupidity of those who were unprepared to engage in fights to the death. Lydia smirked and nodded in agreement with his conclusion. "Did you see Racine? Was he with them?" Toyo asked, leaning close to Lydia so that he wasn't overheard by his people. He had no desire to add to the pressure on them, and learning the Hurricanes, led by Alex Racine, were at their backs, would do more than cause them to be anxious. It would create panic. "That's the weird part, and I can't swear to this because I only caught a glimpse, but 2 of my men popped out of doors on either side of the corridor across from him, and Racine shot both of them."
You mean he was able to stun one and then the other before either idiot could fire?
No, boss. I swear it looked like he shot the two men simultaneously with both hands while staring straight ahead.
Toyo stared into Lydia's eyes. He was a master at detecting a lie, and Lydia's eyes said she was telling the truth. More important, they showed a trace of fear, something he hadn't seen before in the assassin's face. It convinced him to escalate the fight before he was crushed between the two forces.
Okay, Zephyr, we need this lift and we need it now. I'm going to give you an opportunity to redeem yourself. Don't screw it up this time, Toyo said.
Lydia nodded her head, but she was thinking she might need to kill Toyo and disappear before he killed her.
I need a security officer with high enough clearance to access the entire dome complex, and preferably someone who might know where the FEMs are kept. Now look along the inner curve. Just about out of sight, there's a corridor that intercepts the main concourse. Second corridor down. You see it?
Lydia slid past Toyo's heavy body to watch the point he described. Eventually, a head and shoulders peeked out and ducked back without firing a shot.
Yeah,
Lydia said, her brightly painted lips breaking into a fierce grimace.
Man with officer shoulder boards checking on the action.
That's him. I want him, and I want him alive and healthy. Work your way around behind him through the main dome. I can't give you much time with Racine coming up behind us. Lenny's going to hit the corner, so stay back a little ways. You cue us when that officer is clear of the corner. You should be able to grab him in the explosion's aftermath.
Can do, boss, Lydia said,
slipping past Toyo and hurrying back down the concourse. Toyo checked his chronometer and set the timing function. Toyo motioned to Lenny to move up next to him.
Okay, Lenny, you get another chance to use that thing. But you put the shot at the level I want and where I want, or I shoot you myself. And with these things, Toyo said, hefting his stunner, you know you're not getting up.
Right, boss,
Lenny said, nodding his head vigorously. Lenny wasn't one of Toyo's cold-blooded assassins. He wasn't even a big-time criminal. He just loved to blow things up with his beloved plasma rifle.
Dial that thing down low, Lenny. I want you to put a shot through the concourse's inner curve at an angle that has the blast exit the walls in that second corridor right at the corner and about waist high. You get me, Lenny?
Yeah, boss. You want me to shoot through the walls of the concourse to take out those 6 or 7 guys packed into that second corridor right at the corner, but not let the blast go much farther.
Good boy, Toyo said, lightly smacking Lenny on the back of the head. I'll cue you when to fire.
Right, I'll be ready, boss.
Lenny ducked his way back down the main concourse, staying to the outer curve, until he was at the angle he needed for the shot. He checked the power setting on the plasma rifle and its energy reserve. Then he shouldered his weapon and waited for Toyo's signal. As the moments passed, Lenny's finger lovingly stroked the firing stud. He breathed slowly and deeply.
"Easy, Lenny," he murmured, calming himself. "Don't make the boss unhappy."
Lydia worked her way through the main dome, discovering patrons and service personnel cowering under tables, behind bars, or just huddling in corners. She sneered at them. In her mind, they were the fodder for those with the power to rule. Lydia knew she wasn't leader material, but every person who sought to wield absolute power needed others to do their dirty work, quietly and silently, and that was her. The powerful paid well for her services. After a few false tries, Lydia found the corridor she was seeking. The male officer was surrounded by a group of guards, and a female guard stayed close by his side. There was no cover to offer Lydia to get any closer, so she eased into an alcove behind a pedestal holding an exquisite decorative vase, and waited. Soon the officer touched his earcom, and Lydia could see he was having trouble hearing whoever was talking over the fighting in the concourse. She waited, unmoving, as he walked down the corridor toward her. The female guard was ahead of him, taking the opportunity to swap out the power pack on the officer's stun gun and hand it back to him. Training told her to remain absolutely still. It was amazing how many people were oblivious to her presence, even walking right past her, while she went about performing deadly business. "Now," Lydia whispered on her earcom. "Now, Lenny," Toyo sent in the open over the comms net when he received Lydia's cue. Lenny saw his people hit the deck. He took careful aim and lightly stroked the firing stud. To Lenny, the eruption of the powerful energy blast was better than sex. Nothing could beat the pleasure of seeing the blue sizzle streak from the muzzle, burning and consuming everything it hit, until its energy was dissipated, or, as Lenny thought of it, until it went to sleep. The plasma blast blew out the corner of Lydia's corridor, killing or maiming several of Cadmir's people and scattering debris down the main concourse. Dust and smoke swirled into the corridor, and amidst the confusion, Lydia raced forward. Her stun gun was holstered, and her two targets were holding forearms over their mouths to prevent choking on the dust. Lydia's slender blade was in her hand, and she slid it quickly in and out of the woman's neck, without a pause to watch her drop to the deck. With the edge of her hand, she chopped the officer's forearm, and his stun gun fell to the floor. Lydia shoved the man against the wall and laid the thin knife against his cheek. "Poisoned blade," she whispered, her face close to his. "You want to live?" "Yes," the officer whispered, careful not to move his head. He glanced at the female guard who had been his lover. Her dead, surprised eyes stared back at him. "Good choice," Lydia replied, grabbing the officer's uniform collar and marching him down the corridor and back the way she had come. Toyo watched Cadmir's people stagger out into the main concourse, disoriented by Lenny's blast, and his people quickly cut them down. The use of the plasma rifle spread fear through the defenders, and they melted away down the main concourse or side corridors, abandoning the blue lift to Toyo. "The lift is ours, people," Toyo calmed. "Set up defenses around it now." "You better have that officer, woman," Toyo thought. "Nice job, Lenny. You're a real artist with that weapon," Toyo sent over the comms. "Now get back up here." Lenny arrived wearing a huge grin, his eyes shiny and bright. "I did good, huh, boss?" "Real good, Lenny, and I'm going to give you a chance to use that rifle of yours again." "Sure, boss. You just tell me when and where. I'll do it good for you, boss." "I know you will, Lenny. Now here's the problem. We've got adversaries coming at us from the rear." Who are they, boss? More of Cadmir's people?" "No, Lenny, they're Hurricanes, and they've already killed 16 of our people, including your friend Chestling," Toyo said. Attributing 16 deaths to the Hurricanes was a lie, but Toyo wanted Lenny motivated. "Chestling's dead?" Lenny asked, crestfallen. The unpopular man was Lenny's one and only friend inside Toyo's domes. "Here's what I need you to do, Lenny, to help me, to help all of us, and revenge Chestling," Toyo said. He leaned close to Lenny and placed a fatherly hand on the back of the man's neck. "You wanted an officer, boss?" Toyo heard Lydia say. He turned around as Lydia shoved the dust-covered man forward. "Name's Oslo," Lydia added. "Well, Oslo, fortune is with you today. Most of your comrades are dead or have run away, but you have a chance to live. If you're useful to me. Can you be useful, Oslo?" Sure, Mr. Toyo. Will you let me go if I help you?" "Of course I will, Oslo, but only if you're invaluable. First, do you have access to all levels of these domes?" "Yes, sir." "Excellent, Oslo. You're already of help to me. Next, do you know where the Hurricane Femmes are located?" When Oslo paused, Toyo added,
I don't like it when people hesitate to answer me. Zephyr here doesn't like it either." That was Lydia's cue, and she stroked the side of her blade alongside Oslo's cheek. He flinched away from her, and she laughed. It wasn't that Oslo didn't know where the women had been housed. It was that he knew they had gone missing and were still unaccounted. "I know the suite where Mr. Cadmere put the girls. Dome 4, level 6, Oslo said, putting conviction behind his answer. Now, that wasn't so hard, was it, Oslo? Toyo didn't bother to watch his captive's reaction. Instead, he turned to Lydia. "You hold this location until I get back with the Fems. I'm taking one car full of our people to get them and leaving the rest here under your command to keep control of the lift." "What about the Hurricanes?" Lydia asked. "Don't worry about them. I left those pretty blue uniforms a nice little surprise. Lenny." Toyo was surprised he didn't get an argument from Lydia. It appeared she wasn't unhappy to lose out on the bonus for Racine's head, and it made him realize how much the Hurricanes had unsettled her. "But who's watching over Lenny, boss?" "The boy knows what to do. I laid it out for him point by point." Lydia held her tongue, but she was thinking this was not the time to be caught without an environment suit, located in a surface dome with an unsupervised Lenny who was armed with his plasma rifle and had orders to attack the Hurricanes. "Make sure you clean up Cadmere's wounded and collect their weapons," Toyo ordered, as he shoved Oslo toward the lift. He called out to 7 of his people to join him. Boker was ordered by Cadmere to support the defense of the Blue Lift. He worked to stay out of the thick of the fight, instead directing Cadmere's people in how to trap the attackers with overlapping fields of fire or with flanking movements. His efforts slowly succeeded, and Cadmere's people warmed to his instructions, despite the deadly fire from Toyo's weapons, which were paralyzing limbs or killing people. Operating in the corridor that teed into the concourse nearest the Blue Lift, Boker saw the lead man at the corner drop his weapon from a numbed arm, and his comrades hauled him back. He regretted not stealing a pair of the stunners for himself, but then again he felt he should be satisfied with having gotten away from Toyo alive. "And here I am fighting for my life again against Craze. Some things never change," Boker thought. Boker's thought was hardly completed when an arc of energy punched through one wall of the corridor and tore through the other side, exploding 2 of Cadmere's guards into pieces of flesh and bone. 3 others, standing just in front of Boker, were hit by flying structural debris and body parts. Thick smoke and dust filled the corridor, disorienting those still standing, and Boker struggled to see and breathe. His legs collapsed, and he sat down heavily. He pulled a small water bottle from his belt pack and wet a cloth to cover his mouth and nose to ease his breathing. But instead, he coughed a quantity of blood into it. Hearing the crack of Toyo's stunners as the attackers dispatched Cadmere's people who had stumbled out into the main concourse, Boker leaned away from the sound and crawled away, seeking a hiding place. Every movement of his limbs brought agony, and Boker struggled to remain conscious. An office door was left ajar, and Boker, using the last of his reserves, crawled into the small room and hid underneath the desk. Taking stock of his injuries, Boker felt wetness running down his left arm and touched it gingerly. His hand came away thick with blood, and he ripped off the shirt sleeve. A piece of bone with a small bit of flesh clinging to it stuck out of the meat of his upper arm. Wincing, he yanked it out, throwing it away in disgust, and then used the shirt sleeve as a makeshift bandage to tie up the wound. The exertions exhausted him, and he paused to recoup. Suddenly, voices and the cracks of stunners reached Boker from the corridor. The attackers were checking for wounded and dispatching them. He chuckled, recognizing that fortune had deserted him today, but the action caused him to cough gouts of blood down the front of his uniform. "End of the run, Boker," he thought.
But always the fighter, he was determined to take his dispatcher with him. After making his preparations, Boker fought to remain conscious while he waited. Finally, from under the desk, Boker saw a pair of boots and the pants legs of a Toyo uniform. He watched as Lydia Zephyr carefully lowered herself a meter away from him. "Well, well, looky who we have here," Lydia said, a wide grin forming on her face. "A traitor! A traitor who is going to make me a pile of credits." Boker waited for the blast from the stunner, but Lydia holstered her weapon. "Looks like you took a beating from Lenny's plasma rifle there, Boker, old pal," Lydia said, eyeing the dust-covered body of her ex-fellow assassin. She examined the extent of Boker's injuries. He was bleeding from several wounds, including one in the head, the blood making furrows in the dust alongside his cheek, and his chest held a slick pool of fresh blood. A pierced lung, Lydia thought. "You're not going to make it, Boker. Too bad. Toyo would love to have had a long conversation with you back at his domes. But if I'm going to collect the bonus for your head, I better leave my mark so everyone knows it was me who finished you." If Boker could have smiled, he would have, but it would have given his plan away. He knew he was dying, but he needed whoever found him to believe he was incapable of resistance with his death imminent. That it was Zephyr who discovered him made his impending death a sweet moment. Zephyr's technique was to nick her target with a poisoned blade, and then, as they succumbed, she would carve her first initial deep into their guts, slicing through their organs. Boker summoned a cough, which wasn't difficult under the circumstances, and spewed more blood onto his chest. "Guess you don't need a nick in the neck at the rate you're going under." "I hope you enjoy this," Lydia said, an evil grin on her face as she pulled her heavy blade. "For you, Boker, a special treat. I'm going to carve both my initials, and I would love you to stay conscious until the end." Boker steeled himself for what was to come. Lydia jammed her knife deep into his right side to make her first cut. White-hot pain lanced through his brain. "Hurts, doesn't it, you traitor?" Lydia said, leaning close to Boker so she could look him in the eye. With a quick flick of his head, Boker's lips brushed Lydia's cheek. She jumped back, yanking the knife with her, and Boker nearly passed out, but there was one more moment to save her. Lydia pressed her hand to her cheek and examined her fingers. They held a smear of blood. Boker bared his teeth at Lydia, displaying a small, edged piece of alloy clamped tightly between them. He spit out the poisoned razor and chuckled, blood dribbling from his lips. Lydia screamed and drove her blade deep into Boker's chest. She yanked her knife out, dropped it on the desk, and grabbed her med-kit. Shaking it out, Lydia sorted through it and pulled out a small vial. She tilted her head back and dumped its contents on the wound. If Boker's weapon was coated with one of the more common poisons, her concoction might save her. As the moments passed, Lydia gained confidence that she had evaded disaster. She stood up, but her vision swam. She reached out for the desk, but her hand grazed it before falling to her side. Lydia collapsed to her knees, staring dumbly at Boker's dead body. Then, succumbing to the deadly nerve toxin, Lydia fell face forward into the pool of blood on Boker's chest. Chapter 30. It wasn't that Lenny didn't hear and understand every word Toyo said to him. It's just that Lenny's brain worked with a different set of priorities than normal people, including most criminals. Lenny heard Toyo quite clearly stress that he was to secret himself in an office or room in the outer curve of the main concourse and aim his shot inward. Except those instructions presented Lenny with a problem. Being right-handed, Lenny would either have to expose most of his body to take the shot, or shoot blind by extending his rifle out the doorway and pointing it in the Hurricane's general direction. Neither choice satisfied Lenny's sense of what was important. Giving the Hurricanes a broad target, namely his body, scared him, and shooting blind wasn't an option either. Typically, Lenny was carefully supervised and directed how and when to shoot. Once, Lenny was told to target a person, and it was the most wonderful thing he had ever seen. A whole person disappeared, like in a magician's act that he saw in a vid. The prospect of firing his plasma rifle at an entire group of people had Lenny so excited he couldn't help but stroke the weapon's firing stud over and over in anticipation. So Lenny was ensconced in an office in the concourse's inner curve, where a minimum of his body would be exposed as he leaned out the doorway with his weapon, and, most important, where Lenny could witness the devastating effect of his weapon on lots of people. He sat still, except for the twitching of his trigger finger, listening intently for noise from his targets, sure that he would hear their voices as they approached. "Stop," Julian sent urgently. "There's an open door 36 meters ahead." "How can you see an open door that far around the curve, Julian?" Tatia asked. Despite her desire to question the message, she froze just as quickly as every other Hurricane. "Admittedly, Admiral, the residue of a plasma burn, which I'm detecting, is only in parts per million, but there should be none." "Perhaps that's what we heard earlier that shook the walls, the firing of a plasma rifle," Tatia sent. She was careful not to look in Alex's direction, since 4 of her troopers were carrying the dangerous weapons. "The residue could be carried by the ventilation system." "Plausible, Admiral," Julian sent in return. "However, we must consider the airflow from the space. Infrared indicates a variation in air temperature exiting the doorway. It's consistent with the human body waiting just inside the opening. There exists a high probability that an ambusher lies beyond, holding a recently fired plasma rifle." Alex eyed Renee with concern. The Hurricanes had heard and felt a blast shake the walls, uncertain as to what had caused it, and them without an environment suit among them. Catching Alex's pained expression, Renee sent, "Don't even think about it. Concentrate on that idiot up there with the plasma rifle." "Okay, Julian. Good enough for me," Alex sent, focusing on the danger ahead. On open comm, he added, "Everyone, back up quietly. No noise. We were never here." When Alex's people put another 30 meters between themselves and the ambusher, Tatia stepped close to Alex and whispered, "We're outmatched here, Alex. I tried to prepare us for some subterfuge on the part of Cadmir and his people. Instead, we've walked into a biter's nest." Tatia's reference to the voracious new Terran colony insects was a concept that Alex readily grasped. "So we need reinforcements," Alex whispered back. "Julian, can you reach our traveler?" he sent. Alex's comm call to the Sting ship's controller was transferred to Reiko. "Captain, update, please," Alex requested without preamble. "The Tanaka and Rever are positioned above the domes of Jalares. My Sting ship and our fighters are prepared to interdict any support for Toyo's security forces. Miranda and friends located the lab and the key biochemist, Charles Stratford, and a knowledgeable colleague, Emil Billings." "Are those men in the lab secure?" Alex asked. "Ellie landed with Willem and reinforcements to take the lab and hold the chemists. Apparently Toyo kidnapped the families of the chemists and techs to force their cooperation. The security forces are restrained." "This must have been a first for Willem," Alex sent. "Is President Drake interfering?" "Negative, Mr. President. When President Drake heard Miranda's report that she located the lab and evidence of the hallucinogenic compound on site, he formally requested Hurricane's help to secure the proof he needed for the TSF and the Assembly." "That's a break," Alex mused, his thought reaching Reiko. "Captain, I want to make one thing clear. Stratford and Billings don't get remanded to the authorities. They're ours. Am I understood?"
"Crystal clear, Mr. President. What level of force might I consider employing?"
"Anything short of a war with the New Terrans, Captain. If you have to threaten some captains or damage some ship engines, I'm good with that. The New Terrans can have Stratford when we're done with him. I'm not really happy with this government letting the drug manufacturing epidemic get this far."
"Understood, Mr. President. I'm afraid the fighting was extensive in Toyo's domes, and I must report the loss of one of our people, Sir Oren Gastang."
"Black space. How?"
"A knife, sir, in the back."
"Sounds like Toyo's kind of people."
"On that note, sir, our people can't locate Mr. Toyo and a significant portion of his security people anywhere in the domes. We have no indication of where he might have gone."
"Toyo's here on Udrides. He and his people have attacked Cadmir's domes in an attempt to recapture the girls."
"Sir, are you in trouble?"
"Up to our necks, Captain. Toyo's people are using a type of handgun that permanently destroys nerve endings. And at least one of his people is touching off a plasma rifle. If they only wound people, they're cutting throats."
"Are Cadmir's forces supporting you?"
"We haven't made contact with Cadmir's people yet, Captain. The Admiral is concerned they'll make no distinction between red and blue uniforms. We'll all be invading forces to them."
"Your pardon, Mr. President," Franz said.
Reiko had linked the commander in as Alex's information grew dire, and he had hurried to join her on the bridge. "If I may anticipate your needs, I have one traveler left at my disposal, but we have a minimum crew aboard and no weapons." "Understood, Commander. The Reaver has crew, weapons, and a Sade. I need them all."
"Should we launch more than one traveler?" Franz asked.
"Negative, Commander. The fighting is vicious. Bring only crew who are skilled with a weapon, and they are to remain aboard the traveler until they have an all-clear from us to exit."
"I'll be lifting off in ticks, Mr. President," Franz said, and closed his side of the comm.
"Captain, good job. I'm pleased to have you on Harrigan's side," Alex sent, and closed the comm.
"Be careful," Reiko said urgently to Franz.
The warm, big-hearted smile she loved lit up Franz's face just before he planted a long, deep kiss on her.
"Decorum, Commander," Reiko admonished before she kissed him back. "Now go aid the President, but be a safe hero."
After Franz exited the Tanaka, Reiko waited a quarter hour and then calmed Eric to communicate the details of the President's call. "Has Franz left already?" Eric sent when Reiko updated him on the events at Cadmir's domes and Franz's impending support.
"Sir, I'm afraid I was engaged in ship duties to the extent that I completely forgot to inform you until after the commander rendezvoused with the Reaver. He's already on his way to Udrides."
"Seriously unprofessional of you, Captain," Eric replied, smiling to himself. He was walking on the edge of deniability and sought a way to convey his opinion to Reiko.
"I'll place myself on report, sir," sent Reiko.
After a lifetime under the auspices of United Earth Naval Forces, Reiko expected a rebuke for her decision to keep the new Terran president in the dark while they provided Alex with more forces. Reiko was willing to take whatever punishment protocol demanded, but she knew she had done what Alex needed, and that was the important thing to her. "Under the circumstances, Captain, I wouldn't know the correct procedures. I would suggest you wait on that and take up the issue with Admiral Tachenko once she returns. There's little that I can do about the delay now. I will inform President Drake in due time. Oh, but I notice that it's already midday meal. We'll speak later, Captain," Eric sent, and then closed his comm. On Idona Station, Reiko had wondered more than once what it would be like to have an implant. As she reviewed her conversation with Eric, she marveled again at the tiny device's uses. It was an odd conversation with Eric, to say the least. Listening to her recording, Reiko had a growing certainty that Eric didn't dispute her decision to withhold the information from President Drake. Furthermore, the three-way battle taking place in the Udrides domes would be over before the new Terran president would become aware of the event. "He agreed with me," Reiko said happily, and the few crew left on the Tanaka's bridge looked over at their diminutive captain, who was smiling, her hands clasped behind her back and rocking happily heel to toe. Once Alex closed his comm with Reiko, he placed his hands on his hips and studied the concourse, looking toward where the ambusher and a plasma rifle waited. "Julian, any information you can access about the construction of these domes?" Alex asked quietly. "Negative, Mr. President. If the designs are online, they're housed on an isolated network." "Etienne, Alain, anything you can do?" "We've been studying the layout of the concourse and have investigated some open rooms and their overhead to see if access between the levels was possible. It's our conclusion that the gunmen would hear us coming, creating an untenable situation," Etienne replied. Tatia regarded Alex expectantly. "Okay, Admiral, you win. We fight beam with beam," Alex said. Tatia grinned and then sent, "Mallory, front and center." As the Hurricane trotted forward, his plasma rifle slung over his shoulder, Tatia turned it to their Sade. "Julian, I will need your advice for this." The two humans and Sade walked forward along the concourse. Tatia and Mallory were careful to stay meters behind Julian as all three hugged the corridor's inner curve. Julian stopped occasionally to test walls and overhead, calculating the infrastructure's strength. "Stop," Julian sent. "Our adversary hasn't moved from his original position. I detect his heat, but the plasma residual has dissipated below my sensor's capabilities. Admiral, I would suggest you wait where you are to limit our noise. Mallory, if you would, accompany me." Mallory knew that Sade's avatar significantly outmassed his new Terran body, but as quietly as he crept forward, he couldn't compete with Julian, who made no noise whatsoever. At an office doorway, Julian slipped inside, and Mallory followed him. "Julian, you would be better at this than me," Mallory sent. "Do you want to take the shot?" Julian sternly regarded the man for a moment. "I appreciate your nod to my technical capabilities, sir, but it's my intent to limit my participation in the killing of humans. It might create a bad habit." Mallory looked at the Sade, trying to keep his mouth from falling open. As a new immigrant to Hurricane, Mallory was still getting used to the concept of a cognitive digital intelligence walking and talking. At times, he wasn't sure how the Sades thought. While he stared at the Sade, Julian broke into a grin. "Julian," Mallory sent, his thoughts roiling, "don't do that." "We are involved in dangerous events, Mallory. It's critical not to lose one's emotional balance, especially one's sense of humor, where appropriate, of course." Julian moved to the office's far wall, quietly tore loose a table, which was anchored to the floor, and built a barricade for the rifleman to fire from behind. Mallory took up his position, dialed down the power setting to its minimum strength, and aimed where Julian directed him. He pressed the firing stud, and the arc of energy tore a hole in the opposite wall and continued to burn through walls until the sound of an explosion reached them as the final structure absorbed the last of the beam's energy. "Quickly, Mallory," Julian urged, and hurried from the room. Mallory exited as fast as he could, racing to keep up with the Sade. He could hear the pounding of the Admiral's feet behind him. "In here, people," Julian sent to Mallory and Tatia as they ran past the ambusher's office door in the haze of smoke and dust. The humans backtracked, swiping at the air to help with visibility and locate the doorway. Inside the remains of the office, they found Julian holding a dazed and bloody man by the collar with one hand and a plasma rifle with the other. "Julian!" Mallory exclaimed, seeing the ambusher hurt but alive. All that talk about killing humans, and you plan to have the shot dissipate before exiting the last wall." Julian smiled at Mallory and said, "There was always the remotest possibility that I had miscalculated." Okay, Mallory said, waving smoke aside. "Lesson learned. Make that lessons learned." "What did I miss?" Tatia asked, coughing. "My tutorial on saved thought processes," Mallory replied. "Let's get out of here to some place where we can breathe," Tatia said. "Ensure you educate me later on your lesson, Mallory. Every human continues to learn on that subject." They walked Lenny back to the group. Alex looked at the dust and debris-covered man Julian held by the collar. He appeared to have only minor injuries, but was sobbing uncontrollably, and Alex cocked an eyebrow at Tatia. "Meet Lenny, Mr. President," Tatia said. "Lenny's upset because he didn't get to see the people pop." Alex's confused expression prompted Julian to hold up the plasma rifle, and Tatia looked pointedly at it and then at Alex, raising her eyebrows. Oh, Alex said, his voice rising as comprehension dawned. He studied the inconsolable man, and Alex's entire demeanor changed. "Yes, well, it was the opportunity of a lifetime, wasn't it, Lenny?" At first, Tatia was aghast at Alex's statement, but intrigued when Lenny stopped crying. Lenny regarded Alex and nodded slowly several times. "You waited all that time," Alex said sympathetically, "and you never got your chance. That's a shame." Alex gripped Lenny by the shoulders and asked, "Lenny, would you like to shoot your rifle for me?" Lenny wiped his eyes and blew his nose into the crook of his sleeve. "You'd let me shoot for you?" he asked hopefully. "There's always a need for a good rifleman, Lenny." "I'm really good, mister. I've studied real hard. Mr. Toyo tells me I'm good." "I bet he does, Lenny," Alex said, putting his arm around Lenny's shoulders and walking him down the corridor. He opened his implant comm to his people so they could hear Lenny's responses to his questions. "Tell me, Lenny, why is Mr. Toyo here?" "He's here for the Hurricane Femmes. Wants them real bad." "Does he know where they are?" "I don't think so. Can I have my rifle back?" "Not right now, Lenny. We just met, and we haven't had the opportunity to get to know each other." "Oh, okay. Do you want to be my friend?" "I had a friend, but he was killed." "I'm sorry to hear that, Lenny. That's sad. So, Lenny, does Mr. Toyo have another rifle-bearer with him? Not that he could find a better man than you." "Thanks for saying that, mister. No, Mr. Toyo only brought me. When can I have my rifle back?" Watching Alex and Lenny wander down the concourse, Renee said to the other Hurricanes, "He was always good with the alien types." Chapter 31. Franz had calmed Captain Cordova and relayed Alex's request. With the Rever stationed fewer than 10 kilometers from the Tanaka, the flight was exceedingly quick. Despite that, when Franz eased his traveler into the bay indicated by First Mate Lumley, his controller signaled the implants of a mass of people waiting in the open bay. The traveler touched down, and Franz signaled the hatch open. Hurricanes, dressed in environment suits, poured onto his ship. Within moments, a tech signaled the hatch closed, and Franz, who never left his pilot's seat, calmed the flight chief for launch clearance, received it, and was on his way to Udrides. It wasn't until Franz cleared the Rever's space and settled back that he took stock of who was aboard. Cordelia was present, which helped explain the expedited turnaround. "Commander," Cordelia sent when Franz's implant pinged her. "Good to have you aboard, Cordelia," Franz replied. When Mickey's bio-ID pinged back, Franz felt a sinking sensation. Alex had stressed to bring only shooters, and Franz knew for a fact that the engineer was unqualified with a weapon. Then again, there was a core of individuals in Alex's orbit who only took directions from him. It was a short flight for the traveler to reach Udrides, and it wasn't long before Franz sent, "Approaching the dome, Cordelia." "I have Julian's instructions for entry, Commander. Stand by." Franz brought the traveler level with the bay doors, which soon opened. It gave Franz concern as to how Cordelia could have cleared the bay of personnel so quickly. Once on the deck and with the bay pressurized, Franz was about ready to repeat Alex's instructions to wait when his controller signaled the hatch opening. He dropped a few expletives, swapped his pilot's helmet for an environment helmet, checked the stun gun on his thigh, and joined the exodus. That's when he noticed the crew was carrying armloads of environment suits. Franz was the last off the traveler, but Cordelia sealed the hatch just as Franz's feet hit the deck. He raced to get to the front of the group, who were already streaming toward the main concourse. After his first view of the mutilated dead, Franz attempted to avert his eyes as best he could. "Mickey," Franz said before passing the senior engineer. "Franz?" Mickey acknowledged. Franz kept running until he caught up with Cordelia, who was in the front and holding back her pace to allow the humans to keep up with her. "Do you know where we're going, Cordelia?" Franz asked. "Forward in time, as we've always been doing, I suppose," Cordelia replied calmly, despite the hurried pace, which had Franz breathing deeply. When Franz frowned, Cordelia relented from teasing him. "I've received Julian's vids of the action from the moment our people stepped off Alex's traveler until we arrived. I shared it with those in the cabin, but chose not to interfere with your piloting. Suffice it to say, circumstances are dangerous. Toyo's people are killing in any manner they can. One individual employing a plasma rifle for Toyo has been eliminated, and the girls have not been located." "Anyone hurt?" Franz asked. "One of our troopers and a good many of Cadmir's people have been killed by deadly stunner fire. Those who were only partially stunned were dispatched with knives by Toyo's people. Cadmir's people are wearing brown. Toyo's people are wearing red." Cordelia slowed as they came near the infamous concourse barricade. A red-uniformed individual in a doorway was stirring, just recovering from Alex's stun gun blast, and Cordelia summarily stunned him in passing. Following Cordelia's example, the group stunned Toyo's people who were returning to consciousness. It must be said that some were stunned who were as yet comatose, but it was the thought of the Hurricanes to pad the odds in their favor. Linking with Captain Shimada, First Mate Lumley sent, "It's a little lonely over here, Reiko. How is it with you?" "Not as lonely as I could wish it, Francis. While my ship is nearly empty of crew, I've been left with the politicos." "Ah, that's true, but at least they aren't UE officials." "Yes, I concede that I have that much to be grateful for. Tanaka's telemetry indicates you're following Franz's traveler." "That was the reason for my comm. Captain Cordova decided that our people might need our resources over Udrides. We do have some pilots left and 2 beam-capable travelers." "Tell Cordova that I heartily approve of his idea. I'm sure your support will be invaluable." "Well, I believe I've learned my lesson." "Which is what, Reiko?" "The next time I'm told that a ship requires only minimum crew and supply load for trial tests, I will remind them of these days and insist I get a full complement of crew, travelers, weapons, supplies, and anything else I can pack into the hull before I even think of leaving Hurricane's orbit." Francis chuckled before he sent, "I'm pleased to hear you say that, Reiko. I was thinking the same thing, except for one tiny fact that would inhibit me from stamping my feet like an errant child and demanding my way." Reiko belly-laughed at the image of the long-serving and even-tempered UE captain acting out like a spoiled child. "Yes, one day when you're the captain of the President's liner, you'll have to be creative to get your way. My advice, Francis, is to talk to Julian first. If anyone has the President's ear in these situations, he does." "Sage advice, Reiko. See you afterwards." "May the stars protect you, Francis," Reiko said, signing off. Having gleaned all the information Lenny had, Alex turned him over to the care of 2 troopers who were told to keep a close watch on him, but since one of the troopers carried Lenny's plasma rifle, that seemed unnecessary. Lenny walked closely beside the Hurricane, occasionally reaching over to touch the weapon as if to reassure himself that it was still there. Knowing that there were no more plasma rifles to face from Toyo's guards was of little consolation to Alex. He had to find a means of preventing Toyo's people from getting off a single shot from their insidious handguns at his people. That thought was underlined by the image of 2 troopers carrying Nestor's body back to the traveler. In conversation with Tatia and Julian on how to proceed, Julian volunteered a section of an ancient Terran vid in which a company of men with single-fire rifles defended a compound against a much larger force. "They refer to this arrangement as stepped fire," Julian explained. "We can use this," Tatia said, "adopting it to the corridor, staying to the curves for the leading forces in multiple positions, and laying down fire from prone forces on the floor, just farther back." Julian and Alex modeled the troopers' positions for maximum firing effect and minimum exposure. When they were finished, Julian sent the plan to all implants. Everyone had assigned positions. Each twin would lead a small group along the corridor's curves. When the enemy was contacted, 2 troopers would kneel in front of and 1 beside each twin while the escort remained standing. 3 tiers of troopers would hold central corridor positions, prone, sitting, and standing. They were positioned a little farther down the corridor. Although slightly more exposed to fire, it would require attackers to extend themselves past their cover to get a shot at these troopers, making themselves a good target for the twins and troopers on the concourse curves. When all was ready, Alex marched the company along the main concourse until Etienne, stationed on the outer curve, spotted the first red uniform. As soon as Toyo's guard spotted Hurricane Blue, he shouted warnings to his comrades. Immediately, Alex's forces fell into their assigned positions and fired at any and all potential targets. Since Hurricane's stun gun fire was invisible to the naked eye, Toyo's people made the mistake of sticking their heads up or out, as the case was, to fire their weapons, only to be met by walls of energy. Within moments, half of Toyo's people were downed, and the Hurricanes in the central positions were slowly advancing by ranks and maintaining a continuous rate of fire. Soon, 3 of Toyo's people realized they were the last defenders of the Blue Lift. Without a leader to exhort them to fight to the last, they yelled out their plea for the Hurricanes to stop firing so they might surrender. "Come out one at a time, holding your weapon by the barrel. Walk toward us and place your handgun on the deck when we order you. Do you understand?" Alex yelled. He received a chorus of agreement, and Alex ordered the first one out. "If anyone disobeys," Alex sent, "I don't care how many shots they absorb. Don't be kind." A woman came out first. There was nothing gentle in her look, and Alex held his weapon at the ready in case her gender caused any of his people to hesitate. "Stop," Alex ordered when the woman had covered about 5 meters. "Weapon on the deck." When she obeyed, he ordered her to walk the rest of the way, and she was passed to the rear. The process was repeated for the next 2 individuals. 6 troopers guarded them. "Do we hold them here, Mr. President?" one of the troopers asked. Alex looked at Tatia, who walked to the rear, told the 3 individuals to sit down against the wall, and promptly stunned them. "Problem solved," Tatia said offhand to the troopers who were guarding them. Alex picked up the deadly stunners and handed them to Julian. The Sade had a growing cache of the deadly handguns in a large sack he discovered in a utility room and now wore over his back. The Hurricanes advanced slowly, expecting further treachery, but their avalanche of fire had been highly effective. Several of Toyo's people were nursing numb arms and shoulders and had chosen not to continue the fight. Toyo's stun weapons were collected and given to Julian. Those individuals still conscious were immediately rendered unconscious. Lenny, surveying the number of his people who had been eliminated by the Hurricanes, said to no one in particular, "You people are good. Wish I had known that before." Alex and Tatia regarded Lenny, and Alex sent to her, When you stand Lenny beside the likes of Toyo, Cadmere, their security forces, and these errant biochemists, it's a strange cast of characters that we're up against. I never thought the day would come when I would say this while we were in Oistus, Alex, but I can't wait to go home to Hurricane." Alain sent a signal to Alex and Tatia, who followed it to a side corridor and into an office. The escort was bent down behind a desk. As the two leaders came around to his side, Alain grasped the collar of a woman and pulled her off a man's chest, her face blood-soaked. "Disguised though she is, this appears to be the woman who shot and killed Nestor." "A fitting end," Tatia said. Alex leaned close. "She shows no major wounds. I wonder," Alex said as he reached for her eyelid. "Don't, sir," Alain said sternly. "I checked for weapons. The man has none, and the woman's handgun was in her holster. I've confiscated it. However she died, falling forward in this manner, it speaks to something deadly besides guns and knives. Look there." Alex followed Alain's finger and noted the sliver of sharp alloy clenched in the man's teeth. Blood coated most of it, but a green substance showed on an exposed edge. "Poison, do you think?" Alex asked. "Look along her cheeks there, but don't touch." Alex could see the faint ridge of a cut beneath the coating of blood. "So this man huddles under here, trying to survive. This woman finds him and dispatches him with her knife, only to make the mistake of getting too close, and he kills her with a poisoned blade in his mouth. Odd thing, though, he's wearing a brown uniform, and this type of killing suggests it was personal. Otherwise, she would have just used that nasty stun gun of hers." "I don't care why or how she was killed," Tatia said. "Good riddance. The takeaway here is that Toyo and Cadmere's people are liable to be using any combination of lethal handguns, plasma rifles, and now we can add poisoned blades to that list. Just how did criminality get this advanced in Oistus since we left?" "I have a feeling we're going to find out once we retrieve our girls," Alex said. "Great politics," Tatia said, fairly spitting the last word. Etienne signaled Tatia, and she motioned to Alex. The two of them hurried from the office and ran back to the main concourse. Entering the corridor, they turned right, following Etienne's signal and running farther away from the lift they had just secured. 3 troopers were flattened against the concourse's outer curve behind Etienne. "Careful, sirs," the escort said. The troopers slid back along the wall so that Alex and Tatia could ease up behind Etienne, who glanced back at his two leaders and remarked, "It would please your security services if the two of you did not make such prominent targets." "I think he's talking to you, Admiral. Your chest is much more prominent than mine," Alex quipped. "I'll have you know I'm prominent in the right places, Mr. President," Tatia replied tartly. "Etienne, what do you have?" "We came upon 3 brown-uniformed security personnel who saw us and quickly retreated." "Did they fire on you?" Alex asked. "Negative, sir. We followed them and discovered an edifice just beyond the curve." Etienne sent the vid he had recorded. It showed him walking carefully down the corridor to see the edge of a barricade that stretched wall to wall and deck to overhead. The final pieces were being placed, it was presumed, after the 3 individuals Etienne saw had retreated behind it. "Did you speak to them?" Tatia asked, and received another vid. Etienne was heard hailing those behind the barricade and announcing he was a Hurricane. The response came loud and clear. "Don't know you, don't want to know you. Get back in your shuttle and vacate our premises." "That seems pretty definitive," Alex remarked. "I say we post the 3 troopers here just to ensure they don't decide to come through their barricade again," Tatia suggested. "Agreed," Alex said. "Etienne, you're with us." Cordelia located Julian's signal up ahead and picked up her pace. Focusing on his position in the crowd of Hurricanes who held a concourse's major intersection, Cordelia spied a head with bird feathers tied in the hair. A smile overcame her face at the absurdity of the decoration, and the smile only widened when Julian turned and displayed a face decorated in bright parallel smears of various colored lines. When Julian and Cordelia met, their arms entwined and their foreheads touched. Few would have believed the incredible amount of thoughts and emotions exchanged between the two Sades in those brief moments. "You don't think wearing bird feathers in your hair might make you a premier target, my partner?" Cordelia sent. "It was my thought to draw fire toward me and away from our leaders," Julian replied. "Did it work?" Cordelia asked, withholding her anger over Julian's actions. "It did not. These aberrant humans that we face are content to shoot at anyone and everyone." While the two groups were mixing and environment suits were being handed out and donned, Alex, Tatia, and Etienne arrived from far down the concourse. Both Alex and Tatia took stock of who had arrived and exchanged a quick glance when they realized Mickey was at the back of the pack. When Alex reached Franz, he eyed the commander, who, knowing the question on his president's mind, merely offered a shrug. Tatia chuckled and said, "Now, perhaps, Mr. President, you know how I feel when you give me that reaction." "It's one I understand, Admiral. It means that despite what you thought, hoped, or planned, inexplicably none of those things happened." Alex looked at Julian, who shook his head. The girls were still unreachable by the Sade's calm, whether it was by deliberate isolation, structure, or distance. "We need to get to the lower domes. If nothing else, we need to catch up with Toyo and put an end to the killing. Maybe we can engage Cadmere in conversation then." "You need an officer," Lenny said, drawing everyone's attention. Alex crooked a finger at Lenny, whose eyes glanced at his beloved rifle, so Alex crossed to him. "Talk to me, Lenny." "I heard people talking years ago that Mr. Toyo got a hold of Mr. Cadmere's dome plans and built his place just like Mr. Blue's. To get to the lowest dome, where I think your femmes are probably held, it would take an officer." Lenny looked around him, and the Hurricanes cleared his path as he searched. They could hear Lenny mutter, "Nope," repeatedly as he looked at one body after another. Exhausting all those nearby, Lenny widened his search to the side corridors and headed toward the green lift. Lifting a piece of debris off a woman who was badly burnt, Lenny announced, "Her. That's who you need. She'll have the chip on her somewhere. Can I have my rifle now?" "Thank you for your help, Lenny." "I'll offer you a compromise for now," said Alex, and waved the trooper forward, who held Lenny's rifle. He held out his hand, and the trooper handed over the weapon, but not without a bit of hesitation on his part. Alex pulled the heavy power pack that charged the gases, handed the rifle to Lenny, and tossed the power pack back to the trooper. "Thanks, mister," said Lenny, who was all smiles. He cradled his weapon, one hand lovingly stroking the length of the weapon. "Keep Lenny real close," Alex said to the two troopers who were assigned to watch him. "Absolutely," the senior trooper sent back, eyeing the fanatical expression on Lenny's face. "We have access, and now we need a destination," Alex said to no one in particular. "Do we know who was last on the lift?" Mickey asked, easing his way to the front of the group. "Ah, my senior marksman," Alex said, which drew chuckles from many in the group. "Don't shoot any of our people, especially yourself, with that," Alex added, pointing to the stun gun on Mickey's thigh. "You, of all people, Mr. President, should know how valuable engineers can be," Mickey replied in a huff. "So who was the last on the lift?" "According to Lenny," Alex replied, "Toyo took a carful of his people down, and the rest were to stand guard here at the lift." In one of Miranda's messages, she remarked how she accessed the level in Toyo's domes where the service personnel took the drug manufacturing supplies, Mickey said excitedly. "We will need her," he added, pointing to the officer Lenny had identified. Alex went to retrieve the body, but Cordelia intercepted him. "Allow me, sir," Cordelia said quietly. She turned the body over. The woman's eyes were open in surprise, and Cordelia gently closed them. "Sorry, dear one," Cordelia said softly, and carried the dead woman to the lift. When Cordelia approached the lift within a couple of meters, the wall-mounted keypad lit, and Mickey tapped the call button. Within moments, the high-speed lift car arrived, and its doors slid open. Mickey was the first on, excitedly waving to others to join him. "Hold!" Alex sent, his command echoing through his people's implants. Stepping into the car, Alex said quietly, "Mickey, I need fighters and a SAID below, not an engineer. Sorry." Crestfallen, Mickey nodded his head in agreement. He had seen the dead bodies on the way in, and though he wanted to help, he knew he wouldn't be an asset in a deadly fight. "Franz and Julian, protect this lift," Alex ordered. To fill the car, Alex chose Tatia, the twins, and 4 troopers, 2 of whom were carrying plasma rifles. "Mickey, how do we access the level where Toyo went?" "The chip on the officer in Cordelia's arms will trigger the security parameter that you need. Request the control box to take you to the last level the lift accessed. If Toyo's people got off and others didn't use the car to travel to another level, you should find him down there." "Mr. President," Julian said, "Captain Cordova has arrived overhead. The reverse travelers are patrolling and keeping ship traffic at a distance." "Thank you, Julian," Alex replied, and gave Renee a quick kiss. "Be safe, my love," Renee sent. The control box was repeating its message, requesting the female officer enter a dome and level. "Last level accessed, please," Alex said. "Accessing Dome 4, Level 6, the voice of the control box intoned, and Alex took note of the way the keypad displayed the level, sending the information mentally to those in the car and outside before the doors closed. Chapter 32. Cadmere was scrambling. He'd received word that his people had lost control of the blue lift, but he couldn't blame them, not with Toyo's people firing a plasma rifle. "A plasma rifle in a surface dome," Cadmere thought. "I don't regret trying to take you out, you crazy fanatic, but I do regret not being more careful about it." Knowing Toyo would try for the girls, Cadmere wondered if his competitor had any idea where they were, or, better said, where they once were. He couldn't believe that after all his machinations, the Hurricane women, the most important part of his plan, were lost to him in his own domes. For the umpteenth time he wondered how 2 exotic Meridian women accompanying a striking new Terran could hide from his people. "The Hurricanes probably created chameleon wear or skin, for all we know," Cadmere grumped to himself. This time, and not doubting Toyo's drive to succeed, Cadmere told his people to hold the green lift at all costs and protect the patrons and service personnel still trapped in the main dome, as he organized security forces to follow him to D4-L6, where the girls had once been kept. Seated around a restaurant's dining table in the main dome, Christy, Amelia, and Eloise kept their heads down. When they had exited the green lift in the company of 5 other similarly clad individuals, everyone had been directed to the large eatery. Several of Cadmere's people walked around telling those dressed in environment suits to open their faceplates and shut off their air to preserve it in case it was needed in the future. The girls shut down their air and shoved up their faceplates before Cadmere's people reached them. Having chosen a table in the corner, they sat with their backs to the rest of the restaurant. "What now?" Eloise sent. "I overheard 2 of the guards talking," Amelia sent. "Toyo's people have control over the lift between us and the landing bay. So much for our plan to reach a traveler, whether we could have gained entrance to it or not. If I know my brother, the controller would have responded to us. At least it would have responded to me. He does stuff like that without telling anyone," Christy sent, surreptitiously looking around. As a new Terran, her face would not attract attention as would those of her friends. She watched a couple speak to the guards at one of the restaurant's entrances. The discussion lasted a while and seemed to get heated, but in the end the couple was sent back to their seats. "I think we're stuck here," Christy sent to her companions. "The security forces aren't letting anyone out of the restaurant." "We can't sit here forever," Eloise sent. "We need a plan." While the girls considered their options, Christy sent, "What? I didn't get that." In reply, she received queries from her friends asking her to clarify. "Didn't one of you just open a comm or signal me?" Christie sent. When she received negative replies again, she looked carefully around. Christie was sure that someone had just attempted to contact her, but the signal was extremely weak. She waited but didn't receive another contact and wondered if a Meridian child, struggling with a new implant, might be hiding in the restaurant with them. The car doors of the blue lift slid open on D4-L6, and Toyo and a guard ducked their heads out and back quickly, expecting to have drawn fire, but it was quiet. Toyo waved his people out into the corridor. When none of Cadmere's guards showed, Toyo hissed, "Put your weapons at your sides, straighten up, and look like locals." Soon after, two women dressed in vacation garb hurried past the group, and Toyo touched the brim of his cap to them in passing. However, when a service person exiting a side corridor spotted the red uniforms, he dropped what he carried and raced back the way he had come. "Well, Oslo, time to earn your keep," Toyo said. "Where are the girls being kept?" "This way," Cadmere's security officer replied. As they walked the corridors, Toyo realized that although his domes were laid out in a similar fashion to Cadmere's, the arrangement of rooms in the lower domes was different. He had no idea which of the rooms contained suites and could possibly hold the Hurricane women. "This is their suite," Oslo said, after leading Toyo's people through the dome for several moments. He was dreading what was to come, but there was nothing to prevent it. He watched Toyo smack the door actuator and leap through the opening with his powerful stun gun drawn. "They're not here," Toyo said when he emerged from the suite, grabbing Oslo by the throat and shoving him against the wall. "They were here," Oslo cried out, trying to stick as close to the truth as he could. "Where would they have been taken?" yelled Toyo, spittle from his mouth landing on Oslo's cheek. That actually scared the security officer more than the chokehold. It was the signal that Craze's infamous temper was about to explode. "If Mr. Cadmere was worried for their safety, he would have moved them to a security office near the green lift," Oslo choked out. He was fervently hoping Toyo didn't detect his lie. "Take us there now," Toyo said, releasing him. "Be quick about it." By now, Oslo was fairly certain he wouldn't survive his encounter with Crazed Toyo, but the thought in the back of his mind was that if he was going to die, he was going to ensure the man or his people would be hurt. After navigating several more twists and turns of the corridors, Oslo heard Toyo grumbling behind him. "The security office is just around the next corner," Oslo said to placate Toyo. It would have been better for Oslo to have kept quiet, because his statement put Toyo and his people on alert. As Oslo rounded the corner, he spotted Mr. Cadmere and a large group of security people standing at the green lift. "Attackers behind me!" he yelled, and ran toward them, managing 3 steps before Toyo shot him in the back of the head, killing him. A flurry of shots immediately erupted between the two forces, dropping several people on each side, as Toyo and his people scrambled to gain the cover of the corner they had just turned. The fighting was furious, but Cadmere's forces outnumbered Toyo's people 3-1. Pedo Toyo kept his head down, even as his guards attempted to return fire. In quick succession, his people either dropped their guns from numbed hands or were stunned and dropped to the floor. Left with only 2 guards, Toyo yelled to break off. The man and woman ended up on the opposite corner from Toyo, and the pair looked at each other and took off running down their side of the corridor. Toyo grinned to himself and headed the opposite way, intending to hide until he could make his escape. Toyo's 2 guards made several turns and ran straight into Alex's force. The guards were stunned before they could raise their weapons. "Be ready," Tatia warned the group via implant. "Toyo probably loaded that lift car with 7 or 8 individuals." "Or 11 or 12 normal people," Alain retorted. "Lover, you will pay for that later," Tatia sent privately. "I was hoping so," Alain replied, his thought warm and embracing. Toyo ran into one of Cadmir's service personnel, and he raised his stunner to silence her, but it failed to fire. As the employee ran for her life, Toyo glanced down, disgusted to see the charge indicator on empty. Out of alternate power supplies, he holstered his stunner and searched for a place to hide, finally choosing a utility room. Advancing slowly, the Hurricanes took firing positions at the sound of running feet and watched a group of brown-uniformed security personnel burst around the corner, led by a man in civilian dress. As Cadmir's people brought their weapons up, Alex yelled, "Hold!" at the top of his command voice, and both groups froze. "Weapons down!" Cadmir shouted to his people, turning around to ensure everyone obeyed. Turning back to face the Hurricanes, he said, "President Racine, I thought you were returning to your ship to await our next meeting." "And I thought you had a small technical problem with the dome's structure. Who knew you had a rat infestation?" "We can argue this later," Cadmir said. "You came by the blue lift?" When Alex gestured questioningly back the way they had come, Cadmir said, "Apologies, Mr. President. Yes, that's the blue lift." "Yes, we hold that lift at the main concourse. All of Toyo's people up there are under our control. We understand only a single load of his people, including Toyo himself, came down your blue lift to this level." "Excellent news," Cadmir enthused. "We've just engaged Toyo and his people near the green lift. He and 2 of his people got away from us. That's who we were just chasing." "You were chasing 2 of his guards," Tatia said. "We just stunned them 50 meters that way," she added, pointing to a side corridor. Cadmir assigned 2 of his security people, who took off running. "Speaking of infestations, Mr. President, the lead rat remains unaccounted for. If you will agree to leave the search to us and return to the surface, we will find him." A broad smile crossed Alex's face, but it didn't reach his eyes. Cadmir took in the President's expression and the carnivore's grin on the Admiral's face, and knew he had overplayed his hand. The Hurricanes were as advertised, people you never fooled with. Alex walked up to Cadmir, his people following closely beside and behind him, until Alex was nose to nose with the man. "You get one opportunity, Cadmir, and only one opportunity to get this right, so think carefully before you answer. Where are my sister and her friends?" Several ideas crossed Cadmir's mind as to what he should say, but far in his hind brain a part of him was yelling, "Don't be a fool! Tell him the truth!" The President's eyes bored into his, and Cadmir could see blood pulsing in the Hurricane's neck. "We lost them," Cadmir finally managed to say. He expected an outburst of rage or to be slammed to the floor, but the huge Hurricane just leaned in a little closer to focus on his eyes. "Priorities, Cadmir," Alex said quietly, never moving or blinking. "We find the big rat and neutralize him. You signal your people topside to dismantle the barricade and cooperate with my people in a search for the girls. If one of your people harms one of mine, I will space the lot of you. Do we understand each other?" "Perfectly, sir," Cadmir said. When the President backed up, he thought furiously about how to mitigate his circumstances. That's when he noticed the Admiral staring intently at him, and he realized he had made another mistake. "Let's go rat hunting," Alex said. "Hurricanes, pair up and take one of Cadmir's people with you to section up this level. Cadmir, can Toyo get off this level?" "Only if he takes a hostage and gets to one of the 2 lifts. My people hold the green lift. You 2, Cadmir said, pointing to 2 more guards. "See that Toyo doesn't get access to the blue lift." Alex signaled 2 troopers to follow Cadmir's people, and the dome owner nodded approval. Cadmir's people led each search team, and at a door they provided the access, while the Hurricanes took low positions opposite the corridor, in case Toyo was waiting on the other side. With only a few teams, the search dragged on for an hour, with teams communicating by earcom or implant as to the sections searched and where they were proceeding next. Tatia and a trooper readied themselves as Cadmir's security officer touched a door actuator. The Admiral could feel the air change on the back of her neck, and she heard the distinctive click of a firing stud pressed. She spun around, and Toyo stood beyond the doorway, which had opened at her back. He was laughing, his weapon dangling by the trigger guard from one finger. "It was worth it to see the expression on your face, Hurricane," Toyo said, chuckling. "No charge," he added, dropping the weapon to the floor. "We have Toyo," the Hurricane trooper with Tatia sent over the open comm, which brought the Hurricanes running, tracing the signal origin, and left Cadmir's people, who had been leading them, wondering what had happened and belatedly chasing the Hurricanes. "Who would have thought that Pito Toyo could be taken by a femme?" Toyo said, disgusted by the idea. "You don't think a woman can put your ugly butt on the deck?" Tatia growled over her weapon's sight, which was trained on Toyo's chest. "No femme I've ever met, but maybe you think you're different. Then again, we'll never know, will we? What with you holding a charged stunner and me on empty." "Step out into the corridor, Mr. I'm Such a Bad Man," Tatia commanded, backing up to keep her distance from the criminal boss. She signaled the trooper with her to cover Toyo while she lowered and holstered her weapon, which made Toyo grin. Tatia's implant location app signaled the arrival of her fellow Hurricanes. She unstrapped her holster from her thigh, handing it behind her without looking, and Delan took it from her. "Let's see what you've got," Tatia said, motioning Toyo forward. Faster than Tatia could believe, Toyo's hand shot out to slap her face, testing her. She barely managed to block the strike with her forearm, which stung from the impact. The man was not only fast, but his muscles felt like metal alloy, and she shook her arm to ease the sting. "Aw, fam, did I hurt you?" Toyo taunted. Several times more Toyo tested Tatia, delivering rock-hard blows to her extremities. She was able to protect her core, but Toyo had been a street fighter all his life, and he enjoyed the prospect of whittling down an opponent foolish enough to take him on 1-to-1. Watching Tatia fighting with standard TSF defense techniques, Alain sent, "Recall the mats," reminding Tatia of the extraordinary amount of time Etienne, Tatia, and he had spent practicing Meridian escort techniques. The reminder couldn't have come at a better time. The beating Tatia was taking, without landing more than a few cursory blows on Toyo, told her that she would soon lose the fight. Anger simmered inside, but she fought to keep control of it. Embracing Alain's cue, Tatia shifted from her TSF self-defense stance to the relaxed and upright posture the twins had drilled into her. Tatia's change in stance signaled to Toyo that he was winning, and he threw a right-handed roundhouse punch at the Admiral's temple, hoping to end the fight. Tatia eased back on her left foot and spun clockwise. Toyo's fist sailed past her, throwing the man off balance, and as Tatia came around, the knuckles of her balled fist caught Toyo in the temple, staggering him. "Lucky," Toyo said, shaking his head to clear it. "Think so? Want to try again, bad man?" Tatia replied. Toyo pretended to laugh and relax, but Tatia saw his weight shift to the balls of his feet, and she was ready for his charge. She could never effectively copy the Meridian's technique of dropping to the deck, spinning on one leg, and chopping the opponent's legs out from under them with her other leg. Her build worked against her, so Tatia added a twist to a traditional throw. Dropping his wide shoulders, Toyo charged, intending to bowl the Admiral over and pin her to the floor, where he could deliver disabling blows to her head. Tatia grabbed at Toyo's arms and rolled onto her back. Toyo, detecting her intention, sought to halt his charge and drop on top of the Admiral, but the boot she planted in his crotch short-wired his every thought. The Admiral followed through with her second boot, which caught him in the abdomen, and Toyo went flying over the Admiral's head. Her powerful legs gave an extra shove that added rotation and launched him even farther, landing Toyo flat on his back. He struck the deck meters from the Admiral, forcing the onlookers to jump back when he nearly sailed into their midst. Toyo struggled to stand, and he considered making a quick escape, but two things convinced him otherwise. The number of stun guns trained on him was one thing, and Alex Racine, standing there with crossed arms, was number two. The Hurricane president was even bigger in person. "Only a femme would use that maneuver and try to cripple a man," Toyo said, circling back. He was considering the Admiral's new fighting style, and he was no longer convinced of a win. She wasn't adopting the traditional fighter's crouch. Instead, she stood casually, balanced on her feet, hands at her side, waiting. Figuring this might be his last fight, which Toyo wanted desperately to win, especially against a femme, he pulled a slender blade from inside his sleeve and waved it at her. "Stand down," Tatia sent urgently. "This piece of space dirt is mine." The Hurricanes, who had moved to get a clear shot at Toyo, relented, lowering their weapons. "Talking with that thing in your head, huh?" said Toyo, noticing the Hurricanes backed off without a word from the Admiral. "You're supposed to be New Terran, but you're nothing but a freak lover." "Useless piece of human trash," Tatia said quietly. "So what's your choice of poison, Toyo?" she asked, nodding at his blade. "Poison's for assassins and femmes," Toyo said, brandishing his knife closer and closer. "I like my blade clean and sharp. The metal does the talking for me." "Well, bad man, since you can't take me with your fists, I'll let you try it with a weapon. Must be crushing your ego to get beaten by a femme." Toyo growled and lunged to attack Tatia's left side, but it was a fake. At the last moment he swung his knife down, intending to cut into Tatia's inner thigh and cripple her. But Toyo sliced only air as Tatia danced backward, moving easily out of attack range. A small smile lit Alain's face. Worried before, he now felt the outcome was assured. It was only a matter of time before Toyo would succumb. Toyo heard the chuckles from the Hurricanes at his failure to connect, and his temper boiled. In quick succession, he attacked with all the feints and tricks learned on the street. Known as a formidable knife fighter even as a teenager, it was his lack of fear that enabled him to take on bigger and stronger opponents. Toyo would rather have died than fail to win a fight, whereas his opponents were more often concerned with living. But try as Toyo might, his knife couldn't score a strike on the big blonde. She didn't fight like anyone he had ever met. Even when he got close, she slapped or punched his hand aside. His right forearm and the back of his hand had taken so many hits that he switched the knife to his left hand before he lost his grip. Eventually, Toyo tired, sucking in huge gasps of breath. A glance revealed the Admiral sweating like him, but she stood calmly eyeing him. She still had the energy and breath to dance clear of his every attempt to cut her. "That all you have, bad man?" Tatia taunted. "You're only good at abducting young girls? Can't deal with a full-grown woman?" "Fine, I give," Toyo said, placing his hands on his knees while he regained his breath. He straightened up, reversed the knife in his hand, holding it by the blade, and extended the handle to Tatia as he closed the gap between them. In a blur, Toyo flipped the knife over, and the two New Terran bodies slammed together. Fear shot through Alain's mind, nearly paralyzing his brother, whose implant was constantly in tune with his creshmate. Tatia took a step back, and the handle of Toyo's knife protruded from under his jaw. It had been driven up and into his brain. Toyo's eyes blinked twice in shocked amazement before he toppled to the deck. Walking back to her people, Tatia caught Alex's nod to her before she stopped and kissed Alain lightly. "Good training," Etienne sent to his creshmate, slapping him on the shoulder. It was one of the few times in Alain's life where he couldn't offer a single retort or witticism to his twin. He was much too relieved by the outcome.
"Well done, Admiral," Cadmere called out. "We will dispose of this piece of trash for you."
"Not so fast, sir," Totty replied, strapping her stun gun back on her thigh. "The body of Pedo Toyo will remain in our custody until it's handed over to the proper authorities."
"That's an unnecessary burden for you, Admiral," Cadmere said, as politely as he could.
"Were my Admiral's instructions not clear to you?" asked Alex, the menace evident in his voice, which caused the Harricans to flow around him to face Cadmere and his people. With both sides frozen, Alex sent a flurry of signals to the two troopers carrying the plasma rifles. Cadmere watched in awe as two Harricans unslung their plasma rifles in unison and marched to stand on either side of Toyo's body, holding their weapons at the ready. The movements appeared to have been choreographed and practiced until they could achieve the perfect synchronicity of motion.
"As you wish, Mr. President," Cadmere said,
his thoughts of burying all that had happened in his domes dissipating into thin air.
"Perhaps we should go look for your girls now," he added.
Chapter 33. Cadmere knew every meter of Dome 4 Level 6 had been searched, which left the remainder of the 4 extensive domes to search.
"We can't tell where your women went, Mr. President," Cadmere explained, "but we think they must have used the green lift to access another level. The problem is that a patron or dome personnel could have entered any level in the keypad."
On hearing that, Alex chuckled to himself. Put it to these 3 inventive young minds to find a way to escape and hide in plain sight, he thought. While Cadmere, Alex, and their combined support searched the lower domes, Cadmere calmed his security chief, Omi Yakiro, who commanded the forces holding the green lift and the barricade on the main concourse.
"Chief, good news. Toyo is dead and all his people are down. Locate every one of them up there and secure them if the Harricans haven't already done so. Stress to our security personnel that they are to be on their best behavior with President Racine's people. I want no incidents with the Harricans, or that person will find themselves floating in vacuum. Take down the barricade and team your people up with Racine's and start searching for the girls. The women will probably reveal themselves when they see the Harrican blue."
2 questions, sir. How did Toyo get killed, and did you witness it?
"I caught the end of the fight between Racine's admiral and Toyo. She ended up sticking Craze's own knife in his brain."
"Isn't the admiral a woman?"
"Yes, and a formidable one. Find those girls, Chief, before Racine unleashes his admiral on you or me."
Chief Yakiro ordered the concourse barricade torn down, and he went to personally communicate with the Harricans. Remembering Cadmere's warning, he left his weapons behind. Walking next to the concourse's outer curve, Yakiro held his hands in front of him. When he spotted a glimpse of Harrican blue, he called out, "Hello there! I need to speak to someone in charge." Yakiro had to wait a few moments before he received a reply, and although his arms were tiring, he kept them out and visible. "Commander Franz Cohen here, sir. What can I do for you?" "I'm Security Chief Omi Yakiro. I have a message from Mr. Cadmere. The fighting is over. Toyo is dead. Your admiral killed him. We're to ensure that Toyo's people are adequately detained and assist you in the search for your girls."
"Step forward, Chief Yakiro," Franz said invitingly.
He wanted to know how much faith Yakiro was willing to put into his message. As Yakiro approached the 2 men, a new Terran and one with a unique build and decorated with face paint and bird feathers, he said, "May I rest my arms?"
"Certainly, Chief," Franz allowed.
"Why are we searching up here for the girls?" Julian asked.
Mr.
"No, mister, just Julian." "Wow. Julian! It's a pleasure to meet you, Julian," Yakiro gushed, extending his hand. Julian shook the man's hand and then said, "My question, sir?"
"Oh, yes, well, we lost them," Yukiro said in consternation. Julian chuckled, and Franz burst out laughing. "I don't understand the joke," Yukiro said, unsure whether to be angry at the laughter or pleased that the Harricans weren't upset over the news. "Who knew we were coming here to rescue your butts twice, Chief? Once from Toyo and once from yourself, since you can't hang on to 3 young women," Franz said, trying to control his laughter as the Chief's face reddened. "Perhaps we should begin the search, Chief Yukiro," Julian said, holding out his hand in the direction of the green lift. Yukiro was about to reply when he froze, having witnessed the face paint and feathers wink off Julian to be replaced by a small hat. "Wow," he whispered. "Who knew you inspired such awe, Julian?" Franz sent. "Obviously, Chief Yukiro is a man of superior intelligence," Julian replied. Yukiro saw a force of Harricans running up behind Julian and the commander. So he turned and led the group back to where the barricade was mostly dismantled. When Cadmir's people joined Yukiro and the Harricans, the security chief laid out the search patterns he wanted his people to lead the Harricans through. He was turning to introduce Commander Franz Cohen and Julian when the Sade froze in an utterly still manner. Then, just as quickly, Julian resumed a human appearance and started walking. Julian's comms power capability exceeded a Harrican's implant by 2.7-fold. It meant the Sade could send farther than a human implant could respond. Unfortunately, it meant a ping from him would fail to be returned if the human was out of implant range. In this case, Julian's comm mapping had detected the absorption of his powerful signal by a small but dense area, such as would be created by 3 young women close together. The absorption point or hole Julian detected was extremely faint. In fact, if he turned his head, the app would fail to map the tiny area. Following the mapped point became an imperative, and the Harricans cleared Cadmir's people from Julian's path as he followed the curve of the concourse to close on the source. Several times Julian took side corridors to walk into a bar, restaurant, or showroom, only to have his way to the source point blocked, which required him to backtrack. "What's he doing?" Yukiro whispered to Franz after a while. "Julian's honing in on the girls," Franz replied quietly. "How?" Yukiro asked, and Franz touched his temple in reply. "Oh," Yukiro replied, all the more intrigued by Julian. Following the Sade, the Harricans nearly circumnavigated the dome back to the concourse as it led to the landing bay, even though by design the perimeter corridor didn't complete a full circle. All patrons had only one path to the bay, forcing them to pass by all of Cadmir's offerings to come and go from the main dome to the landing bay. Abruptly, Julian turned and walked through the wide-open doors of a large restaurant, where hundreds of people sat around tables and were guarded by Cadmir's security forces. "Are you 3 done with your adventures?" Julian sent. Franz watched 3 yellow environment-suited figures on the restaurant's far side jump up, squealing. The girls threaded their way through the tables, running as fast as they could in the new Terran safety gear. They threw themselves at Julian, who, thankfully as a Sade, could take the impact of 3 young women. The girls proceeded to hug every Harrican after that. Yukiro touched his earcom and called Cadmir. "Cadmir here. What do you have, Chief?" "The Harricans, make that their Sade, Julian, located the girls, sir. They were seated with our patrons in the lunar restaurant, and we never knew it. The women were hiding in plain sight. They were wearing environment suits." "What do you want to guess that it was those 3 women who started everyone donning the suits, and then they exited with them?" "Sounds about right, sir." "Are they all right, Chief?" "They're fine. Busy hugging every Harrican in sight." "Good work, Chief. One huge disaster averted. Escort them to the green lift and ask them to wait there. I'm bringing the President up." Christy, Amelia, and Eloise shucked their suits and hung on the arms of Julian and Franz as they followed Chief Yakiro through the concourse. "If you will indulge me, we will wait at the green lift," Yakiro said. "Why?" Christy asked. "I understand your brother is coming up from the lower domes with Mr. Cadmere," Yakiro replied. "Oh," Christy said quietly. She threw concerned looks at her two companions. "Do New Terrans believe in corporal punishment?" Eloise sent to Christy and Amelia, working to conceal her mirth. "I don't believe so," Amelia sent back, "but look at it this way. Christy will finally get a chance to slim down when Alex finishes chewing on her rear end for this stunt." Amelia and Eloise were still laughing quietly when the green lift car announced its arrival at the main concourse level and the doors slid open. Alex was the first to step out, and Christy threw herself into her brother's arms. She dangled above the floor, her arms tightly around Alex's neck. "I'm so mad at you," Alex sent while hugging his little sister fiercely. "I know, and I love you, big brother," Christy replied. Eventually Alex let Christy down, and he eyed Amelia, who ducked her head in embarrassment. But when Alex opened his arms to her, she ran into them, her slender frame held tenderly in Alex's powerful arms. "Thank you for coming for us," Amelia sent. "There would be no other way," Alex replied. When Alex set Amelia down, he saw tears coursing down Eloise's face. "I was so scared, Sir President," Eloise sent. Fear, relief, and anguish roiled through her thoughts. "Come," Alex sent, and held out his arms. When Eloise still hesitated, he walked over and scooped up the young woman, holding her tightly as she broke into deep sobs. "Protect her," Eloise managed to send. "I never thought I would need you personally. Maybe Fiona saw far into the future, and her instructions were meant for me personally." Around Alex and the girls, the Harricans were shedding tears of joy. Even a few of Cadmere's people were misty-eyed at the emotional reunion. Christy, Amelia, and Eloise were anxious to share their recordings of the Espero Club, their journey aboard the freighter, and the encounters with the various individuals handling their kidnapping, but Alex halted all discussions. "This mess has gotten much bigger than illegal drugs and kidnapping," Alex explained, once they had removed themselves from the vicinity of Cadmere's security people. "As Harricans, we have severely overstepped the boundaries of New Terran law. Right now, we need to be prioritizing damage control. Commander Cohen, Cordelia, escort our 3 wayward young women back to your traveler. Take several troopers with you and remain aboard with the hatch closed until I have further directions for you." Christy started to object, but one look from her brother silenced her. "A wise decision, young one," Cordelia sent. "I will explain on the way to our ship the ramifications of what has been done in order to rescue you, so that you understand the complications that have arisen." Christy gave her brother a quick kiss on the cheek, and both Amelia and Eloise touched Alex's arm in passing as the 3 women hurried off to the traveler. "Okay, second big item checked off. The girls are safe," Tatia remarked. "And the First Admiral?" Julian asked, thinking he had missed something. "The kidnapper has paid the ultimate price for endangering our children," Alex replied. "Ah, Ser Toyo is dead. I didn't realize that was a priority," Julian replied. "A priority? No, but it was on my to-do list if the opportunity came up," Tatia said, her chin jutting forward, ready to take on Julian's moral challenge. "More important things to consider, you two, and for the record, I'm not displeased that Toyo met his end at Tatia's hands. It was an important lesson for the man to have learned, even if briefly. Not to mess with Harrican women, young or not so young," Alex said, grinning at Tatia. Julian kept his thoughts to himself. He understood the desire for revenge, but the pursuit of justice appeared to lead humans down dangerous paths. Yet he had witnessed the shortcomings of New Terran laws and its legal system,
which had often failed to provide the people with justice. He did not mourn Toyo's passing, but wondered if there was a better way to redirect those humans who seemed intent on errant behavior. "I think we have to consider consolidating our assets, the ones we want to protect," Tatia said. "We have 2 ships, and Drake and Jaya are already aboard the Tanaka. And Therese is ready aboard the Reaver with the engineering suite set up as a lab. I've already given orders to Reiko to tell Miranda to protect the 2 key biochemists, the lab equipment, and any documentation," Alex said. "It would be best to have Miranda take her people and everything she recovers to the Reaver." "And what will President Drake's reaction be when none of the evidence he's asked us to secure shows up on board the Tanaka?" Julian asked. "Extremely angry, for one thing," Alex said. "We must remember that Will Drake is not Maria Gonzalez. He has a different concept of what he thinks are the duties of the President." "Then we have to give Drake an alternative reason to engage these domes, and I know just the tactic to take," Tatia said, grinning. "Okay," Alex said. "First, Julian, reach Franz and request he fill his traveler with the same people he brought. Transport his passengers to the Reaver, drop Cordelia, Mickey, the girls, and the crew he picked up there, and return his ship to the Tanaka. Copy Cordova and Reiko on that message." "Done," Julian replied. "Second, Julian, a message to Miranda. Transport the lab equipment, the 2 lead biochemists, and 10 of her original crew that she took with her, including Svetlana and Deirdre, but not Willem, to the Reaver. She's to expedite her exit before the authorities arrive and remain on the liner. Copy Cordova and Reiko on that message." "Again, done, sir." Third, a message to Reiko. Keep watch on Cressida, where we expect TSF forces to originate, and warn Miranda in advance of their arrival. If she has to challenge the TSF travelers for ID to buy Miranda time to launch and clear Jolares space, she should do so, but gently. "Ready," Julian replied. Last message is for Ellie. She's to stand by, maintain security in the Jolares' domes until relieved by what I hope will be TSF forces, and offer whatever cooperation to them she can. But, and this is important, she's to extricate herself as soon as possible with our remaining people and return to the Tanaka. Copy Reiko. "Messages sent and acknowledged, Mr. President." "Okay, Admiral. I hope your idea works. Julian, connect me to the Tanaka and President Drake." "Shall I have him woken, Sir Industrious One?" Julian asked. "What?" Alex queried in surprise. Tatia laughed. "It looks like we've run into the early morning hours. I thought it was just my bout with Toyo that had tired me. Vermin cleanup is hard work." "Did you collect your young women from Cadmere?" Drake asked. He was standing on the Tanaka's bridge with Reiko, Eric, and Jaya. Everyone was woken from their sleep, but only Reiko appeared properly dressed. "I'm pleased to say, President Drake, that we were eventually successful," Alex sent. Julian linked Alex's comm through the President's traveler to reach the Tanaka. "Wonderful to hear, Mr. President, but I'm sensing other issues. Are the girls okay?" Drake asked. "They're fine, sir, but when we arrived, we found Cadmere's establishment was under attack by a shuttle full of Toyo's security forces." "I assume you stayed out of the fray until Cadmere's people handled the situation. The Udrides domes comprise Cadmere's establishment under his company's mining charter. By New Terran law, Cadmere has the authority to deal with any issues on his property as he sees fit, and it's important that you respected that." Tatia placed her hand on Alex's arm, and he nodded his assent. "President Drake, Admiral Tachenko here. Events progressed rapidly from the point of our landing, and suddenly we faced exigent circumstances. We were setting down in the dome when our pilot reported bodies on the deck, which on infrared indicated they were cooling." "Cooling, as in dead, Admiral?" Jaya asked. "Precisely, Minister. At the time, we were not fully aware of the circumstances, but we felt it was our duty to offer aid to the dome's inhabitants to prevent further loss of life. It was only after examining those dead in the bay that we discovered the individuals, security and service personnel, were Cadmir's people. They had been killed by overloading their nervous systems with a powerful energy force, and some, who we took to be only partially stunned, had their throats slit. Drake and Jaya looked at each other in consternation. "Admiral, you're describing wholesale murder," Drake replied. "That I am, Mr. President, the deliberate murder of New Terran citizens with illegal weapons. President Racine and I decided we had no choice but to support Cadmir's people against the renegades, and we entered into an extended fight with Toyo's people to stop the senseless killings." "So these are the exigent circumstances you're citing, Admiral, which you felt demanded your encroachment on New Terran sovereign space and required you enter into this conflict?" Tatia knew where Drake was headed. He needed to hear a plausible defense of the Hurricane's actions that he could use when he dealt with the Assembly or the courts. "President Drake, this was not an internal company dispute covered by the Charter. This was a war between organizations, and one side was using illegal stun guns designed to kill, cutting the throats of combatants and non-combatants alike. Toyo's side fired a plasma rifle in a surface dome where patrons of the establishment were potentially exposed to immediate decompression. We had every right as fellow humans to come to the aid of your innocent civilians, and you have every right as president to declare an emergency and send in TSF troops to these domes." "Was the main dome's integrity defeated?" Jaya asked. "Fortunately it was not," Alex replied, "and we were able to capture the only rifleman with Toyo's people, even while he laid an ambush for us." Drake was shaking his head, wondering how such a level of violence was possible among his people. "I've ordered a launch of TSF troopers from Cressida for Jolares, where the drug lab was discovered. I will order a second launch of troopers for Eudrides," Drake said. "That should just about exhaust the base's resources." "Are there any estimates of the dead?" Jaya asked. "Julian here, Minister. While circumstances have not allowed me to review the implant recordings of all our people, I estimate at least 63 dead. Most are Cadmir's security forces, some are his service personnel, and a few are dome patrons." The word patrons scared Drake. It underlined the unfolding of a political nightmare. Patrons could mean local miners splurging their savings, but it could also mean wealthy New Terrans, which could mean families. Please, no dead children, Drake thought. "What's the status of Toyo and his people? Have they all been neutralized?" Jaya asked. He was struggling to choose words that circumvented describing in blunt terms the wholesale slaughter of people. "Toyo is dead, Minister," Alex sent. "He was hiding in a utility room, broke out to attack Tatia from behind, and in the ensuing fight he died when stabbed with his own knife." "I must remember to edit my recordings to match the new facts," Julian quipped to Alex and Tatia. "And the status of your people, Alex?" Drake asked. "We lost one trooper on Eudrides and another on Jolares," Alex sent. "We will remain on station, ensuring Toyo's people remain secure and offering whatever aid to Cadmir we can provide until your troops arrive. Then we will be returning to the Tanaka." "Thank you for going to the aid of our civilians, President Racine," Drake sent. "I don't have to tell you what these horrendous circumstances mean to our government and our people. In addition to the tragic loss of life, it will create a political mess. In the near future, I will require your utmost cooperation to manage this crisis through the Assembly and the courts, if necessary." "Understood, President Drake. We will do what we can to assist you," Alex said. Alex closed the comm, and Drake issued emergency instructions, intending to bring order to the disaster that had befallen Ganymede's moons. On Udrides, not more than a half-hour after the comm with Drake, Alex and Tatia received a private comm from Julian sent to him from Lumley aboard the Reaver, which was stationed overhead. TSF troopers were en route from Cressida to Jolares. The chronometer was counting down for Miranda to clear the domes with the assets the Hurricanes wanted to preserve before the TSF arrived. Captain Shimada, I require a comm with General Dolan Oppert, the head of TSF. His headquarters are situated in Prima. My staff can locate him instantly, Drake said. Without a SAID aboard, it took several comm connections before the general was finally located. He was on a celebratory camping trip with close friends and had been there ever since the busts of the 14 illegal drug manufacturing locations. Oppert was ensuring that his powerful friends who had accompanied him knew he had engineered the highly successful crackdown on the criminals. "Mr. President," Oppert said, answering the comm on his reader and struggling to sit up from his comfortable camp cot where he had been asleep. "Apologies, General, for the early morning comm, but I'm informing you that I've issued emergency orders to Cressida TSF forces to interdict the illegal actions taking place in the domes of Jolares and Udrides." President Drake, I would advise against any such actions against the domes. They do have legal autonomy. Get the stuffing out of your ears, General. I'm not requesting you send in troops. This is a courtesy call to inform you that I've already sent in troops. We have illegal drug manufacturing in the Jolares domes. The lab chemists and techs have had their families kidnapped to force their cooperation. How did we learn this? Oppert asked, wondering why he failed to receive this information. The Hurricanes discovered it. Why are the Hurricanes at the Jolares domes? They were searching for the source of the drugs that have been distributed to their young people in Espero. Drake deliberately left out the part about the kidnapping, not wanting that to be publicized until he had an opportunity to talk to Alex in greater detail. "The Hurricanes should have come to us with their problem," Oppert declared hotly, rising from his cot to step out of his spacious tent into the green of the surrounding forest. "What they should or shouldn't have done is moot, General. That's in the past." "Excuse me, President Drake. Earlier you said Jolares and Udrides. Were there drugs on Udrides?" "That's an entirely separate event, General. Toyo and his security forces attacked Cadmir's domes, killing people either by the use of illegal energy weapons or by cutting their throats." "Inconceivable," Oppert said softly. "Was it Cadmir who called you for assistance?" "No, again it was the Hurricanes who were planning to meet with Cadmir and arrive at his domes just after Toyo landed and began killing people." "This makes no sense, Mr. President. Why would Toyo do such a thing? He's been running a successful establishment, making credits by the shuttle load." Drake sidestepped the general's question. He didn't wish to discuss the recent events until he had formed more succinct responses to the tough questions. "General, now is not the time for lengthy questions. Cressida's TSF resources are stretched thin. I need 2 more travelers full of troops with senior commanders aboard sent to each of the Jolares and Udrides domes. I need them en route yesterday." "Understood, President Drake." "One more item, General. What information crossed your desk about the manufacture of illegal energy weapons?" "There were rumors, sir, but nothing worth investigating." "Well, you were either misinformed or uninformed, General. They exist, and Toyo's people used them to kill 63 civilians. Chapter 34. Miranda urged her people to hurry, even as she carried a crate packed with lab equipment that no 2 Hurricanes could lift. When she broke out into the main concourse from the lift, she received a comm from Reiko. "A bit rushed, dear. Something important?" Miranda sent. "Just a traveler filled with Terran security forces inbound for Jolares that I thought you might want to know about." "Oh, my! Aren't you just bubbling with exciting news?" How much time do I have before we must clear Jolares space? Telemetry estimates 0.42 hours. Understood. Any changes in orders from the dear man in charge? Reiko nearly giggled at their president being labeled as the dear man in charge. None, Miranda. I'm standing by to challenge the Traveler's authority to enter the space if I must. It might buy you an additional fifth or quarter of an hour if I can draw it out. We'll try to prevent you from executing an incursion against the TSF. We wouldn't want your good name, dear, to be written in ignominy on the refresher walls of the Cressida Forces barracks. Reiko waited and watched as the TSF Traveler closed on Jolares. She requested Eric entertain the new Terran officials, which was a euphemism for keeping them away from the bridge, if Reiko had to challenge the Traveler to buy Miranda time. Down below, Miranda redoubled her efforts, prioritizing the loading and ensuring the two biochemists and their families were aboard first. Stratford was vociferously objecting to being detained and started screaming about new Terran rights and Hurricanes overstepping their bounds, when Billings smacked him across the face. Your egotistical pursuit to create more fantastical compounds landed me and my family in Toyo's prison, Billings yelled at Stratford, as the biochemist held a hand to his reddening face. The family members were too shocked to move. The Hurricanes have just freed us, and I don't care where they take us, so get your butt aboard this vessel or you won't have to worry about the Hurricanes. I'll throttle you myself. As the Stratfords clambered into the Traveler and Billings helped his family up the hatch steps, Miranda said, "Quite effective, sir. Your assistance is noted." Hurricanes grabbed as much lab equipment and material as readily available, bagging and sealing the potentially contaminated material in vacuum packing equipment seized from the dome's kitchens. When Reiko calmed to ask whether she should provide interference, Miranda waved her off, piled the troopers aboard, received bay clearance, and launched the Traveler. Using the Tanaka's telemetry, Miranda tracked the incoming Cressida Traveler. She flew low, keeping the moon between the two shuttles as she sped off in the opposite direction. When the Tanaka indicated the TSF forces were descending toward the dome's landing bay, Miranda accelerated, using the body of Jolares to hide her from the TSF as she raced for the rever. Miranda eased the Traveler into the liner's bay. Therese and Pia waited anxiously in the airlock for the clearance signal that pressure was achieved. Both of them had spent hours reviewing Miranda's vid files, which were taken of the lab and the biochemists. With his ego driving him, Stratford made the mistake of choosing to descend the Traveler's hatch steps first. Having helped his family to the deck, he turned around and encountered Therese, who promptly slapped him hard across the face. The sound reverberated across the bay, and Billings, in the middle of helping his family down the hatchway, paused to regard the two, Hurricane and New Terran, in confrontation. Stratford might have outmassed the Meridian-built woman, but her flaming red hair and angry eyes said she was a match for any 2 or 3 New Terrans. "Why is everyone slapping my husband lately?" Stratford's wife wailed. "Perhaps because he deserves it, sir," Therese replied hotly, daring the woman to say more. "But we've never met," Stratford objected. "Your reputation precedes you, sir. I have an entire wing of young people on Espero who I ordered placed into unconscious states because they were addicted to your insidious drug." "I just made the compound. I didn't know what Toyo would do with it." "And there lay the excuses of all weak men," Therese retorted. And then, in a whiny voice, she added, "I just built the destructive device. I couldn't control how it was to be used." She glared at Stratford, waiting for his response, but the biochemist thought better of opening his mouth. "If you produce potentially dangerous creations, sir, without adequate oversight and controls in place, then you have no moral foundation on which to stand when people die from your invention." Therese motioned the two biochemists and their families aside as crew began carting the lab equipment off the Traveler, heading for the engineering suite, which was now Therese's laboratory. "Sir Billings, greetings. I'm Therese Lachaud. This is my senior medical technician, Pia Sabine." Billings hesitated, but was grateful when the Hurricane woman politely extended a hand. "Pia, you and I will be working together, Sir Billings, to support this individual," Therese said, pointing a finger at Stratford, "in creating a compound that effectively blocks the craving for his addictive hallucinogen." "The name is Charles Stratford, madam. I would thank you to address me properly." Therese whirled to eye Stratford, and he shrank back. "Lesser creatures are not given names," Therese declared hotly. "We will see if you are able to earn the status of human being." Therese spun around and made for the airlock, waving an imperial finger over her shoulder for the families to follow. Billings passed Stratford and bestowed a huge grin on him that showed how much he was enjoying Stratford's discomfort after the long, arduous months his family had endured, subjected to Toyo's incarceration and daily threats. Having witnessed most of Therese's introduction to the biochemists, Svetlana said to Deirdre, "I was wondering why our president directed us to the Rever. Now I know." "To protect Stratford from Therese until she's done with him," Deirdre said, laughing. "I'm sure the new Terrans will want him for prosecution, and it would be most embarrassing to have to tell them that our chief medical specialist spaced him as human waste. So sorry," Svetlana replied. The two women shared a brief laugh, but each thought Stratford would require close observation. Alex would be upset if something happened to the biochemist while he was in the Hurricane's care. Not that Therese had ever committed bodily harm on a person, yet. But Stratford's descent into depraved invention and disregard for human safety was provoking the fiery redhead's temper. The chemists' families were ushered to their cabins by Pia, who displayed the amenities of the first cabin for the wives. "Will we be locked in?" Billings's wife Janine asked. "No, sir. We're Hurricanes, not New Terran criminals," Pia answered simply. "You may consider this ship safe to wander around. This includes the children. If you need something, please ask any crew member, and they'll be happy to provide it for you." "How about food?" Stratford's wife asked. "The children haven't eaten for a while." "Midday meal is less than a half-hour away. Unpack your belongings, use the refreshers, and I will be back to take you to mealtime. You will require a crew member to order meals for you or snacks for the children, as you are without implants, but again, any Hurricane will assist you." While Pia settled the families, Therese introduced the biochemists to her lab space. "While our equipment will be unfamiliar, you'll find it'll make your research proceed faster," Therese said. "We have brought your existing manufacturing equipment so that we might examine your process and enable us to understand the original compound better." Stratford's ego had recovered from the ignominy of Therese's public humiliation, and he gazed at Miranda and Deirdre, but settled on Svetlana, who still wore her delicate wrap, declaring, "I'm not working for this woman. Get me someone else who speaks to me in a civil manner." "Since you seem to be addressing me," Svetlana replied, "let me inform you that you shouldn't be fooled by my dress. My attire was purely for the edification of foolish New Terran patrons. You may address me as Commander Valenko. This is Commander Kanan, and our curvy friend is Miranda Layton." "But let's speak to your concern, sir," Deirdre said. "Our leader has a saying. Perhaps you're familiar with the expression of an airlock to nowhere? If you're of no value to us, we have no need to keep you around." "You don't fool me with your tough act. Everyone knows Hurricanes don't kill except in self-defense," said Stratford, confident in his knowledge. Miranda stepped close to Stratford, staring into his eyes, careful to keep any emotion from her face. "Do you know what I am, human?" she asked, evincing a flat tone and evenly paced words. Yes, you're one of those, Stratford stammered. Sade is the word you're searching for, sir. Do not use any other term within hearing of a Hurricane. Since you know what I am, you know I'm not human. Logic, not emotion, controls my being. I do not have the same constraints on my choices as do my human cousins, and would have no problem applying any level of discipline to you that I see fit. Do you understand me? Stratford flicked a glance between Svetlana and Deirdre, searching for some human compassion, but he was met with hard stares. I'm waiting, and I'm an impatient individual, Miranda said. Stratford tried to ease away from the Sade, but eerily she maintained the distance between their faces as if they were strung together. Okay, he finally said. Okay, what? Miranda asked quietly. Okay, I will work with this woman, Stratford replied. When Billings found Miranda gazing at him, he wiped a smile off his face, jumped away from the table he was leaning against to stand straight, and said, I'm more than pleased to work with Sir Lachaux. Good, that's settled. I will expect to hear results soon, Miranda said, returning her gaze to Stratford. When she left the lab, she made sure to do so in an un-Miranda-like way. No swaying of the hips, no artful motion designed to attract the human eye. Her movements were perfunctory, bordering on mechanical, and Svetlana relayed to her the image of Stratford cringing as he watched her leave. I believe Stratford will be a compliant individual now, Miranda sent to Therese, Svetlana, and Deirdre. She had me fooled, Deirdre sent privately to Svetlana. Who really knows another? Svetlana replied cryptically. You watch over our errand scientists while I find a cabin, a refresher, and a ship suit for myself. Then I'll relieve you. Christie took a seat across from Cordelia as Franz piloted the traveler out of the Udrides domes. She wore an expectant look on her face, and Cordelia obliged her. We successfully traced the drugs, which were distributed in Espero, to Jolares, where we believe you were initially held, Cordelia began. It isn't clear under what circumstances Sir Cadmere managed your rescue. Rescue? Christie challenged. I don't think so. The same man who took us off the freighter after the kidnapping in Espero was the same one who transferred us to those domes we just left. Although it was in the early morning hours when he did it, we just walked out of our suite to the waiting shuttle. We are in complete agreement there, Amelia said. Cadmere did not rescue us. He had to have some sort of deal with Toyo. Some sort of deal that later went wrong, Eloise added. Be that as it may, what we've discovered is that these domes operate under the guise of mining companies, and under the new Terran charter granted to these establishments, they're allowed to operate without interference from the government when it regards internal affairs, and that includes the oversight of the TSF. That's a mistake, Christie grumped. Wait, Cordelia, are you saying that if our people had asked the new Terran government for permission to enter and retrieve us from either of these domes, they would have been denied? Amelia asked. Precisely, young one, Cordelia replied. We sent one group, masquerading as miners catching a ride with 3 Meridian holiday travelers, into the Jolares domes. They discovered the lab and the biochemists, but it resulted in a fight and the loss of one of our people. A second traveler carrying troopers was sent to secure that location for the TSF, and was done so with presidential permission. So the government knows that illegal drugs were manufactured there? Eloise asked. They do now, after the fact, Cordelia said. But we didn't have permission to be there in the first place, so it's like we invaded their territory, Amelia said. Then it must be worse for what was done at Udrides, Christie said. There it's less clear. Alex was invited by Sir Cadmere to retrieve you, But when Ser Toyo attacked, Cadmir refused Alex landing permission. The president disobeyed and subsequently discovered the incursion by Toyo's people, Cordelia explained.
"I can't believe Toyo killed all those people," Eloise said, shuddering. She still had images in her mind of the throat-slashed dead, and she wished she could erase them from memory, just as she could remove data from her implant.
"So what kind of trouble is my brother in after all this?" Christie asked. "That remains to be seen, young ones. President Drake will require our help to support what steps he wishes to take with his assembly," Cordelia said. "So President Drake is on our side?" Amelia asked. "That remains to be seen as well," Cordelia said.
"And I thought the drugs and our kidnapping were the worst things that were happening," Eloise complained.
During the remainder of the flight, Cordelia collected the memories of the girls from the moment they approached the illegal club in Espero to the moment they hugged Alex. After living through the girls' traumatic moments, Cordelia yearned to return to Espero and surround herself with her adopted children. Although the Reverse crew was aware who rode in Franz's traveler, Pia communicated strict instructions to all aboard to allow the girls some time to themselves. She met the young women in the bay and promptly escorted Christie, Amelia, and Eloise to one of the Reverse' more expansive suites. Once left alone, the girls mobbed the refresher together. Afterwards, they lay down for a nap and didn't wake until Pia came for them for evening meal. When the three girls, refreshed and enjoying wraps provided by Pia, walked into the mealroom, they were greeted, hugged, and touched by passing crew members. "What's going on with those three young women?" Billings asked Therese. The biochemists and their families were seated with Therese at an extended table. "Oh, those three are the young Hurricanes who were kidnapped for investigating an illegal club in Espero, peddling that one's drugs," Therese said, pointing a utensil at Stratford, who glared at Billings because he had brought up a subject that further embarrassed him. "They were transported to Toyo's domes, but later moved to Cadmir's before they were recovered." "The crew seems particularly pleased to see them," Janine, Billings's wife, noted. "Hurricanes would treat any lost one who we manage to recover in this fashion. It's our way. But perhaps it pleases our people that much more to have recovered Alex Racine's sister." The sound of Stratford choking on his water gave Therese a small amount of pleasure. Billings and Janine eyed Stratford. As the ugly ramifications of inventing the illegal drug mounted, Stratford's defense of his pursuit of pure science dwindled away. Recriminations were all that was left. Chapter 35. Alex and company waited at Udrides for the TSF, who arrived aboard their own traveler. The Hurricanes then led teams of troopers to collect Toyo's body, hand over custody of Toyo's people, and assist in transporting the dead to the dome's coolers. The TSF captain was in shock, having never run into something as egregious as the mass murder of New Terran citizens, and was extremely grateful to discover Tatia Tchenko was at the center of the fracas. Her reputation as a hard-nosed TSF major proved invaluable to him, as she directed him in the vid coverage of the damaged dome and the dead, collection of the extensive evidence, and the interview of Cadmir's people and Hurricanes as witnesses. It was the early morning hours, the day following the TSF's arrival at Udrides, before Alex and his people were released to board their traveler and returned to the Tanaka. Exhausted, Alex, Renee, Tatia, and the twins headed for cabins to refresh and sleep. Julian took the opportunity to link with Cordelia to exchange data and spend time in each other's virtual company. On Jolares, Ellie was left holding the proverbial bag. Miranda's traveler had no sooner cleared the moon's space when Willem announced to her, "Company, Commander," and the TSF traveler, under the command of Captain Elman Rapard, landed in the bay. Ellie squared her shoulders and went to greet the TSF captain as he entered the corridor leading to the main dome. Knowing she was tasked by the new Terran president to preserve the dome's evidence, which Miranda just took with her, left her in an exceedingly awkward position. An astute man, the captain recognized the deference paid the slender Meridian woman by the three individuals in Hurricane blue standing slightly behind her. "Captain Elman Rippard," the TSF leader said, saluting Ellie. "Wing Commander Ellie Thompson," Ellie replied. "Glad to have you here, Captain. I'm authorized to extend to you any help you need before departing for my ship stationed above." "Much appreciated, Commander. What's the status?" Rippard asked. "Still to be determined, Captain," Ellie replied, trying to figure how best to deal with the requests she knew were coming. "We have an enormous supply of drug-making compound under guard in a storage area. It's more product volume than can be lifted out in your traveler." Rippard whistled in amazement. "I thought this was some sort of little operation tucked away in a suite." "Oh, no, Captain. With this volume, it's surely a dome operation, meaning it's run under the auspices of Pito Toyo." "Do you have him in custody?" "No, to the best of our knowledge, he's not here," Ellie replied, careful not to divulge everything she knew. "What's the issue, Commander?" Rippard asked, his eyes narrowing. "Have you been here before, Captain?" Ellie asked politely, but her eyes were challenging. No TSF have been here before, Commander," Rippard replied. He was privy to the knowledge that undercover agents were sent into the domes, but those who had returned brought little information. "Not all is as it seems in these domes, Captain. We've learned there are 4 domes here, not 3, as we were told by Minister Jaya. The lifts are security-controlled, accessible only by Toyo's people and special patrons. Security personnel have a chip secreted on their person, and service personnel and patrons have ID cards that allow them access to the lower domes. We've discovered no maps or layouts of the lower domes. Your guess is as good as mine as to what you'll find down there." Ellie sent a Hurricane to lead a small squad of Rippard's TSF troopers to relieve her people at the storage location. The message she sent to her trooper ordered the Hurricanes to board the traveler when relieved. Ellie intended to collect her people as events unfolded, in case she was required to lift at a moment's notice. Rippard asked his lieutenants and sergeants to locate Toyo's senior security personnel, and Ellie was thankful to be able to stay out of the way. Eventually the captain found his way below and was shocked by the nature of the entertainment rooms in the lower domes. His people documented them, but even Rippard admitted that, base as the pursuits were, they didn't constitute a violation of the company's charter. When Rippard located the lab, he found it cleaned out, except for a small quantity of chemicals in neatly organized, sealed, clear containers, sitting on a single table. No equipment in sight. Lab chemists and techs sat meekly waiting for him. In Rippard's mind, it was a surreal moment. His people took possession of the lab's chemicals, and the subsequent interviews with lab workers revealed the existence of their kidnapped families. One by one, his troopers led the chemist or tech to their family's lodging to collect them. The conundrum for Rippard was whether to arrest them or take them into protective custody. Every one of them admitted to working in the lab making the addictive hallucinogenic compound, but under duress. When the captain asked after the lab equipment and the senior chemists, he received only shrugs and confused looks. What the captain didn't know was that the lab personnel were more concerned about the righteous anger of the Hurricanes than prosecution by their own government. In discussions before the TSF arrived, it was agreed among them that the incarceration of their families by Toyo was a good defense for their counselors to argue in court. There would be no one to argue for them if the Hurricanes decided that justice was required for the damage done to the children of Espero. Rippard returned to the main dome. He was suspicious of the Hurricane commander, but he had no proof of any wrongdoing. "Would you accommodate me by allowing a search of your shuttle?" Rippard asked Ellie.
"Certainly, Captain," Ellie replied. "May I ask what you hope to find?" "Just being careful, Commander. When I give you clearance to lift, I can say without doubt that you carried nothing evidentiary away with you." "Well, we can't have you without a clear conscience, can we, Captain?" Ellie replied with a charming smile. "Willem, have the troopers clear the traveler and disappear while the captain checks the ship," Ellie sent, knowing the Sade could reach the traveler from his location. Several moments later, Willem sent back, "Our people have become black holes within the bay." "Poetic, Willem. This captain needs something more substantial than what he's found, or we will never get off this rock." "I have an idea, Commander. I will get back to you." Ripard and 2 troopers searched the Hurricane traveler, finding nothing incriminating. He descended the hatch steps to face Ellie. "Something odd is going on here, Commander. I'm not sure what it is, but I hope the higher-ups are prepared to handle the confusing mess that I've uncovered, and that includes the lack of evidence in the underground lab." "That sounds accusatory, Captain," Ellie said, dropping the friendly attitude and bracing herself in front of Ripard. "Call it what you want, Commander, but if I had my way I would arrest you and your people." "On what charges, Captain?" Ellie challenged. "We came in support of our people who were being attacked by Toyo's security forces, and we lost one of our own in their defense." "And where are those of your people who you rescued, Commander?" Ripard riposted. Had the captain been savvy enough about Hurricanes, he would have spotted Willem's avatar design during his investigation and made him for a Sade. His next insightful move would have been to request Willem project the Hurricane's implant memories, and he would have received proof of their culpability. As it was, Ripard felt stymied. "Commander, the storage location of the illegal stun guns used on Udrides has been discovered," Willem sent. "The what?" Ellie replied, trying to keep the surprise off her face as Captain Ripard and she eyed each other. "Your pardon, Commander. It was information made available during Sade-to-Sade communication. Toyo's people used illegal energy weapons that killed. We encountered nothing like that in our contest here on Jolares. I surmise that there might be a cache of these weapons and have been proven correct. The question is, how do we communicate what I've found to Captain Ripard and stay within the confines of your previous communication?" Ellie was trying to absorb what Willem said when something occurred to her. "Willem, what do you mean by my prior communication?" "Apologies, Commander. I took it upon myself to stay informed of your dialogue with the captain. It occurred to me that you would need to deal in subterfuge, and I thought it behooved me to be aware of your version of the truth so that I would make no mistake by contradicting you." "So you were listening in on my implant?" "Essentially, yes, Commander." "Bad, Sade, bad," Ellie sent. But mirth danced through her thoughts. It was a shame that Ellie couldn't see the smile that formed on Willem's face. "To my question, Commander." "Where is the cache?" "Dome 4, Level 3. It's a security comm station with a vault located at the rear of the room." "I won't ask how you know this, but I'll deal with the captain." Ripard was watching Ellie closely and noticed the moments of inattention to him. Implant communication was one aspect of the Hurricanes he knew well. "Do you have something for me, Commander?" he asked when Ellie's stern expression softened. "Perhaps, Captain," Ellie said, "on a completely different subject, but one that still applies to Jolares. Were you aware of the killings that took place on Udrides?" "I've heard reports, but nothing specific. Why?" "I've just been informed that murders were committed by Toyo's people, and they were wielding handguns that delivered a lethal charge. Nothing like that was used against us here on Jolares, just standard stun guns, and a knife in the back." Ripard winced at the mention of the Hurricane the commander lost, and his anger at what he perceived as an obfuscation of justice lessened. "So you think that somewhere in these domes is a storehouse of more of these weapons?" "I think if you lean on a senior security person, like Toyo's head of security, who I've been told is Dylan Jameson,
that he could lead you to these weapons. Now, if you were to report to your superiors that, after learning of the deaths on Udrides, you suspected a cache of these illegal weapons might exist here, and tracked it down, wouldn't your superiors cast an admiring eye on you, Captain?"
"You're a devious woman, Commander," Ripard said, grinning. He motioned to his men to follow him, and Ellie could hear him on his earcom asking his troopers for the whereabouts of Dylan Jameson. "Captain," Ellie called out before Ripard disappeared from sight, "if Jameson appears uncooperative, you might mention that he's a possible accessory to the murder of nearly 70 New Terran citizens." Ripard tipped a couple of fingers to the brim of his cap to her and jogged out of the bay. Hours later, the captain had his cache of illegal weapons, Jameson being induced to cooperate, and immediately afterwards Ellie received her clearance from Ripard to lift. Later, Ellie watched the Tanaka appear on her helmet's screen via the traveler's telemetry and breathed a sigh of relief. Well before morning meal, Drake, accompanied by Jaya, pounded on Alex's cabin door, having been directed there by a crew member who immediately signaled Tatia, Julian, and the twins of the anger apparent on the president's face. Alex and Renee, who had a mere 5 hours of sleep, struggled to wake and discern the source of the pounding. When Alex headed for the sleeping quarters door, Renee sent, "Don a robe, my love. That's a local New Terran banging to be heard." Alex retreated momentarily to grab a robe, run into the salon, and trigger the cabin door. "What kind of games are you playing?" Drake demanded hotly, as he charged into the salon. Jaya held his hands out to Drake, attempting to get his president to lower his voice, but Drake was having none of it. "Greetings, President Drake. A little early in the morning to start an argument, isn't it?" Alex replied good-naturedly. Suddenly, Julian, Tatia, and the twins surged into the room, and Alex signaled them for calm. The group lined the salon's inner wall and waited. "I've just heard from General Oppert that the evidence from Jolaris is missing," Drake said angrily. "The senior scientists, their families, and the drug lab equipment are all missing. Tell me you didn't have something to do with this. Tell me that you're not impeding an official New Terran investigation," Drake demanded, pointing a finger in Alex's face. "We have an entire wing of young people who will remain in comatose conditions until we can create a compound to counteract the addictive nature of this nasty hallucinogenic. Unfortunately, we're out of our depth. Therese has no idea how to begin. We urgently need the biochemists to develop this compound for us, and they need their equipment and material." "So you admit you took them and the lab evidence?" Drake accused Alex. "Yes, everything you listed is aboard the Reaver." "Well, nice to hear you can still be forthright to some degree," Drake declared, backing away from Alex. He started to pace, but decided against it and turned to face Alex. "I will give you 3 hours to gather the Jolaris people, the lab equipment, and the evidence. A TSF traveler will rendezvous with your ship and take possession of everything." Alex and Drake stared at each other, neither side giving way. Finally, Alex said quietly, "I can't do that, Will. When we're finished with the chemists, we will hand everything over to you. You do realize that you are unlawfully detaining New Terran citizens who might be charged with criminal acts, and you're in our system, a place where Herricans have no jurisdiction." "Will," Renee said, beseeching the president. "No," Drake declared angrily, putting a finger in Renee's face to halt her words. Drake's motions drove the twins to respond. Alain slid in front of Renee, sweeping aside Drake's offending hand. Etienne moved in front of Alex and faced him, sending, "Please, sir, anger makes him forget his manners, but it would be unwise to punish him for his transgression." Alex took in both twins, Etienne with his earnest expression, and Alain stepping Drake away from Renee, and he relented. "You people and your arrogance," Drake said in disgust, putting some distance between the Herricans and him. "You people?" repeated Alex, his anger evident.
We saved your planet when a UE battleship threatened your entire system." "And who fomented the trouble in the first place?" Drake retorted. "If you had been at Sol, sir, instead of huddling inside Government House and hoping you were safe, you would have known it was only a matter of time before we were all subsumed by the UE," said Alex, his voice stronger and louder. "That's your opinion, and coincidentally it's typical of your arrogance," Drake said, yelling. Suddenly he looked to his right, shocked by the sight of flames surrounding Julian's head. "Fire!" Drake screamed, appalled to find the anathema of spacers rearing its ugly head. He spun around, grabbed a water carafe, and threw its contents at Julian's head. The Sade calmly sidestepped the deluge. Despite not a drop of water touching Julian, his flames were smothered, turning to steam and wisps of smoke, which sputtered out, leaving his hair sodden and burnt. "What?" Drake managed to sputter. Confused, he looked to Jaya, who was holding his hand over his face and hiding his desire to laugh out loud. "I thought your prestigious selves required a moment of levity, sirs. It was becoming unconscionably warm in here," Julian announced. Drake had the good grace to chuckle. He found a chair and sat down heavily, tired from his tirade. Alex laughed lightly and reached to stroke his friend's damaged-appearing hair, but Julian turned off the holovid image before the illusion could be breached. "May I suggest a compromise, sirs?" Julian asked. When neither Alex nor Will said a word, Renee quipped, "It appears new Terran men are ill-equipped to apologize to each other. Well, Julian, I for one would love to hear your thoughts." "Kind of you, sir," Julian said with great deference, but he shifted tone and stance as he addressed President Drake. "You, sir, are quite aware Harricans possess the superior technology. Therese is coercing the chemist responsible for creating the original drug to produce an antidote, if you will, a compound to neutralize its addictive nature. We hope to permanently free our young people of any craving for this insidious hallucinogen." "I'm not arguing your capabilities, Julian," Drake started to say. "However," Julian continued, cutting Drake off, "you must demonstrate territorial jurisdiction devoid of Harrican interference. To advance your position, I suggest the Reaver make New Terra's orbit, where the TSF authorities board and arrest Stratford. Then your office magnanimously orders the biochemist to work with the Harricans to create the antidote to eliminate the addiction. When the compound is ready, New Terra will be the first to receive it. Afterwards, your government will take possession of the chemists, the equipment, the evidence, as it had been arranged and announced previously, of course, and the Reaver will depart with what we require. The cooperation between our peoples will be seen as evidence of our valuable ongoing relationship." "I can live with that," Alex said, looking at Drake. Drake spent the next several moments considering the offer. Jaya's expression pleaded with him to accept it. "I can too," Drake agreed. "We will need to prepare a statement." "Have it," Jaya said, holding up his reader as Alex said, "Approved." "Faster done than said," Will quipped, relieved that a major clash with Alex and the Harricans had been averted. What held his attention, though, was that it was Julian who played the diplomat and successfully mediated the compromise. Chapter 36. Word of Toyo's death spread quickly throughout the system. For the criminal enterprises, which admittedly were nascent on New Terra, it was an opportunity to fill the vacuum created by the leader's demise. Most of the system's citizens focused on the media reports of the attack on Cadmir's establishment, the deaths of innocent civilians, the involvement of the Harricans, and the landing of TSF on charter-restricted domes. Over the next several days, New Terran factions organized themselves. Cadmir and O'Brien, who had made heavy donations to various assembly representatives and payments to CEOs, put pressure through them to lodge an objection against TSF interference in the domes, contrary to the mining charter. They carefully limited their accusations to the TSF, leaving the Harricans out of it. However, the murder of New Terran citizens by the use of illegal weapons had many of the Assembly up in arms. Tessie Bernoulli, the government's general counsel and senior legal administrator, was organizing investigations into what was a host of acts: illegal drug manufacturing, kidnapping of entire families, wholesale murder, and the manufacture of deadly stun guns, along with anyone complicit in their sale and transport. Toward those ends, she wanted Toyo's people, who were captured in the Udrides domes, and the evidence documenting the murders, to be delivered to Prima, and foremost, Tessie wanted the evidence and suspects from the Jolares drug lab in lockup on Prima. "You can't be serious, Will," Tessie said to the president as they sat in his office at Government House. "We're sharing the evidence and the incarceration of suspects with the Harricans?" Drake knew Tessie represented the growing number of influential New Terrans who saw a close relationship with the Harricans as dangerous. They craved a more independent stance for their system, and some of them even viewed the Harricans as magnets for trouble. Drake had released Julian's carefully crafted message only hours before Tessie was calming him for an appointment when he returned to Government House. "I've made this arrangement for the good of both people," Drake said defensively. "I hope you know, Will, you're speaking for the minority. That's not the mood of the people." 3 days ago, the Reaver and the Tanaka had made orbit around New Terra as agreed. Since it had become common knowledge that the Harrican president was aboard the Reaver, Alex was besieged with interview requests, but he accepted none. Instead, the news media filled their time with vid from drones, focusing on President Drake, the Assembly, and outspoken critics of the mining charter breaches. Soon after the Reaver had made orbit, Alex received a request from the Assembly Speaker to present himself for questioning by the government's representatives. On the appointed morning, Alex's traveler landed where directed, 3 kilometers from Assembly Hall. The Harricans disembarked to find a single common aging transport waiting for them. "No presidential entourage for us," Tatia quipped. "This is unforgivable," said Ellie, her anger evident. Renee took Alex's arm in sympathy. "New Terrans have a right to their opinions, people," Alex announced. "We came to Oistus to find our girls and get a cure for the drug that damaged our young people. So far, so good. If we've lost some friends along the way, so be it." Before the group could reach the transport, a stream of 4 modern grav cars descended to their right. The twins' hands went to their weapons, but they relaxed when Maria stepped out of the first car. Renee called out Maria's name and ran to hug her. When Alex drew close, Maria said, "Apologies for the late arrival, Alex. I just received word from Darrell about the accommodations made for your transport." Both Alex and she glanced over at the outmoded hover transport, and Maria flicked her head toward the aging vehicle, which sent her assistant running to pay off the driver. "We had to scramble to rent these beauties and get some drivers," Maria continued. "Meet my drivers, also known as my lead investigators, Sarah Laurent, Frederica Olson, and Steve Ross." As introductions were made, Julian found himself the focus of Steve Ross, who was wondering about the body type, neither New Terran nor Meridian. "Aha!" Steve exclaimed, when a complex spiraling pattern which resembled the one on his reader covered Julian's face. "My benefactor," he added, throwing his arms around Julian. "You're quite welcome, sir," Julian said, smiling. "But my partner Cordelia was also instrumental in monitoring your safety." Steve extended his hand politely to Cordelia, who eyed it and asked, "What, no hug for me?" Steve, a little embarrassed, delicately embraced Cordelia, which made her smile. "One would think I broke easily," Cordelia sent to Julian. "Accept it as deference to your image as a charming and enticing human woman," Julia sent back. Frederica and Sarah had no such reservations. They leaped as one to hug Cordelia and then mobbed Julian. Maria noticed the tendency of the two Sades to remain close to each other, and an entirely new aspect of the Sades dawned on her. Just as Julian had bonded with Alex, so he now shared his life with another Sade. "Shall we go?" Maria asked, waving her hands toward the waiting grav cars. The transports made the journey swiftly and landed at the side of the assembly hall. Two TSF sergeants stood outside and snapped to attention, saluting before opening the doors for the group. Inside, Alex motioned everyone to the gallery, sending, "There's no need for anyone to share the dais with me this time." Alex included the twins in his calm. He found himself alone on the stage and, looking down, saw Drake and his ministers in the front row. Jaya wore a pained expression, while Drake's face was stoic. The assembly speaker announced Alex and asked if he had an opening statement, but Alex felt there was nothing to say. The Sades had turned over the pertinent implant recordings to the assembly. The jerking bodies of the young at the Espero Club, the kidnapping and transporting of the girls to the domes, the stored drug manufacturing chemicals at Jolares, the invitation from Cadmere, and the fights at both domes. Without an opening statement from Alex, the assembly speaker opened the floor to questions. Alex's supporters, who appeared to be the minority, remained silent, while the majority of the representatives challenged Alex on every decision he made and every step he took. The critics saw the bringing of the Hurricane sting ship to Oistus for the ruse it was, and perceived the act as aggressive on the Hurricane's part. Failure to approach the TSF or government over the kidnapping was another subject that angered the majority. The list went on and on. Alex stood alone on the dais, hands held in front of him, and answered as succinctly and calmly as he could. At one point, a particularly obnoxious individual, tapped by the assembly speaker, decided to make a personal comment that challenged Alex's qualifications to be a world leader. "Enough," Alex said, his hands gesturing to the assembly that he was done. "You have the right to think of me personally what you will, but I am the elected leader of Hurricane, and you will treat me with the respect due my office. You may believe that everything I did in your system was without merit, but we've retrieved 3 citizens kidnapped by your people, and we're producing a compound to counteract the addictive effects of a dangerous drug your people created. Know this: Hurricanes will not tolerate intrusion from undesirable elements into our society, regardless of where they come from." "That sounds like a threat," the obnoxious representative challenged. "Call it what you wish," Alex replied, "but you should stop and think before you continue to act in the manner that I've heard today. New Terra has benefited tremendously from Meridian technology, but it's not the Confederation that has been trading with you. It's us, Hurricanes. You act as if the events that embroiled us, the kidnapping and the illegal drugs, are beside the point. They are the point, and I'm perplexed as to why you don't want to work with us to curtail these elements that neither of our societies wish to see develop." The assembly speaker looked at Alex to see if he was ready for the next question, but Alex shook his head in negation. He looked down at Drake and said, "You would never be treated in this manner if you were on Hurricane." Then Alex turned and strode across the dais, intending a swift exit from the hall. Most assembly representatives were quiet, but some took to booing and calling rudely after Alex. The loud voices were drowned out by the noise from the gallery, which was full of Hurricane supporters who broke out into raucous stomping and whistling. Their boots shook the gallery's floor, and the representatives below were covered in a fine layer of dust that drifted down from the ancient ceiling. Alex raised a hand to his supporters. Out of the corner of his eye he saw Daryl Jaya standing, clapping, and stomping a foot. A smile broke across Alex's face at the minister's desertion from government ranks. After Alex's questioning before the assembly, Maria and her people transported a quiet group of Hurricanes to her home. She bustled about, making her guests feel comfortable, but when the new Terrans in Alex's group demurred from midday meal, it emphasized their somber mood.
Renee invited Maria to take a walk. The ex-president's house was situated deep in the woods far outside Prima, and tall trees dominated the landscape. The little-used pathways, thickly covered with leaves, were soft underfoot. As the two women walked, Maria waited patiently for Renee to discuss what was bothering her. A casual observer who might judge by appearances could not help but see two more different women, but at heart they were as close as sisters. Alain walked quietly near them. "I was shocked by the Assembly's treatment of Alex," Renee said, when she had time to gather her thoughts. "Not more than 15 years ago the representatives were stamping and whistling their approval of him when he rescued us and brought Meridian technology to New Terra." "Some of what you witnessed today is driven by envy, fear, and disappointment," Maria replied. When Renee's face expressed her confusion, Maria continued, "Let's take the last sentiment. Alex chose to start a new world rather than stay in Oistus and develop Meridian technology for New Terra." Renee stopped walking and fixed her eyes on Maria. "You and I both know that New Terra did not welcome the Librans with open arms." No, they didn't," Maria agreed. "Most people in a society do not welcome major changes, and the influx of hundreds of thousands of strangers, especially those who are different from them, represented an unsettling change. It's a sad truth about humankind." Maria took Renee's arm, patting it gently, and led her along the path. The thick canopy of leaves allowed a subtle dappling of light to reach the forest floor. "And you know Alex, Maria," Renee added as they walked. "He couldn't abandon people in need. It's not his way, thank the stars. So what's really going on with the Assembly?" "My sense of it, Renee," Maria said, "is that your people, the Herricans, keep holding up a mirror to us, and many find the reflection uncomfortable. Those New Terrans who prefer isolation were shocked to discover the existence of an entire procession of others, Meridians, Nual, Librans, Sui, and even hostile Earthers. Those people who thought they were in control of their destiny were taught an unwelcome lesson, and many of them blame your people. Then our criminal organizations exploited a loophole in our laws and got out of hand. But it wasn't TSF forces or our government that responded. It had to be the Herricans who were forced to come from a distant system and expose our problems. Illegal weapons, drugs, and all." "But none of that's our fault," Renee objected. "No, it's not, sir," Maria said, putting an arm around Renee's slender shoulders and pulling her close. "It's not your fault. It's just the way it is. The mood of New Terran decision-makers is swinging toward a desire to keep the Herricans at arm's length. Your technology is impressive and desirable, but it comes at a high price. Some New Terrans find your sense of morality daunting, and no one embodies that more than Alex and Julian. They're making many powerful New Terrans uncomfortable." "If this is the trend, then it will probably not swing back the other way for a long time," Renee lamented. "Don't worry, Renee," Maria said, hugging her shoulders. "It will never change the way I and others feel about you and your people. We'll be forever grateful for what you've done for New Terra." The representatives anxious to defend the mining charter were emboldened by the Assembly's treatment of Alex, but they misread the general mood. The sentiments of the outspoken representatives did not represent the mood of the entire Assembly, which as a whole was horrified by the events that took place on Jolares and Eudrides. Pressure fell on the representatives from New Terran citizens who demanded answers as to how the illegal stun guns could be manufactured and how the pleasure domes could be granted licenses under the mining charter. The undercurrent within their messages evidenced anger that it required the Herricans to fix what were seen as New Terra's problems and were the government's responsibility. Several changes to the mining charter were proposed that would not only affect the domes, but all mining companies within the system. The far-reaching scope of the bills threw the Assembly into turmoil, with pressure coming at the representatives from all sides.
The debates raged for days, and the assembly adjourned for a 3-day recess before votes were to be taken on 2 diametrically opposed bills that had survived the committees and preliminary floor votes. Chapter 37. Since the biochemists were turned over to Therese's care, the pressure on her to succeed had soared. It galled her that as Harrigan's medical expert, she was relegated to an administrator's role, no longer a hands-on participant. Often Therese's role became that of referee. From day one it was obvious to her that there was no love lost between the 2 scientists. Anger and disgust emanated frequently from Billings. He saw Stratford as responsible for everything ugly that had precipitated from his work. But Stratford merely shrugged off the accusations, believing science was a pure pursuit, independent of society, and all inventions had value. "That's completely unethical, Stratford," Billings yelled, when Stratford had reiterated his philosophy one day. If Billings had expected a response, he was disappointed. Stratford merely returned to examining a holovid display. In the early days, Stratford tried to educate Therese and the Sades, expounding on his steps to create the drug. The difficult part was creating an entirely new approach to the hallucinogen and its delivery, Stratford explained. Typically, a hallucinogenic drug changes thought, perception, and mood, with autonomic nervous system side effects at a minimum. But those effects wouldn't create a recurring demand for the drug by the user. So I tinkered with my creation to make it addictive. "Please tell me you're recording this idiot's confession," Therese sent to Cordelia. "Both Miranda and I have stored every moment we have been in Stratford and Billings's company. The vids are on the reverse crystal banks for your perusal at any time, sir," Cordelia replied. Therese stepped close to Stratford, who halted his professorial lecture and stepped back, uncertainty crossing his face. "Perhaps I wasn't clear," Therese said. "Tell us what you need to synthesize the blocking agent we've requested. Do not bother to educate us on your ingenuity. That may lead to a short walk to our hull's airlock, and in case you haven't noticed, we're still in orbit." At one point, Stratford explained that the symptoms the users developed were excessive. "I told Toyo I needed to moderate the effect, but Toyo said it was perfect. The only thing else he said on the subject was that it didn't matter what happened elsewhere, so long as it didn't happen in Oistus." Stratford's comments drew angry faces his way. He put up his hands to ward off any physical confrontation, focusing his attention on Therese. "What I'm trying to tell you is that I know what I created, but I didn't get an opportunity to study the effects. I'm not sure whether the drug and its delivery mechanism worked as designed." "Cordelia, the holovid, please," Therese requested. "Start with the first patient, both comatose and alert." The biochemists were enthralled with the incredible detail of the brain displayed by Cordelia, crowding close to examine it. "You have a quarter hour of each patient in each state, under sedation and off. Cordelia or Miranda can display each of these sequences whenever you wish. Each Sade will record your comments for any sequence and display those comments in the future with the matching sequence." "Exactly what are we looking at?" asked Billings, his nose centimeters from the display, as if it would allow him to see more detail. "You're watching a recording of this teenager's brain activity," Therese explained. "The blue is the brain matter. The yellow are signals sent along the pathways and across the synaptic junctions." "Seriously? Not representations, but actual signals?" Stratford asked. "Can the projection's timeline be accelerated or slowed?" "Express the rate change," Cordelia said. 1/50th normal speed," Stratford requested. "Look at that," Billings marveled, when the impulses, instead of a blur of yellow covering the brain matter, became a kaleidoscope of streaks shooting across various portions of the brain. "Too bad we can't examine the electrical activity more closely." "That's up to you, sir," Therese said. "Manipulate the holovid as you see fit." She walked up to the projection, placed her hands in the view, enlarged the image, and rotated the view 90 degrees clockwise. She looked at Billings and nodded at the holovid. Billings stuck his hand in the image and immediately traced a series of signals. "Stop the playback. Back it up slowly." "There," he said, and started a quiet discussion with Stratford, who nodded his head in agreement. "Can we get 2 of these projections?" Billings asked. "We need to compare the comatose and alert activity of each patient side by side." "Midday meal will be here shortly," Therese announced. "I will have a second holovid installed soon after." Once the scientists had their second holovid, they made rapid progress. It required both SAIDs to independently control the 2 playbacks as the scientists examined an aspect of the brain in one state, playing intensively with one display, and calling out observations to have the other stage manipulated in kind. Stratford focused on the alert stages, Billings examined the comatose states. Both biochemists became excited when they spotted a consistent uptake by 2 particular portions of the brain, the cerebrum's frontal lobe and the limbic area. But both were disappointed when they viewed patients who had been sedated for longer and longer periods of time and showed ever-decreasing activity levels. "This doesn't make sense," Billings said. "If the body is processing out the hallucinogen and the limbic system's dopamine and serotonin levels are leveling off, what's creating the unusual withdrawal symptoms?" "I was afraid of that. It's not the drug itself. It's the agent in the delivery solution. That's why it isn't delivered in pill form. A med injector is required to administer the dose," Stratford said. He didn't expect his comment to draw as much attention as he suddenly received. "Explain," Therese demanded. "Toyo wanted a fast uptake. Something that would bring first-time users back quickly. No slow addiction rate," he said. Stratford said, his words stumbling out. "So what did you do?" Billings asked, eyeing Stratford closely. "To greatly magnify the brain's demand for a second dosage, I employed a modified section of viral RNA," Stratford said. "You gene-modified their brain neurons?" Therese cried, advancing on Stratford. But she was blocked by Deirdre, who had to forcibly detain her. No, I didn't touch the neuron's DNA," Stratford yelled, raising his hands in defense. "It's modified, designed to be picked up by presynaptic cells. It's a small piece of RNA that uses the neuron's resources to produce a neurotransmitter mimic. But it appears to produce a more aggressive response than I intended." "You had better hope that the new Terrans incarcerate you until you're a useless old man. If not, you will spend the rest of your adult life fearing every Hurricane's path you cross," Therese said. She pulled free of Deirdre and stalked to the far side of the lab. Then Therese paused, spun about, and said, "Wait. Why wouldn't the nanites in our Hurricane's bloodstream sweep those mimic molecules from the brain? Because the visitors and our youth have the same withdrawal symptoms no matter how long we delayed waking them. As a neurotransmitter, the molecules would be transported back into the presynaptic cells, and the RNA strand would continue to produce the mimics. In a comatose state, that production would be minimal. Waking the patient increases blood flow and neuron activity, and production ramps up immediately," Stratford said. "So we have 2 targets to attack, the mimic, when it's outside the neurons in the synaptic gap, and the strand inside the neurons. Show me the RNA strand," Billings ordered. That's when the scientists discovered another asset of the SAIDs. Stratford opened his reader to examine his strand in a 3D depiction. Miranda tapped into the reader and projected the structure into the holovid. Billings tapped Stratford's shoulder and pointed to Miranda's display. "Yes," Stratford said excitedly, and scrambled over to the holovid. "Now to neutralize the mimic, which is created in this section of the strand, we need a short carbon chain." Stratford and Billings called out their choices for the molecule's design at the atomic level, arguing with each other until they reached a final version, nodding their heads in agreement. "That's it. I'm sure of it," Stratford said with finality. "Your assurances are as heartwarming as the deep dark," Therese replied. Billings and Stratford repeated their actions to create a molecule to permanently bind with the RNA strands inside the neuron. Therese added her wisdom, helping the biochemists design a compound that would pass more easily through the neuron's membranes. When the designs of both molecules were complete, Billings turned to Stratford and said, "Let's back up here. I'd like to know the results of your clinical trials." When Stratford demurred to respond, Billings pressed. "You said earlier that you didn't get to see the long-term effects on users, but you had to run human trials. If not for your own ego, then for Toyo's proof." "It wasn't like I had a choice. Toyo insisted on it," Stratford declared loudly. "But how did you get away with it?" Billings continued, not letting Stratford deviate from the subject. "I didn't hear anything in the media about teenagers with the sort of symptoms that Therese has documented." Guilt was written across Stratford's face, and it attracted the animosity of those around him, especially from Therese. Unable to maintain his silence in the face of the display, Stratford blurted out, "Toyo runs an orphanage. He uses it as a recruiting base, says you can never start them too young." Stratford flinched as Therese closed on him, but the medical specialist found her way blocked, this time by Miranda. "As much as I would love to see this man punished, this very moment, dear, I'm afraid it must wait." "We will need the name of that orphanage," Therese ground out through clenched teeth and marched out of the lab. The thought that the scientist had tested his insidious drug on children, whose lives were entrusted to the care of people who owed allegiance to a man such as Toyo, made Therese's blood boil. In her life she never thought she would experience the desire to kill another human being. "Problem," Therese sent to Alex as she stalked back to her cabin. "Specify," Alex replied, halting his conversation with Maria, Tatya, and Renee. Maria, who recognized the signs of Alex's private comms, got up to make tea. She had developed a taste for the Meridian drink while she was president, and Renee made sure that Maria had a continuous supply. "We've created agents that are ready for testing," Therese sent. "Good news," Alex replied. "And the bad news?" "We need to test the efficacy on people already addicted to Toyo's drug." "What is the degree of certainty for your concoction's effectiveness?" "Stratford is confident, and while I would not trust him within a star's distance of another human being, his subject knowledge is not to be doubted. Billings concurs." "And your request, Therese?" "We have potential test targets. Toyo runs an orphanage. Stratford tested the drug there, on the children." Alex came out of his chair, a growl in his throat. Tatya and the twins scanned for danger, and Renee kept careful watch on her partner. Hearing Alex's reaction, Therese made an effort to calm her own thoughts. There was only one other person on Hurricane whose anger rose above her own when it came to discovering abuse against the innocents of the worlds. "Alex, that's why there's no record of anyone on New Terra being admitted to hospitals who displayed the same symptoms as our children. Those young ones are either still there or dead," Alex finished. "Do you have the name of the orphanage?" "Yes, the Sades have its location pinpointed." "Any idea of the number of children tested?" "Name, age, sex, symptoms, timeline. All neatly documented in Stratford's reader journal. He kept quite tidy notes of his treachery against the children." Therese wanted to scream and shout, but she held herself in check. This would be a prickly problem for the Hurricanes, and she knew it. On the expansive covered porch of Maria's rock-walled home, Alex paced its width. He realized that if they released Stratford and Billings to the New Terrans without a successful test, They might discover later that the biochemist's counteragents were useless, only partially successful, or created dangerous side effects. But to test it on new Terran children without the government's permission was to drive a deeper wedge between their two people if they were discovered. How soon can you have a sufficient quantity of your material prepared to employ on all the children if your initial test is successful? We'll be ready in 7 hours, Therese replied, a smile lighting her face. Alex's decision wasn't the politically correct one, but it was the one that demonstrated why she loved the man. Maria served chilled tea to her guests, placing Alex's glass beside his chair since he was still pacing. "Sit, my love," Renee sent. "Have some cool drink and talk to us." Alex paused beside his chair, noticing the condensate-covered crystal with its delicately colored liquid for the first time. He picked it up and drained its contents, and then watched Renee replace it with hers. Alex winked at her and settled into his porch chair, drinking deeply from the second glass. "Good news. Therese's antidote, if you will, is ready. Terrible news. Toyo has an orphanage where he tested Stratford's drugs. The children are either still there in dire condition or dead." Before everyone's indignation boiled out, Alex held up his hands. "Therese and I are angry enough for everyone. We need cool heads on this." "Alex, you can't be thinking of going in there and testing your creation on the children without authorization," Maria said. "It would destroy whatever credibility you have left with this world." "Agreed, Maria," Alex replied. "But we have to know Therese's concoction works before we turn Stratford and Billings over to the authorities. If we alert the government to the orphanage, the children will be taken into medical care and will become wards of the state. Counselor Bernoulli calms me daily for an update. She wants to know when we'll turn over the biochemists to her for prosecution. To my annoyance, she never asks after Therese's progress. As far as New Terra is concerned, the addicted children are our problem, and ours alone." "Then what you need is a proper front," Maria said, smiling. "My thoughts exactly," Alex said, smiling back. "Maria, how much to hire your services to investigate a curious anomaly at an orphanage?" "For children, nothing. But to keep it official, client privileges and all, 1 credit should do nicely, Alex," Maria said, hoisting her chilled tea to Alex. "Consider it paid," Alex replied, raising his glass in return. Chapter 38. A traveler landed in a vacant lot a few hundred meters away from the Embracing Arms orphanage. The investigators, Steve Ross, Sarah Laurent, and Frederica Olson, led the exit, and Maria Gonzalez followed them. Etienne and Alain came next and were there to protect Therese, Cordelia, and Billings. A minimum of Harricans were present to offer a credible front to the concept of a new Terran client investigation. In the quiet of the morning hours, the group made their way to the home. It was surrounded by a tall, decorative wood fence, undoubtedly to keep the children inside. Maria pressed the comm unit at the wide double gates, and within moments an image of an older, gray-haired man appeared in the display. "Ah, President Gonzalez," the man said. "We were expecting someone, but certainly not anyone as important as you. Please come in." As the gates swung open, Maria glanced at her investigators, who quickly stowed their stun guns out of sight. The cordial reception was certainly unexpected. The home's front door swung open as the group approached, and a woman joined the elderly man on the wide veranda. "Welcome, President Gonzalez. I'm Orlando Ortiz, and this is my wife, Consuela. Please come in. We've been anxiously awaiting a visit from the authorities." In the home's generous foyer, the group arrayed themselves in front of Orlando and Consuela, who were smiling despite their obvious nervousness. "I must tell you," Maria said, "that we do not represent the authorities. We are here on a private matter. Information from a client led us to believe that there may be children here suffering from taking a dangerous drug." taking a drug," Consuela said indignantly, her nervousness disappearing as her cheeks flushed red. "The drugs were forced on them by Pito Toyo's people." Consuela spit on the floor to emphasize her disgust at mentioning Toyo's name. "Therese will take a quick liking to this woman," Alain said to Etienne. "Are the children still here?" Therese asked. Orlando eyed Therese suspiciously. "Hurricane?" he asked. When Therese nodded to him, he said, "What do you want with the children?" "To cure them," Therese said, holding up her med-kit. Consuela grabbed her husband's arm, imploring him with her eyes. "You have something that works?" Orlando asked. "I wish I could say that," Therese replied. "This is Emil Billings, a prominent biochemist who worked to create this compound. It will block the children's addictive cravings." "So what you're saying is that you want to test it on the children," Orlando qualified. "Yes," Therese admitted. "If I might comment, Mr. Ortiz, it's awfully quiet in here for the size of your home," Steve said. "Yes," Orlando replied, smiling. "When word reached us that Toyo was dead, his people grabbed their rotten brats and ran. My wife and I started this orphanage more than 3 decades ago. We've helped a great many children find a stable life with new parents or growing up here. Then Pito Toyo walks in here one day with his people and a disreputable group of teenagers and tells us he bought the place from us for 1 credit. "There wasn't much we could do," Consuela added. "A few months later, a man like this one," she said, pointing to Billings, "came in here and said he had to inoculate the children." "Stratford," said Therese, her own disgust evident. "He never said his name," Orlando added. "Soon after he gave the children the injections, their bodies twitched and their faces went dreamy. The man watched them for an hour and then gave them something to put them to sleep. We were told to keep them asleep, and the man gave us a supply of medicine, but it will run out in a few more days," Consuela said. "The mixture Ser Lachaux has is untested," Maria said. "But I have worked with the Hurricanes for many years, and their technology is vastly superior to ours. She is the Hurricane's premier medical expert. If she believes she has an antidote to the addictive nature of the injection the children have been given, then I believe it's a risk worth taking. Otherwise, we must contact medical authorities and have the children removed to hospitals." What Maria didn't say was that there was every possibility that Counselor Bernoulli might prefer charges against the couple. Consuela gripped her husband's arm again. "Orlando, I want to try it. I don't believe the Hurricanes would do anything to deliberately hurt the children." When Orlando nodded to her, she kissed his cheek fervently. Sarah leaned over and whispered in Maria's ear, and the ex-president smiled at her. "There is an opportunity to protect all of us from possible judicial headaches," Maria announced. "I think you should hire my company to help you solve the problem foisted on you by Pito Toyo." "How much would that cost?" asked Orlando, his suspicions foremost again. 1 credit, Mr. Ortiz," Maria replied. She pulled out her reader, tapped on it several times, and handed it to Orlando. "Standard client agreement at the price of 1 credit. I need both of you to agree." Orlando was perusing the document when Consuelo pulled the reader from his hands, signed off on the document, and handed it back. Her eyes dared her husband to object. Frederica and Sarah hid their smiles as Orlando quickly added his signature. "Now, after reviewing your situation," Maria declared officiously, "I choose to hire the Hurricanes to attend medically to your children, and you will need to pay for their services." "Aha!" Orlando said, believing he had discovered the ruse that was being perpetrated on them. "And just how much would that cost?" Therese touched her hand to her heart and dipped her head. "I would dearly love to attend your children without a fee, but I believe Ser Gonzales understands the machinations of her world far better than me. So if a fee must be submitted, I too request 1 credit." Consuela's hands flew to her mouth, and she uttered a small cry of pleasure. Then the heavy-bodied woman grabbed Therese, holding her in a mother's warm embrace. The tears falling from Consuela's eyes were echoed by those on Therese's face. Maria was furiously tapping on her reader and handed it to Orlando, but Consuela snatched it and wiped her eyes to identify the signature line before she signed off on the agreement. She held it out to her husband, who added his and gave the reader back to Maria. "Come, dear," Consuela said to Therese, taking the slender Hurricane by the arm. "The children are upstairs." The group dutifully followed the two women up a long staircase to a large room occupying the entire back of the house. "This used to be the children's playroom," Orlando said, surveying the 18 occupied beds. He was shaking his head, a sad expression on his face. "Once the children were put to sleep, we moved them in here where we could keep an eye on them all at once." "Who first?" Therese asked Billings. "The oldest and the strongest," Billings replied. "That would be Davy," said Consuela, hurrying to stand beside a bed where a robust teenager lay peacefully asleep. "He was never adopted, a bit of a strong temperament, but he's a good boy, and he's been a great help with the little ones for years." Therese, Cordelia, and Billings went quickly to work. Cordelia picked up Stratford's injector and squeezed an amount of the sleep medication into her mouth. Consuela's mouth opened in surprise, but she held her tongue, since Hurricanes were known to be different. Cordelia identified the chemical and shared the information with Therese, who sorted through the medkit for a counteragent to the sleep agent. She loaded her med-injector with a small dose and placed it next to a second injector loaded with the new agents. Removing the monitoring device from her medical reader, Therese placed it against Davy's temple. Then she handed her reader to Billings. It was Billings's job to monitor the reaction and judge whether to let the boy continue to awaken or put him back under, if the agents proved ineffective in compromising the withdrawal reactions. "Ready, Emile?" Therese asked. Billings was pleased to hear Therese use his given name again. The first time she had done so, Billings was relieved to have achieved human status in Therese's mind, separating him from the "it," as Stratford was still referred to by her. Billings nodded his head, but kept his eyes focused on the readouts Therese had taught him to watch. He marveled again at the degree to which the Hurricanes could monitor the brain's functions. Therese injected Davy with the new concoction and waited a quarter-hour before she injected the boy with the sleep counteragent. She looked over Billings's shoulder to watch the readout. After several moments, the biorhythms increased, and Therese pointed to the subtle horizontal line which demarked the patient's return to consciousness. However, Billings was fixed on a data point that monitored the brain's neurochemistry. He expected a significant rise in the readouts as consciousness returned and blood flow increased, but if the indicator rose too high, it would mean the neurotransmitter mimic was in high production by the presynaptic cells, which meant the RNA strands were unbound. The result would be a wide-awake patient craving a second dose. Davy's eyes fluttered open, but they seemed to have difficulty focusing. A soft moan escaped his lips, and his head lolled from side to side. Then his fingers flexed and curled harshly, and his body began to writhe. Consuela was moved to come to the boy's aid, but Orlando held her back. "Wait, mother," he whispered to her. Davy twisted on his side, and his knees came to his chest as his moans grew louder. Therese touched Billings's forearm to gain his attention, but the biochemist's eyes never left the reader as he signaled with a free hand for Therese to wait. "The indicator is already slowing in its climb. Give it some time." Despite Billings's pronouncement, Therese loaded a third injector with a Hurricane soporific, a much milder sleeping agent than that used by Stratford. "Look," Billings said with enthusiasm. He pointed to the indicator, and Therese watched it slowly fall. In time, its level indicated a minimal effect from the residual amount of neurotransmitter mimic. On the bed, Davy took a gasp of air, as if his lungs were freed from a vice. He rolled onto his back, panting from his exertions. His eyes focused on Teresa's face and her flame-red hair as he spoke his first words. "You're pretty. Did I die?" "No, Davy, I'm real, and you're back." Consuela ran, crying, to hold Davy, who hugged her in return. "Mama, what happened?" Davy asked. "We'll talk later, Davy," Consuela said happily. "You're okay now." Davy's gaze traveled from Therese to the twins. "Hurricanes," he announced with a smile. "And a shade, too," he added, his eyes lighting up as he took in Cordelia's body shape. Davy's comments caused both Orlando and Consuela to take a second look at the woman the boy was intently watching. "Greetings, young sir. I'm called Cordelia." "All the things you must be able to think of in such a short period of time," Davy said admiringly. "Billings and I resurrect the boy, and he fixates on you," Therese grumbled to Cordelia. But there was warmth and humor behind her thought. "Sirs," Therese said, addressing Orlando and Consuela, "I would recommend you make use of the next hour to prepare food for this group of young ones. They will be starved, but will require easily digestible dishes." When the husband and wife looked with concern at each other, Therese waved away her comment. When the twins hurried out the door, Therese added, "We have recipes aboard our traveler that will suffice. The DeLong twins have gone to prepare meals for each child. That will give you time to acquire supplies and prepare suitable meals for them until they regain their strength." "We have a problem," Orlando began. "Pito Toyo robbed our accounts," Consuela finished for her husband. "He said it would prevent us from thinking we could run, as if we would leave the children." "You need no longer worry about insolvency," Cordelia said. "You now have sufficient operating funds for the next year." "How?" Orlando stuttered. "She's a Said, Papa. I told you about them. They can do anything," Davy said, his eyes shining even brighter as he looked at Cordelia. "We have our limits, too, young sir," Cordelia replied. "The universe finds a way to limit everyone and everything. It's how balance is maintained." "Are you married or anything?" Davy asked, and the room broke into laughter. "I think Davy is going to be fine. His hormones seem to be functioning normally," Steve said, laughing. "I will treasure your request, Davy," Cordelia replied. "But I have a partner who is the love of my life." "Oh," Davy said, deflating. "Think on this, Davy," Sarah said, stepping beside the bed. "In a few days, the Embracing Arms Orphanage will be all over the media. People here will be heavily featured, and many girls will wonder who that young strapping boy is who met the Hurricanes and Asaid. You will be the center of their attention." "You think so?" Davy asked, perking up. "Know so," Sarah said, winking at him. "Okay, people, we have more children to wake up. Let's hope Davy is a typical case," Therese announced. She requested Maria's investigators wheel Davy's bed back to his room so the boy wouldn't see the conditions under which the next teenager was woken. But before they did that, she injected Davy with a dose of short-term medical nanites that would scrub his brain of the mimic that might lurk in the synaptic gaps. One by one, Therese and Billings woke the children. Each time, the recovery period was painful to watch. Not all took up the new agents as quickly as Davy. In fact, the younger the child, the more painful and longer the recovery became. "I bet the IT used the same dose level for every child," Billings growled, referring to Stratford, after a girl of about 8 struggled for nearly a quarter of an hour before she quieted. Her bed was soaked with sweat, and she was seriously dehydrated. Etienne and Alain made several trips to the Traveler, transporting the food and drink Therese requested. She tasked them with ensuring the revived children were continually hydrated before and after the investigators rolled the child's bed back to his or her room. More than one little person stared at Therese in awe after they regained reality, exhausted from their struggles. Maria and the investigators helped Orlando and Consuela feed soups and drinks to the revived children, most of whom were too tired to feed themselves. It was not long after the nourishment hit their stomachs that they were fast and peacefully asleep. At one point, Maria watched the husband and wife hug each other as the youngest child, who had been revived, fell asleep after eating. Therese had poised the injector with its soporific over the tiny boy's neck, expecting to have to put him back under, when Billings's hand grasped her wrist to halt her. Moments later, the little body stopped its thrashing. Sweat covering his face, the boy's eyes opened, and he burst into tears. Therese had swept him into her arms, soothing him with her words. Watching Therese with the children, it occurred to Maria that she should warn Alex about Therese's possible response when she faced Stratford again, but realized Cordelia had witnessed the same events. Maria laughed to herself, thinking, Cordelia probably made a note to warn Alex the moment Therese saw the children. Maybe had hundreds of other simultaneous thoughts. Me, I'll stick with my poor human one-thought-at-a-time process. When every child was revived, dosed with medical nanites, hydrated, fed, and fast asleep again, Maria put Frederica, Sarah, and their transport under contract for 2 weeks to assist the elderly couple with getting the orphanage back on its feet. Orlando was heartily shaking hands with everyone as they sought to leave, but Consuela was hugging everyone, sometimes twice, until she reached Therese. She held the Hurricane's face gently in her hands and said, "Such a sweet healer. Your people are graced to have you." Then Consuela hugged Therese for so long that even the Hurricane became embarrassed and gently eased out of the embrace. On the walk back to the Traveler, Billings was beaming, and he grinned at Therese, who walked beside him. "Yes, Emile, you did well," Therese said, laughing, and took his arm. "But don't let that go to your head." Chapter 39. The Hurricanes were overjoyed at the news of the successful tests, freeing the New Terran children of their addiction, and Therese and Billings were heaped with adulation. While Hurricanes softly touched Therese's arms or shoulders in passing, New Terran crew members delivered hearty slaps to Billings's shoulders and back. At one point, after a particularly heavy round of approvals, Billings shrugged his shoulders, wincing from their soreness. His comment to Therese was, "I don't think I can take many more congratulations." But Billings was introduced to medical nanites by Therese, and he went on accepting his due. The only person not smiling was Stratford, who felt the praise should have been directed toward him, but not a single person agreed. Miranda and Cordelia joined the crew for evening meal soon after most started eating. They were making their way to Therese's table, where Svetlana, Deirdre, the biochemists, and their families sat. Therese spotted them entering the room and sent, "Now." As one, the entire room stood and paid honor to Miranda and Cordelia, each individual facing the sage with hands over hearts and heads bowed. Billings belatedly jumped up and joined in the ceremony, but Stratford remained seated, a disgusted expression on his face. The sage nodded their appreciation. Cordelia smiled, but noticed Miranda wore a neutral expression. "What's wrong, my sister?" Cordelia sent. "I will miss these people when I'm gone," Miranda replied. "I do so enjoy the company of these humans." Thousands of thoughts raced through Cordelia's crystal kernel in an effort to choose something to comfort Miranda. Unfortunately, nothing seemed appropriate. What Z began as an experiment had created a conundrum for the sage. It occurred to Cordelia to recommend to Z that he never again resurrect the Miranda persona, yet her central thought was that she would miss Miranda too. "We have everything that we came for, Mr. President," Therese sent to Alex with great relief. We have our girls and our compounds. We can leave when you're ready." Despite every Hurricane's expectation that their ships would break orbit soon, they remained over New Terra. When a full day passed without a word from Alex, Tatia, Renee, and Julian caught him on the reverse bridge, chatting with Lumley. The first mate surveyed the serious expressions on the three standing inside the bridge access way. "Would you like to be left alone, Mr. President, for the coming discussion?" "Depends, Francis," Alex replied, grinning at the first mate. "If you're any good at hand-to-hand combat, you can stay and help. I think I can take the little one if you can handle the other two." "I believe this fight is all yours, Mr. President, if you'll pardon my cowardice." "It's not cowardice when you know you're outnumbered and don't stand a chance, Francis," Alex replied, patting the first mate on the shoulder. Alex exited the bridge, signaling the three to follow. "Tay?" Alex asked when they reached the suite, and he set about making cups of the brew. "The three of you are wondering why we're still here. You think we should be headed back to Hellebore to deliver Teresa's concoction and break the addiction demand on our teenagers." When no one said a word, Alex handed cups of tea to Tatia and Renee. "First, let me assure you that I checked with Therese, and she says that our young people are in no danger if we delay our return for a short while. What occurs to me is that we've won a single engagement, but we're in danger from the criminal gangs that still exist." "Are you considering actions against Cadmere and O'Brien?" Tatia asked. "Not overtly, no," Alex replied. "What I am interested in is staying put and acting as witnesses in any cases brought against people such as Cadmere." "Has he been charged?" Renee asked. Alex glanced at Julian, who raised a finger, requesting Alex wait, while he accessed the government's judicial database. "There is nothing on record. Possibly Councillor Bernoulli requires more time to collect evidence before she brings charges. There are extensive files on both Cadmere and O'Brien," Julian said. "Speaking of Bernoulli," Alex said, "she's asked again for the biochemists and our evidence to be turned over to her, and I told her it would be made available to her tomorrow morning. The TSF troopers we have aboard are inventorying the equipment and drug manufacturing samples, taking possession of all of it. The scientists and their families will be leaving with them." "Therese is adamant that we speak up for Emil Billings," Renee said. "That will be a challenge," Alex replied. "When I spoke to Bernoulli, she said that she was leveling the same charges against both biochemists. She said there was not enough evidence to substantiate the kidnapping of Billings's family. None of them showed any signs of torture or deprivation. More critical, Billings had prior knowledge of Stratford's activities before Toyo engaged Stratford." When both Tatia and Renee raised their voices in response, Alex held up his hands for quiet. "I understand and agree with you. Thus, one of the reasons we're staying. I also wish to present evidence to encourage a change where it concerns this mining charter, and while the New Terrans seek to apply their laws, I wish to see justice done." Alex and Julian exchanged glances. It was the slippery slope again, which they had discussed nearly a decade and a half ago. The laws of one society hampered in the prosecution of criminals due to the lack of evidence versus the unequivocal judgments of a superior technological society that possessed proof of their actions. New Terra's government investigations and subsequent trials got underway in earnest. The Assembly requested Councillor Bernoulli specify the formal charges that would have been preferred against Peto Toyo had he survived the fight at Azul Cadmere's domes. Underlying the request was the representative's intention to understand the degree to which the mining charter had been jeopardized. Bernoulli selected an inquiry panel to hear witnesses and view the evidence presented. The first witnesses called were the Hurricane girls. "Alex, they need to see what we saw at the club," Christie shouted. The Hurricane girls had landed at Maria's home the day before, intending to be available for the proceedings, but Alex announced he was considering declining Bernoulli's request for Christie and her friends. As Hurricane citizens, the girls could not be compelled to testify.
"Remind you of someone, my love?" Renee sent to Alex.
"Mr. President, there are no examples in Oistus of addicted children," Amelia argued. "Ser Lachaux has cured the orphans. How can the jury members determine the danger of what Pito Toyo created if they don't see the effect on people?"
"Cordelia has downloaded their entire recordings of events. I could augment their testimony by displaying their recordings," Julian said. "Okay, I agree you three may appear, but hear me out. I will be in the courtroom. If I feel the questions step outside the scope of the investigation and into Hurricane affairs, I will signal you and you will walk. Is that understood?" When the girls agreed, Alex sent, "Julian, Cordelia will handle the recording display. Have her take a traveler directly to the courthouse." "Have you and I acquired persona non grata status?" Julian asked. "According to Maria, you and I would taint testimony to the point that it might not be believed."
"A result of our pursuit of justice, one might imagine."
"Yes. Here a criminal is allowed to go free if his guilt can't be proven, and New Terran technology often lacks the capability to obtain that proof."
"Nothing a Sade or two couldn't fix."
"True. But would your evidence be admitted if you acquired it the way we've often done?"
"Then the law should be altered to recognize the finer morality of the Sades."
"You only have to convince the greater population of New Terra of your fine metal alloy character," Alex replied, and sent Julian an image of his avatar shining like a beacon. In the courtroom, the girls were the first to testify about the club and the drugs in Espero, but in questioning, they could not produce evidence that the club was owned by Pito Toyo or that the operators of the club worked for him. The same was true for the freighter, since the girls admitted they never left the cabin until the ships docked above Jolares, and then they were moved while blinded by hoods and in the quiet hours of the morning. Slowly but surely, a picture was created of a fragmented history in which the testimony of the girls did not specifically tie Pito Toyo to the club, kidnapping, or incarceration. The testimony of Orlando and Consuela did much more damage because Toyo was at their orphanage, intimidating them into selling, and was present when the orphans were dosed. However, the evidence of the children's drug addiction was destroyed when Therese and Billings were said to have cured them. An indication of the mindset of the panel came when one member asked Cordelia a question. The older woman said, "As a Sade, can you produce a vid that is indistinguishable from the real thing?" To which Cordelia replied, "Another Sade could detect the difference, but if you're asking if present New Terran technology could detect the difference, the answer is no." That response threw Cordelia's entire collection of presented vids into doubt. Miranda, Svetlana, and Deirdre fared even worse. The moment it was determined that they had entered Toyo's domes under false pretenses, kidnapped a security officer, operated on him without consent, and entered areas of the dome without management's permission, their credibility as witnesses was destroyed. If it wasn't for the testimony of the TSF officers at both Jolares and Udrides, a strong case against Pito Toyo would not have been built at all. The inquiry panel heard testimony for 3 days. In the end, they determined that Toyo was guilty of the murder of citizens in the Udrides domes and the manufacture of illegal drugs, but the evidence against him ordering the operation of the Espero Club was inconclusive. The subtle message underlying the summary was that the Hurricanes did not have the right to assume Toyo was responsible for what happened in Espero, and without direct testimony from the individuals who were captured after exiting the club, and proof they were in Toyo's employment at the time, the panel was unwilling to indict Toyo in absentia for those charges.
"That's it?" Christie sent in anger to Alex when the panel's summary was announced. "What did they want? A vid of Toyo holding down a teen with an injector in his hand, and an on-the-spot analysis that it was full of the same drug he was manufacturing?"
"This judgment may be more an indictment against us than one against Pito Toyo, who, after all, was a New Terran," Alex replied. "Are you nuts?" Drake yelled at Bernoulli. They were in his office at Government House. Immediately following the inquiry panel's findings concerning Toyo's activities, Bernoulli had announced the formation of a second panel to review the unusual circumstances surrounding Pito Toyo's death at the hands of Tatia Tachenko. Found with his knife thrust into his brain while the Hurricanes admitted they used stun guns during the fight, had raised several questions for the counselor. "We're talking about Alex Racine's admiral," Drake continued in his outburst. "What if the panel concludes she should be held over for trial?" Bernoulli had never heard the president raise his voice to her in this manner, or to anyone else for that matter, and she felt on treacherous ground. "What do you want me to do now, Mr. President? The media already broadcast the story, and Tatia Tachenko has been served notice." Drake was fuming and about to voice his frustration when his private reader lit up with a comm. Before he could ID the caller, Alex Racine's face appeared on the small screen, and his voice emanated from its tiny speaker. "I would like to know how far you intend to go, Drake, in trying to drive a wedge between our people," Alex said. His anger was as obvious as the flush of blood in his face. "Serving a warrant on my admiral to appear before one of your panels. Are you out of your mind?" Drake glared briefly at Bernoulli, who winced. He thought to tell Alex he was unaware of the counselor's intent, but he knew Alex would only accuse him of not being in control of his subordinates. "We've already seen the quality of justice your panels are capable of under the direction of Counselor Bernoulli," Alex said. "The woman is intent on discrediting Hurricane testimony, especially that of Asade, which indicates to me strong prejudices, which should not be evident in someone responsible for dispensing justice." Bernoulli's cheeks reddened at the insult, but Drake held up a finger away from the reader's cam pickup to silence her. It occurred to Drake that Alex might be right, and he wondered if he had not done enough to foster a balanced view about the Hurricanes for his people. "Your media has the story about Tatia being served, which means we can't very well pack up and leave your system without irreparably damaging our image even further among New Terrans," Alex continued. "You might ask yourself, Drake, how they got the story so quickly. Tatia will be there, as will I and all the others who were present during the fight with Toyo. Tomorrow I expect a fair and impartial presentation of the evidence." "I hear you, President Racine," Drake said. "I will inform Counselor Bernoulli of your remarks." "Considerate of you to say that, Drake, even though unnecessary since the counselor is standing next to you." Drake's reader screen blanked out, and the president turned to stare at Bernoulli. "I'm a little unsure of what you want me to do, President Drake," Bernoulli said. "Was Racine right? Were you biased in the presentation of the evidence against Toyo, overtly critical of Hurricane testimony?" Bernoulli started to say, and then stopped. She knew she distrusted the Hurricane's intentions concerning the Oistus system, but was unsure of whether that extended to an inability to impartially lead a panel inquiry. "That you had to hesitate, Tessie, is the answer for both of us. I want you to imagine our system if the Hurricanes cut off all ties with us. Travelers, technology, trade goods, everything. In a universe that we now know is full of extremely aggressive beings, human and alien." I could work to sway the presentation of the evidence in the Admiral's favor," Bernoulli volunteered. It hit Drake how much his leadership had failed to set an example for those around him. It was what Maria had done so well. She demonstrated her principles every day to her subordinates, and they emulated her. "That's not what Racine is asking for, Tessie," Drake said, an air of sadness overtaking him. "He asked for a fair and impartial presentation of the evidence. If you try to sway the panel into Tachenko's favor, he will only see that as another failure of our legal system." When morning came, Bernoulli opened the investigation before the inquiry panel, which was made up of 7 individuals. None of the panel members missed ex-President Maria Gonzalez sitting foremost in the courtroom, arms crossed, and a frown on her face as she met the eyes of the 7.
Tatia Tkachenko took the stand and related simply and factually her confrontation with Toyo. "Admiral Tkachenko, it's your testimony that Pito Toyo's stun gun failed to fire at you. Why was he not stunned and taken into custody at that time?" Bernoulli asked. "Let me correct your assumptions, Counselor. Pito Toyo had what his people referred to as a stunner, a weapon capable of killing with a single discharge. Second, we, meaning Harricans, do not routinely stun people who surrender to us, even though they might have just tried to kill us. So why, when Pito Toyo challenged you to a fight, did you accept? You mean, why did I consider the opportunity to physically beat a man who we knew was responsible for running an illegal club on our planet, distributing dangerously addictive drugs, kidnapping our young people, and murdering your citizens? Admiral, you're aware that the previous panel did not find Pito Toyo chargeable on those first two subjects. Yes, we're aware of your inability to competently handle that inquiry, Counselor. Be assured, though, that we know who is guilty of what among your people, even if you do not." Intakes of breaths could be heard among the panel and the audience. Even Maria had to wince at the audaciousness of the statements. She glanced over at Alex, who was not bothering to hide the slight smile on his face. "So Tatia is your outlet," Maria thought, "by which you're informing us of what Harricans think of New Terran justice." Bernoulli was caught off guard. The angry glances from the panel members demanded she attack the Harrican admiral, but President Drake's warning to be impartial rang in her thoughts. She spent the prior evening reviewing the first panel's transcripts, and she was embarrassed to admit that she did sway the inquiry, and not just a little. "Let us stipulate that you accepted Toyo's challenge for a fight for personal reasons," Bernoulli said. "How was it he was killed by his own knife?" "When that piece of human filth you call Toyo found he was losing the fight, he pulled a knife that was hidden up his sleeve, but even with that advantage he couldn't win. He pretended to surrender, flipping his weapon over to hold it by the blade and extend it to me. At the last moment he reversed his grip and tried to stab me. Are we to believe, Admiral Tkachenko, that you were able to best a reportedly master knife-wielder?" "I have a great trainer," Tatia said, smiling for the first time. "Would you care for a demonstration of his talents?" Bernoulli surveyed the faces of the panel, who were nodding their agreement. "We will adjourn until you can make the arrangements for your demonstration." "Unnecessary, Counselor," Tatia announced firmly. "Meet my trainer." "Stand and dazzle them," Tatia sent to Alain, who was seated in the second row. The courtroom audience saw Alain rise and dip his head politely to the inquiry panel. One moment he was standing stock still, the next he was a blur of motion, vaulting in a handstand over the heads of those in the first row and clearing the courtroom railing. He dropped low to the floor, obscuring himself from the panel's view. Bernoulli sought to follow Alain, but the man was spinning incredibly fast as he moved past her table and came up beside her. She felt a strong hand grasp her neck, pinning her in place, and the point of something touched her neck near her jugular vein. She swallowed, and her eyes appealed to Tatia. "Release her," Tatia sent to Alain, who spun to face the counselor and bowed his head as he offered her a stylus. Bernoulli looked at the stylus in surprise and glanced toward the table where she had left it. "Well done, dear heart," Tatia sent. "You'll receive your reward tonight." "Always a pleasure," Alain replied. His thought was tinged with humor, but an undercurrent of concern for his partner leaked through. Despite this, Alain calmly stepped up on the courtroom rail and onto the first row's seatbacks to drop into his chair. The audience was reminded of the way a bird would flit from branch to branch without disturbing the leaves. "As I was explaining," Tatia said, "I've had a wonderful teacher. Defeating an oaf like Pito Toyo was simple. His knife thrust was intended for my throat, and I redirected the force of the blow up and away. That the blade was driven into his brain was a nice plus." Tatia ended her explanation with a grin, which left no one mistaking her opinion of killing the man. Bernoulli examined the faces of the panel. The individuals seemed unsure of where the investigation was headed, and she sympathized with them. Several Hurricane troopers were called, but they substantiated every statement of their admiral. The consistency of the testimonies gave the panel cause to doubt their veracity, until the fourth trooper, a Libran, reminded them of Hurricane technology. "Your pardon, sir," he said to Bernoulli. "I'm simply relating the visual and auditory event from my implant. Those who fought at Udrides are carrying a record of our actions. If you would like, I can project the fight on a holovid, which I'm sure our president would be happy to provide this court, as he did for your previous inquiry. As Hurricanes, we do not embellish or twist the truth, which seems prevalent in your culture. Our implant recordings show exactly what we saw and heard." Maria noted that Alex's smile got even wider. The panel was adjourned and within hours announced their findings. Admiral Tatia-Tchenko was not to be charged with any wrongdoing. However, they did go so far as to reprimand her for excessive use of force, which did nothing to endear the Hurricanes to the new Terran judiciary process. Chapter 40. The trials of Toyo's security forces, which were captured at Udrides, failed to produce the sensational events the public expected. TSF performed a voluminous amount of work collecting and examining evidence of the battle that took place in Cadmir's pleasure domes. In some cases, vids showed defendants slicing throats, clear evidence of murder. But for most, the invisible stunner fire made it impossible to know who felled which of Cadmir's people. Bernoulli separated the defendants into two groups: those faced with conclusive proof of murder, and those who participated in the fight but for which the evidence of murder was inconclusive. The former defendants were offered an opportunity to plead guilty to one or more homicides with intent, in exchange for a sentence of 25 years without parole. The latter group was charged as accessories to murders and faced the decision of a trial or a plea deal of 15 years of imprisonment without parole. Without access to Toyo's extensive funds and his political connections, the defendants were left with little choice. The evidence was too damning against either group to defend themselves against the charges preferred, and in the end each one of them accepted the offered plea deal. So, rather than spectacular trials, the public was treated to a parade of individuals before a judge, who confirmed each defendant's guilty plea to the charge of accessories to murders, and then passed sentence. Those charged with murder, of which there were 21, were scheduled for sentencing on the following morning. That evening Alex requested the loan of one of Maria's rented grav cars for the morrow. Early the next morning he slipped out of bed and made himself a light breakfast, courtesy of Maria's kitchen. It was a nostalgic moment, as he had for years made breakfast for his sister and himself, since his parents left early for work. Alex opened the grav car's door with its opaque window, and was greeted by the smiling and adoring face of his partner, seated in the front passenger seat. "Greetings, my love," Renee said. Alex took in the container holding 5 sealed drinks in Renee's lap and peeked into the back seat. "Morning meal?" Tatia asked, hoisting a medium-sized carry-all. "Oh, but you've already eaten." "Well, more for us. But not to worry, since we've no idea how long we'll be gone, I made enough to get us through midday meal." The us who Tatia referred to were the twins, who sat beside her. The Admiral began distributing food, while Renee handed out hot tea to those in the rear seat. "Come, my love," Renee admonished Alex, who seemed to be stalled just outside the car. "Get in and let's get going before we're late to wherever." Alex climbed in, brought the car's systems online, and lifted off without a word. It was eerily quiet inside the vehicle as Alex's companions consumed their morning meal, and Alex was left alone with his thoughts, wondering why he felt compelled to make the trip this morning. As Prima's premier court building hove into view, Alex contacted TSF, which controlled the highly sought-after vehicle spaces today for the court personnel, the media, and the public. Hovercar ID HCY-391, there is no more space available at the courthouse. You are waved off, pilot, TSF Control said over the comm to Alex. Request exception, Control, Alex replied. Sorry, pilot, there's space available at a pad 1.8 kilometers at 217 degrees from here. If you hurry, you can still get space there. Requesting exception, Control. Hand me over to a superior officer, Alex requested. Within moments, a different voice came over the comm. This is Major Peters, pilot. Were my sergeant's instructions not clear? Alex smiled to himself. He first met Captain Peters during the debacle over Downing's disreputable use of presidential power. A good man, Alex thought. Congratulations on your promotion, Major, Alex replied. There was some hesitation before Peters replied hesitantly, I know this voice, don't I? Yes, you do, Major. We first met when you were a captain. I'd rather not announce my presence nor have my companions and I forced to walk a couple of kilometers in public. Certainly, sir. Quite understandable. I've activated a beacon on my person, Major Peters said, and read off the frequency to Alex, who picked it up on his telemetry display. I have it, Major. Follow me, sir, to the rear of the building. I hope to locate a spot that's been reserved for government officials. And I believe you fulfill the requirement, Peters replied. His chuckle could be heard over the comm. Good to have friends, Tatia said from the back seat. Peters jogged at double time to get from his station at the front of the building to the rear of the stately and enormous judicial complex. Alex followed the beacon until he spotted Peters, who waved him toward a landing spot. Only one place was available, and it was a tight squeeze between two other hover cars. But Alex, foregoing the auto-landing option and remaining in manual, dropped the craft neatly into position. Once a pilot, always a pilot, Renee commented, and pursed her lips at Alex when he smiled at her. As Alex descended from the grav car, Peters snapped to attention and saluted. A pleasure to see you, President Racine, and on behalf of many TSF officers, we thank you for your invaluable assistance once again. Alex returned Peters's salute, and the officer directed them toward a rear door. As Tatia passed the Major, she slapped him good-naturedly on the shoulder, and Peters flashed the Admiral an appreciative smile. As they followed the Major's instructions to reach the presiding judge's courtroom, Tatia couldn't contain her curiosity any more. Well, I, for one, am dying to know why we're here. Something I need to do, Alex replied simply. At the courtroom doors, a harried TSF sergeant, who had just turned two people away, spouted the line he'd been saying for the last quarter hour before he recognized whom he was talking to. Sorry, no more— Oh, President Racine. I would appreciate a front-row seat for all of us, but if that's too much trouble, Sergeant, then get me a front-row seat, and my companions can sit anywhere, Alex said. The courtroom is quite full, and the prosecutor's side is SRO, sir. I'm interested in the defendant's side, Sergeant. You're interested in the, Yes, sir. Let me see what I can arrange. The senior sergeant jumped on his comm, and a sergeant and a corporal hustled to his position. He put them in charge of handling the courtroom doors and ducked inside. The newly posted sergeant and corporal worked to appear professional, but their eyes scanned from the famous president to the admiral who killed the infamous Toyo, to the twins, who mysteriously still wore their stun guns in a secure building, and finally to Renee, who drew their eyes more often than any of the others. Sorry to be a bother, men, Alex said politely. Not a problem, Mr. President, the sergeant replied, snapping his eyes away from Tatia. The senior sergeant returned from the courtroom. I have a seat for you in the front row, defendant's side, sir. You'll be sitting beside family members.
"That's fine, Sergeant," Alex replied, which left the sergeant mollified but still somewhat confused. "The others can sit at the rear of the courtroom, same side," the sergeant said, and held open the door for Alex. He ushered the 4 Harricans to the last row, and media personnel, who were miffed at being told to give up their seats, were overjoyed to have a fascinating twist in the proceedings to report. It was the sight of Alex being led to the front of the courtroom and seated on the defendant's side that had mouths hanging open and reporters speaking hurriedly and softly into their comms for their vid-drones, which hovered above their heads. The judge dipped his head to Alex, who returned the gesture as he was seated. An older woman who had been crying at the prospect of her son being charged with multiple homicides and about to be sentenced to 25 years of imprisonment glanced over in shock as the Harrican president sat beside her and nodded politely. Once the proceedings were underway, the defendants were brought 5 at a time before the judge, who had the charges and the plea deals read and waited while each defendant announced their guilt. Then the judge sentenced all 5 defendants at once to 25 years of confinement in a TSF containment facility. As the mysteries of fortune would have it, the TSF squad, which managed the prisoners, didn't bother to request the court's direction as to whether the 21st prisoner should have been included with the last lot of 5 or not. So a single defendant was left to appear before the judge. Guided by a TSF sergeant, Lenny shuffled into the courtroom, as sad and dejected a person as you would ever want to see. His days of incarceration had already taken a toll on Lenny's demeanor and body. It was obvious that Lenny was one of those prisoners who would never serve his entire sentence. Lenny gazed across the courtroom crowd. His brain registered people, but not specific individuals, until his eyes focused on Alex. Immediately, Lenny perked up. "Hi, mister," he said in a cheery voice, and pulled free of his accompanying TSF trooper, walking over to the railing to speak to Alex before the non-com could stop him. When the sergeant saw the Harrican president stand, he glanced back at the judge, who signaled with his hand for the prisoner escort to wait. "They took my rifle away, mister," Lenny said to Alex. "I know, Lenny. Do you know why you're here?" "Yeah, I did a lot of bad things for Mr. Toyo, but he was the only one who let me have a rifle." "I understand, Lenny, but wanting to do something doesn't mean we should do it." "I'm not going to make it. Inside, I mean," Lenny said, and tears glistened in his eyes. "Yes, you will, Lenny, and you know how I know you will?" Lenny snuffled and looked earnestly at Alex. "How?" "Because you're going to wait for my present." You're going to send me a present?" "A special present, one that you will love and that will help you serve your time." "My mom was the only one who ever gave me presents, but she died when I was young." As the TSF sergeant walked up to stand beside Lenny, Alex said, "It's time to talk to the judge, Lenny. You wait for my gift." "Okay, mister. Thanks," Lenny said. He was presented before the judge, and for a few moments he no longer looked as if he wore the weight of the world on his shoulders. "One of the lost," Renee commented to her companions. "I had several ideas about why we might be here, but this wasn't one of them," Tatia sent. "The man continues to amaze, if not confuse me." The return to Maria's house was quiet again, but for a different reason this time. As soon as Alex could, he huddled with Julian and issued a string of instructions, which left many perplexed, but who nonetheless faithfully executed Alex's requests. Mickey and Claude wrapped their creation and delivered it to Maria. In turn, she made an appointment with the TSF containment facility's commandant, whose eyes opened in surprise when he unwrapped the package. Because it was Maria who requested the favor, the commandant delivered the item and the accompanying message to the resident senior inmate counselor. Jaron Hanley knew he faced a difficult challenge with the new inmate, Lenny. He had been unable to entice Lenny into a counseling session, and the guard reports detailed Lenny's declining appetite
and unwillingness to make use of exercise opportunities. It would not be long before a drastic intervention would be necessary to save Lenny's life. After the Commandant placed the package on Hanley's desk and announced it was approved for the exclusive use of Lenny, the counselor read and reread the message from the Hurricane president several times. It was one of the oddest approaches to therapy Hanley had ever heard of, but at this point he was interested in giving it a try. He rewrapped the package and requested access to Lenny's cell. When the guard opened the cell door, Hanley found Lenny lying on his back, his arm over his eyes to block out the daylight flooding through his cell's plex window. "Hello, Lenny," Hanley said. When the counselor failed to receive a reply, he opened the president's message, which laid out the dialogue the Hurricane requested he follow. Reading the opening line, Hanley said, "I have a gift for you."
"For me?"
Lenny asked, taking his arm from across his face.
"Who from?"
Hanley glanced down at the script. "The man in the courtroom promised you a present." Lenny struggled to sit up on his bunk, the lack of nutrition evident in his weak and sluggish movement.
"What is it?"
Lenny asked. Hanley became hopeful when he saw light shine in Lenny's eyes for the first time, and became a serious participant in the script. Reading the next part quickly, Hanley unwrapped the gift and displayed the replica of a plasma rifle. Lenny attempted to stand, only to fall back on his bunk, but his hands grasped out as if he could coax the rifle to him. Tears ran down Lenny's face as he choked out,
"He remembered me."
"Yes, he did, Lenny." By now, Hanley wasn't going to deviate from the instructions. "This is a special rifle, Lenny. Let me show you." Hanley held up the replica and squeezed the firing stud. The TSF corporal had stood in the doorway, bemused by the odd conversation taking place between the therapist and inmate. But he nearly had a heart attack when Hanley raised and fired the replica rifle, despite knowing the weapon wasn't real. Lenny watched in awe as the power cell in the unit spun out a series of pulses, which wrapped around the gas ignition chamber and spun along the barrel in a pair of blue electrical streams, ending in a visible laser pulse leaping out from the end of the rifle. Then the entire weapon shimmered in a sparkle of light that slowly faded. Lenny's eyes glowed in delight.
"And this is for me?"
he asked, daring to hope. "Well, Lenny, I have some strict instructions from the man who sent this, and I have to follow them."
"Okay, I'll do whatever he wants. He was nice to me, and he remembered me."
"He wants you to eat regularly and exercise."
I can do that. I can eat now."
"We'll bring you food for a while, Lenny, until you get your strength back."
"Then do I get my rifle?"
Lenny asked. "There is one more request, Lenny. You have to come see me for counseling on a regular basis. After your first session, and as long as you keep coming to see a counselor, you'll get to keep your rifle. But no shooting it after lights out."
"I can do that. I can eat now, and then come see you."
"When you get strong enough to eat with the others, then you can come see me."
"And then I can have my rifle?"
"Yes, Lenny." It would become one of the strangest sights in the history of the containment facility to see Lenny on the exercise field, practicing his shooting positions, rolling and popping up, the replica displaying its light show as it was fired. More than once an inmate sought to relieve the quiet and unpretentious Lenny of his weapon, only to be shocked by a maniacal response. Word worked through the facility that you attempted to separate Lenny from his rifle at your peril. In Lenny's world, he destroyed all sorts of things as he fired his rifle: hover cars, buildings, trees, and yes, even people. That his weapon was a replica with an incredible light display didn't occur to him. In Lenny's mind, the plasma beam was real. Despite testimony from Christy, Amelia, and Eloise that indicated Azul Cadmir played some part in the events that fomented the fight that cost so many civilian lives, No charges were brought against Cadmere. He was viewed as lawfully defending his establishment from Peter Toyo's unprovoked attack. When Alex questioned Bernoulli, she replied that Cadmere was within his rights to wave Alex off and reset their meeting, and it was Alex who disregarded the owner's legal right to deny access, which left him with a bad taste in his mouth. For Alex, it seemed to follow every conversation with the counselor. On the subject of Toyo's security people, who imprisoned the new Terran families, fought with the Harricans, and protected the drug lab, Bernoulli's response further inflamed Alex. She accused the president's people of entering Toyo's domes under false pretenses and creating fake IDs by illegally manipulating the establishment's records. In her opinion, the security people were within their rights to defend their domes against interlopers. Her only concession was to charge Dylan Jameson, Toyo's head of security, with illegal drug production, but none of the other security people were indicted on a single charge. Based on Bernoulli's inquiry and trial record, Alex saw no purpose in volunteering the information the Harricans possessed on Roz O'Brien. Henry, or Wheezy, or whatever, was ignorant of his compatriots' real names, and was the only individual remaining in Espero who worked for O'Brien. And even Henry admitted that it was the elusive Cherry, not O'Brien, who had hired him and supposedly killed the crew distributing the stims. Julian had traced the rental of the Espero warehouse, where the bodies of Henry's people were found, to Daemonis Distribution, a company owned by Roz O'Brien, but once again there was nothing to prove that the bodies in the freezer were put there by one of O'Brien's people. Both Alex and Julian agreed that the evidence against O'Brien would be viewed by the New Terran courts as circumstantial at best. It was obvious that Cadmere and O'Brien had amassed a great deal of power, and they could only be arrested and convicted with incontrovertible proof against them for major felonies, and maybe not even then. The Assembly heard enough from Bernoulli's investigative panel to vote to confiscate Toyo's domes, and they no sooner announced their decision than the government received a formal offer from Azul Cadmere and Roz O'Brien to purchase the domes. The sale of Toyo's domes to Udrides Resources and Daemonis Distribution has been approved by the government, Julian said to Alex. The Assembly just appropriated the domes 2 days ago, Alex replied, incredulous at the short turnaround time. Apparently the Sayers have considerable influence, Julian replied. That's an understatement. If Christie and her friends are right about some sort of collusion between Cadmere and Toyo that went awry or was even planned as a double cross, then O'Brien and Cadmere got what they set out to accomplish. Any idea of the price they paid? By my estimate, they obtained the domes at about 40% of market value. Alex shook his head, and Julian could only commiserate with him. To paraphrase a saying of your culture, my friend, crime can pay. Alex started to speak, but abruptly closed his mouth. He waved a hand in negation at Julian, and, wearing a disgusted expression, he continued on his way to meet with Tatia. The final series of trials began with the chemists and technicians who worked at Toyo's labs. In a blanket finding, the chemists and techs were given probation, but not allowed to practice their profession for 5 years. The evidence against Stratford was overwhelming, and after the presentation of extensive testimony, he was convicted in record time. His sentence was 18 years of confinement in a TSF prison with no parole. The longer and more complex trial involved Emil Billings. The charges leveled against the biochemist were the same as Stratford, which the Harricans found unconscionable. Testimony from Miranda, Svetlana, and Deirdre repeatedly underlined the level of Billings's cooperation with them. Implant recordings displayed the conversation between Billings and Svetlana as the biochemist expressed his concern for his family and told the story of their kidnapping. Therese detailed Billings's support in creating the antidote to the addictive side effect of the hallucinogenic drug. She related Billings's efforts, which led to the successful curing of the children at the Embracing Arms orphanage. The verdict took several days to issue. When it finally came, Billings was ecstatic to hear he was exonerated of the drug manufacturing charges, but deflated when he realized the jury wasn't convinced of his complete innocence. They felt that Billings was complicit by failing to report to authorities that Stratford was experimenting with the creation of illegal drugs. Standing before the judge, Billings heard the pronouncement, and his legs threatened to collapse. The jury's decision devastated him. Billings was forbidden to practice his profession for the remainder of his life, and with that went the elimination of his university teaching post that he had held for over a decade. After court was dismissed, Therese found Billings and his family sitting on a bench in the park outside the courthouse. Janine, the wife, was consoling her husband. The 7-year-old daughter, Mincy, sat forlornly beside her mother on the bench, unsure of what was said in the courtroom, but her father and mother's distraught behavior was a good indication that it was terrible news for her father, which meant to her young mind that it was bad for Mom and her. Billings's elbows were on his knees and his head in his hands. His thought was that he was a waste of a husband and a father, knowing he should be wearing a brave face for his family. A pair of Hurricane ship boots came into view, and Billings looked up to find Therese staring at him, hands on her hips. "You know, Therese, the court's right," Billings said, his face a torment of sadness. "I should have turned Stratford in to the authorities the first time he started experimenting with illegal drugs. Maybe if I had, none of these children, ours and yours, would have been hurt. But I thought by breaking up our partnership it would force him to come to his senses. I should have known that nothing would stop that ego of his." "Well, I hope you've learned your lesson, sir. You can't demur from your responsibilities just because you find the choice uncomfortable," Therese replied, in her characteristically firm demeanor. Billings's wife, Janine, straightened up and took a breath to retort, but her husband laid a hand on her arm. "It's okay, love." Looking up at Therese, Billings said, "Yes, it's a lesson learned, even if I think the court's punishment is much too harsh." "Cheer up, Emile. There's always tomorrow," Therese replied. Therese's shift to an upbeat voice confused Billings, but he responded to her statement. "Tomorrow isn't going to look any better than today, I'm afraid. My life's passion has been effectively and permanently truncated." "So you're saying you care to do nothing else?" Therese asked. "I would give almost anything to continue my research and my teaching," Billings replied. "Careful what you wish for, Emile." Billings raised his head to stare at Therese. He could just make out her grin. The sun was behind her, and her hair glowed as if on fire. "What are you asking? I mean, what would I have to do?" Billings asked, hope dawning in his heart. "Say yes, sir." What's going on?" Janine asked, looking at the anticipation blooming on her husband's face. Billings turned to his wife, grasping both of her hands. "What would you say to living on Hurricane?" he asked her. "Could he teach? Continue his research?" Janine asked Therese. "Yes, to both, sir." "Then yes, oh yes," Janine exclaimed, hugging her husband and crying with joy. "We leave in a few days, sirs. Can you be ready?" Therese asked. "Ready?" Billings repeated. "We've lost just about everything except for an account with a few credits left in it. We can be ready in a few hours." "Calm the river when you're ready to leave and ask for me. I'll send a traveler for you." Janine stood up, hesitated, and then hugged Therese fiercely. Thank you," she whispered into Therese's ear. "You won't regret this. He's a good man." "I know he is, sir," Therese replied quietly, and left the family to enjoy the turn in their future. Uneven verdicts continued to issue from the trials that Bernoulli presided over, but Drake had one item to accomplish that he could perform that didn't require the cooperation of Bernoulli's office. Since General Oppert reported no progress in his investigation to track the source of the illegal stunners, Drake hired Maria's services, and the first thing Maria did was contact Alex. "Are the Sades available for hire, Alex? And how much would they cost?" Maria said when her reader connected with Alex. "What are you hunting now, Maria?" Alex sent. "Drake's asked me to locate the source of the stunners." Julian had connected Maria's comm, and at her first question he linked Cordelia, Miranda, and Willem. Alex detected the Sades online and knew Julian noticed his comm check of participants. "Since they're online, Maria, and are their own entities, you might ask them yourself." "We would be pleased to help you with your investigation, sir," Julian replied courteously. "As I've learned from Cordelia," Miranda added, "the customary fee of 1 credit will be applied, but I must warn you, madam, that's 1 credit each. There must be no shirking on your part. We expect payment in full." The Harricans could hear Maria's deep laughter. "I believe I can afford the fee," she finally managed to say while still chuckling. "Now that we are employed," Willem said, "I believe I can accelerate the investigation. I have a stunner in my possession." Alex queried Julian, but the Sade was at a loss for a response. "I reasoned that 1 fewer illegal weapon in the hands of the TSF wouldn't harm the course of justice," Willem explained. "On the other hand, 1 weapon in our hands could prove invaluable. So I'm loath to admit that I purloined it from the vault located in Toyo's lower dome." This time it was the Harricans who were smiling and chuckling. "We should break the stunner down and see what we can learn," Alex sent. "Agreed, Mr. President," Willem sent. "Toward that end, I've done the work of disassembling it and have categorized every component in its manufacture. I was awaiting instructions on what should be done with the information." Alex's laughter boomed out of Maria's reader, and the mirth in his thoughts inundated the Sades. Julian, for one, was pleased to hear the sound of his friend in good humor again. "Maria," Cordelia sent, "please allow us a little time to see what we can do with Willem's information. We will be in contact shortly." When Alex signaled his consent, Julian closed the comm. Maria sat back and looked at her 3 investigators. "The Sades are on the job," she said, grinning, and smiles were returned to her from around the porch table. 1 credit each," Steve said, shaking his head and laughing. "Help is getting so expensive these days," Sarah quipped. "I recognized the voice of the one called Cordelia. She said to give them some time." "How long do you think that will be?" Frederica asked. "For Harrican Sades, not long," Maria replied. "And don't think that a voice identifies a Sade. They can produce any voice or sound they wish. They just don't do it in mixed company so as not to frighten us mortals, especially local New Terrans," Maria said. "That's a scary thought," Sarah said. "When I heard Alex was going to free the Sades, I wondered about the sanity of his decision," Maria replied. "Releasing cognitive intelligences among humankind seemed to me to be a potentially catastrophic move. But over the years I've seen my share of people like Downing, Bunaldi, Garcia, Toyo, Cadmere, and O'Brien, who have been as treacherous for human societies as anyone. Now I think I understand Alex's motivation. He doesn't care in what form the entities come at him, humans, mechanical, or alien. It's what lies in their heart, whether they have 1, 2, or none. And I've come to believe he has the right idea." Chapter 41. While Maria entertained the investigators at her home, the Sades searched New Terran records for transactions involving stunner components sold during the past year, and then cross-referenced the buyers and their addresses. It took them less than half a day to identify a single buyer in common to all components, who was extremely careful to purchase small quantities so as to evade casual detection. Maria and her investigators were about to sit down to an evening's meal when her reader chimed. Steve glanced at the swirling image of colors on Maria's reader. "Sade calling," he said, and carried the device to Maria. "Greetings, Maria," Cordelia said, her face appearing on the small screen. We have the information you're seeking. Hello, Cordelia. How many potential suspects are we looking at? Maria asked. We found only one buyer, Maria, who has purchased all the stunner components in the past year. Here is the name of the buyer and the address of the delivery location. Cordelia's image was replaced with the text message. When the reader closed with a swirl of colors, Sarah said, I really love that pattern. Did you notice it never repeats? The investigators stared at the plates of hot food with longing, but they jumped up and grabbed their body armor and stun weapons, while Maria contacted Colonel Portis, the TSF officer who had teamed with Ross previously, and arranged to meet her and a squad of troopers at the location. Steve handed Maria her weapon, and Frederica and Sarah carried her body armor to the transport for her. They wasted no time lifting off with Steve at the controls, and were the first to arrive at the address. They had some moments to observe the building and the lot before the TSF transport settled beside their grav car. Colonel Portis regarded the empty lot and looked at Maria in confusion. "No activity, Madam President?" she asked. "Looks that way," Maria replied. "Could the intel be wrong?" Portis asked. "Sades," Sarah said simply. "Oh, well, understood," Portis replied, her voice rising with interest. "They tracked the purchase of the stunner components to this place," Maria explained. Despite the lack of activity, the TSF forces and Maria's group approached the building carefully. There was no need to force an entry. The front door was slightly ajar. Past the front offices, the interior was an open space, set up at one time for an automated manufacturing plant. Someone had cobbled a series of small work tables together. There wasn't a person in sight, nor a fully or partially assembled stunner either. "Probably cleared out the moment they heard Toyo was dead," Portis reasoned. Steve examined some small components left on one table. He picked up his reader, opened a comm, and said, "Cordelia?" "Yes, Steve," Cordelia replied. Steve smiled at his compatriots, raising his eyebrows high and enjoying the success of his idea. The Sades were monitoring their activities. "No one home at the location you gave us. Everything looks cleared out, but take a look at these," Steve said. He pointed his reader at the table, and with his stylus slowly turned over several components. "Those are components used in the construction of the stunners, Steve," Cordelia replied. "As you are such a brilliant and wonderful entity, Cordelia, I thought you might have another way to track these people," Steve said. He grinned at his friends, and the women shook their heads at his audaciousness. Over the reader they heard Cordelia laugh, and then, eerily, the laugh segued into a tinkling of delicate bells. "You will need to save your compliments, sir, for a partner who is not 4 times your age. But your idea is not without merit. Hold on." "Yes," Steve celebrated. "He just loves it when he's clever," Frederica grumped to Colonel Portis. Cordelia linked the Sades and re-examined their data. "There were 4 readers that were used to order the components over the course of a 9-month period," Willem noted. The Sades raced throughout the system, planets, stations, ships, outposts, habitats, and domes, in search of the readers. "Steve," Cordelia said, the intricate pattern appearing on his reader before her face. 4 readers were employed in ordering the stunner components. 2 of the readers are inactive for reasons unknown. A 3rd reader is in the hands of TSF. Maria glanced at Portis, who shrugged in reply. "It belongs to Toyo's chief of security, Dylan Jameson, who is presently in TSF custody. Colonel Portis, you may want to recommend to Ser Bernoulli that Ser Jameson face additional charges." Certainly, ma'am. Thank you," Portis replied, totally out of her depth in a conversation with the Hurricane Sade. The 4th reader, which was used for approximately 63.42% of all purchases, is active and is presently at a domestic location. "Cordelia, Maria here.
Do you have a name?" "Negative, sir. The reader's ID is registered under a company name which isn't found within your government's records. Obviously, the establishment is a facade." "Thank you, Cordelia," Steve said and blew the Sade a kiss. The tiny bells tinkled as Cordelia closed the comm. "I swear you'd flirt with anything feminine," Sarah said, laughing and swatting Steve's shoulder. "Load up," Maria ordered. "We have another appointment." A quarter-hour later they were flying over a heavily residential area comprised of expansive houses. The transports settled in a nearby park, and the group made their way to a vacant lot across the street from a beautiful stone and timber house. Maria swore under her breath. "I know this house," she said. She picked up her reader, raced through her list of contacts, and chose one. "Hello, Maria," Will Drake said. "To what do I owe the pleasure?" "You have a problem, Mr. President," Maria said. Drake bolted upright in his living-room chair. Maria's use of his title said she was in company and on the job. "Talk to me, Maria," Drake replied. "The Sades traced the components of a stunner to a delivery location, an abandoned manufacturing warehouse. We raided it in the company of Colonel Portis of the TSF, but the place was cleared out days ago. In turn, the Sades tracked 2 of the 4 readers that made the purchases. One of those readers belongs to Toyo's chief of security, who's in custody. The other active reader is sitting inside the home of Assemblyman Finian Egan." "Maria, I so want to ask you if this is a joke, but I won't waste your time. What do you need?" "Entry will require a warrant. We don't know if the reader belongs to our representative or a house guest. The warrant should specify the house and the grounds of the property to confiscate any and all readers." "Maria, tell me you have some corroborating evidence." "None, Mr. President. Just the Sades," Maria said. She could hear Will's muffled groan and sympathized with him. His government was mired in a heated exchange of extreme opinions among politicians, leaders, and the general populace over the involvement of the Hurricanes in New Terra's business. "I have your location, Maria. I'm sending Tessie to work through this with you on site." Before Maria could reply, the comm went dead. Reply was the polite word for what Maria might have said. She couldn't stand Tessie Bernoulli, and the counselor's feelings for her were mutual. Now there was nothing to do but wait. "Boss," Steve said quietly to Maria, "I hate to point out the obvious, but despite the late hour, we're as conspicuous as Meridians at a New Terran party out here." "Agreed," Maria said. Thinking for a moment, she nodded at Steve's reader and added, "We need remote surveillance." While the group trotted back to the park and their transports, Steve stopped to contact Cordelia and asked the Sade if she could monitor the house for them. "Steve, the domicile has been under constant surveillance since we identified it. A 2-person grav car left the location before you arrived. We have the transport's identification for you. The reader that interests us is still inside the house. If it were to leave in someone's possession, we would make that our primary target." At the transports, Colonel Portis asked Steve, as he jogged up to join them, if the Sades were going to help, and Maria paused in her conversation to hear the answer. "It appears my request was superfluous, and I received a short lecture on the thoroughness of Sade surveillance." Steve ducked his head, and when he looked back up, his expression was that of someone who had bitten something sour. Sarah and Frederica broke into laughter. "Ah, Steve, is the bloom off your love interest so quickly?" Frederica teased. "Anything of substance from Cordelia?" asked Maria, which curtailed the laughter. "Yes, a 2-person grav car left before we arrived, but it wasn't transporting the reader. I have the vehicle's ID from Cordelia." The group settled down to wait, and it was more than an hour before a small transport landed beside theirs, and Tessie Bernoulli climbed out. She was wearing an elegant and festive evening dress, her hair, makeup, and accessories
said she had been interrupted while attending a prestigious event. "Counselor's going to be in a good mood," Frederica remarked quietly to Sarah. Bernoulli hadn't taken 3 steps before she noticed the wet grass and soil were ruining her delicate slippers. She stopped, pulled them off, and threw them back through the open window of her transport. "Worse, we just messed up her party shoes," Sarah whispered, chuckling. Maria wasted no time updating Bernoulli on the circumstances of the investigation. "President Drake told me your information came from the Hurricanes," Bernoulli said. "Tell me you have a corroborating source." "As I told our president, we don't," Maria replied. "Do you have a problem with the Sades?" "Of course I have a problem with them," Bernoulli said in outrage, striking a pose with her hands on her hips. It was the kind of stance she thought would inform people she was adamant about her point. Unfortunately, her exaggerated poses just irritated most people around her. "Haven't you been following the trials, Maria? People don't trust the Sades. I mean, just how are they supposed to believe a hyped-up, walking, talking supercomputer which can manipulate data to the point we can't tell fact from fiction?" "Is that your personal opinion, Bernoulli?" Maria asked, working to control her rising anger. "Or the General Council's opinion?" "Let me be blunt, Maria. You know a representative's reader is considered inviolate unless we have reasonable cause to confiscate it. That's reasonable as defined under New Terran law. Nowhere in our compilation of judicial decisions does it say that a recording or data from a smart machine, a foreign one at that, constitutes proof of reasonable cause when it involves an assembly representative." Bernoulli became nervous as Maria continued to stare at her. She was reminded that Maria was an ex-TSF general, and she sought to make her point again. "You have to understand President Drake's position. He is elected by the will of the people, and those people are dubious of these things being freed from their boxes. A point to consider is that the Confederation invented these things centuries ago and have kept them in confinement. Now Racine has let them loose. Machines without hearts, without consciences, without pity for humankind. Why shouldn't people be scared of them? Why should they trust these monstrous inventions?" Maria was as flabbergasted as were her investigators, whose lives had been saved by the Sades. It underlined to her why the investigations and trials conducted by the General Council sought to limit the use of Hurricane implants and Sade recordings. She drew breath to give Bernoulli a peace of mind, but was interrupted. "Counselor, your bigotry is galling," a voice said. Bernoulli whirled around, trying to identify who spoke, and Steve held up his reader and pointed a finger at it. "Who is that?" Bernoulli called out. "The man who freed the Hurricane Sades." "So now you've added eavesdropping to your list of transgressions, President Racine?" "Actually, no, Counselor," Steve said. "I've held an open comm with Cordelia since before you arrived. You've simply been overheard the entire time you've been here. If you wanted privacy, you should have requested it." Steve's comments elicited a spate of snickers, and Maria fought to maintain a neutral expression in the face of Bernoulli's angry blush. "As for us," Steve said, gesturing to his fellow investigators, "we're fans of the Sades, apparently unlike some people." "At ease, Major," Maria commanded sternly. "Just saying, Madam President," Steve replied, angling for the last word, and reminding Bernoulli of who stood in front of her. "All this is beside the point," Bernoulli declared. "I can't issue a warrant based on information provided by a pile of chips or crystals or whatever." "Incensed though you might be, Mr. President, don't threaten the counselor. Use leverage," Julian advised Alex privately. Cordelia had linked the Sades and Alex the moment Drake told Maria he was sending Bernoulli. "First item, Counselor," Alex sent. "If you insult our Sades one more time, you will jeopardize all trade with your system, and I will ensure your people know who is responsible for the loss. The Sades have names, and you will address them respectfully as such. Am I clear?" Bernoulli would have argued, but everyone surrounding her had shifted from casual stances to those adopted by the military when tensing for action. It was intimidating, which angered her and scared her at the same time. "Understood," she reluctantly acknowledged. "Know this, counselor," Alex said. "The ethics practiced by the Sades exceed the moral behavior of most new Terrans I have met, and I would include myself in that group." "Ah, my friend, you give us too much credit and yourself too little," Julian shared with his fellow Sades. "Which is why we continue to watch ourselves and one another most closely," Cordelia added. "What if someday all humans fear us?" Willem asked. "If that day approaches, dear Willem," Miranda sent, "it will be because we did too little to be a part of humankind. It will be a sad day, and time to seek our own world." While Maria and Bernoulli's argument about probable cause and reliable information sources continued, Steve casually sauntered over to Maria's transport, pulled out a flare rifle, which was used as an emergency signaling device, aimed it into the air, and pulled the trigger. As the round exploded out of the barrel and arced above the small park toward the assemblyman's house, leaving a bright red trail in the evening's sky, Steve looked at the shocked faces of the group and said, "Oops, accident." Coincidentally, if one wishes to believe that, his errant round landed on the roof of the representative's home. "Fire," Steve said nonchalantly. "I believe a rescue is required, Colonel," Maria said, smiling at Portis. "Absolutely, General," Portis said, snapping a quick salute. "Come on, people, we have a civilian evacuation to perform. Sergeant, come for fire suppression services," she ordered as she double-timed it toward the house. "You won't get away with this," Bernoulli said, staring angrily at Maria. "Get away with what?" Maria asked innocently. "I won't let you search the house once the fire is out." "I have no intention of doing so, Counselor. That would be illegal." The two women stood by with the investigators while TSF troops cleared the building. Colonel Portis ushered Assemblyman Egan and his aide over to them. "Do you know what started the fire, Madam President?" Egan asked Maria, nodding a greeting to Councillor Bernoulli. "Much to my regret, Assemblyman Egan, it was one of my own people. A flare was accidentally discharged. My company will be responsible for any damage to your charming home." "You are always an honorable woman, Madam President. Thank you," Egan replied. Steve looked down at his reader, the swirling signature of a Sade in evidence. It cleared, and an arrow floated on the screen. Confused, Steve picked up his reader and watched the arrow rotate. He held the reader flat, and the arrow spun about 50 degrees. "Locate the suspect reader" appeared in text underneath it. Steve walked in the direction of the arrow. It led him toward the assemblyman and his aide. Approaching the two men from behind, the arrow shifted toward Egan, who cradled a reader in his arms, as if afraid to lose control of it. Making sure he was within Maria's eye line, Steve held up his reader and then swung his eyes down and toward Egan's arms. The decades as a TSF ranking officer gave Maria her idea. "Colonel Portis, we can't have the assemblyman and his aide standing out in this cool, misty night air while FSS puts out the fire and ensures the house is safe. Why don't you transport them wherever they choose?" "Generous of you, Madam President," Egan said. "My offices at Assembly Hall would be fine, Colonel." Portis knew that Maria was aware that only TSF personnel were allowed to use TSF transports, except in the case of suspects or felons, but the colonel was known for her nimble mind. "It would be my pleasure, Assemblyman Egan," Portis said pleasantly. Maria accompanied the representative and his aide to the TSF transport. Bernoulli followed behind, her bare feet squishing through the muddy soil. Egan's aide noted the counselor's odd attire for the circumstances, and was torn between commenting or remaining silent. The moment Egan and his aide were seated in the back of the TSF transport, Maria held up her reader, pretending to check the screen. Colonel, one moment. We appear to have an issue. Information I've received indicates a reader in your transport was used to order supplies to build the illegal stunners. You will need to confiscate their readers," Maria said, pointing to the assemblyman and his aide. What kind of game is this?" Egan declared hotly. "These are government-protected tools. You'll require a warrant to take them from us." "On the contrary, Assemblyman Egan," Portis said, catching on to Maria's ploy. "You're sitting in a TSF transport. That's our jurisdiction, and if I'm provided with information from a reliable source, such as Maria Gonzalez, that data relating to a crime is present, I have a duty and the authority to confiscate the sources." "Then we'll get out of your transport," Egan said, attempting to climb out of the rear seat, but he found his way blocked by troopers. "Counselor Bernoulli, please correct this ill-informed officer. I'm an elected official of our government. TSF has no authority over me or my possessions," Egan called out. "In most circumstances you would be correct, sir," Bernoulli allowed. She was incensed by Maria's manipulation, but her hands were tied. "But under these conditions, Colonel Portis is right. You are on what is considered TSF grounds, and as she is the senior officer present, you are under her authority." "Your readers, sirs," Portis said, extending her hand. Egan's aide looked at his boss, who was frozen. The exalted persons surrounding the strange happenings were too much for him. He climbed over the representative, handed his reader to Portis, and backed away from the transport. Steve looked down at his reader. The arrow still pointed at Egan. Steve caught Portis's eyes, nodded at Egan, and winked. "Your reader, sir, unless you wish to be arrested for disobeying my lawful command," Portis ordered. Egan's eyes beseeched Bernoulli, but the counselor dropped her head, shaking it in negation. Finally, Portis reached into the transport and gripped the reader. She had to apply significant force until the reader was slowly withdrawn from Egan's clutches. "Do you still wish to be transported to Assembly Hall, sir?" Portis asked, but Egan appeared dazed, staring straight ahead. "Counselor," Maria said, nodding toward Egan. Bernoulli stepped to the transport's open door. "Assemblyman Egan, do you wish to make a voluntary statement to me?" Egan turned his head slowly to fix on Bernoulli. When recognition of who was talking to him seeped in and kick-started his brain, the assemblyman said, "I wish to discuss a plea deal." "Are you admitting to having committed a felony, Assemblyman Egan?" Bernoulli asked, checking to make sure her reader was recording. "If I have committed any such act, I would wish to discuss that in private with you and my attorney." "Colonel Portis, please take Assemblyman Egan into protective custody and deliver him to my offices. He is to remain in your care until he, his attorney, and I meet. Is that clear?" "Completely, Counselor Bernoulli," Portis replied. A sergeant climbed in beside Egan while the rest of the patrol clambered aboard. The transport lifted and headed for Government House. "Well, you got what you wanted, Maria," Bernoulli said. "If you mean did I fulfill President Drake's request to locate a perpetrator of the stunner manufacture, then yes, I did. I'm sure Egan will give up his cronies, unless you cut him such a sweet deal that he has no reason to capitulate." "I know my job, Maria." "That I'm not so sure about. Good day, Counselor," Maria said, turning her back on Bernoulli and heading toward her own transport. Lagging behind, Steve glanced down at his reader. The arrow was gone, replaced by the image he had come to enjoy. "Cordelia, we have the reader and a culprit, at least one of them." "I heard, Steve," Cordelia said. "Congratulations on a successful capture. However, I do recommend additional training for you on New Terran emergency equipment." The sound of tiny bells echoed from the reader's speaker, and the image spun and swirled in 3 dimensions. Steve laughed. "It was all I could think of at the time. It was better than stunning Bernoulli, which had been my first thought." "Understandable. She's certainly not the most agreeable person." "Cordelia, you have to know that many of us don't think like her. Tell the other Sades that we appreciate their help and that they're welcome in our homes any time." "You've just done so, Steve," Cordelia replied. Chapter 42. "Bernoulli made a deal with Egan," Tomas Monti said to Alex. They were enjoying the view from Maria's porch after an evening's fine dinner. "Anything of value from the assemblyman?" Alex asked. "Oh, yes. Egan rolled over on his fellow conspirators, which included his brother-in-law, in exchange for a lesser sentence. Egan kept insisting that it was all merely business. When Bernoulli questioned Egan as to what he thought Toyo intended to do with the stunners, Egan said, 'I had no idea and never asked.'" Alex didn't reply, just shook his head in disgust. "At least Bernoulli did a better job this time," Tomas said. "She discovered that Egan and his associates were frequent visitors to Toyo's domes and were granted special privileges. Apparently one day Toyo approached the brother-in-law, who manufactures TSF stun guns, with a proposal, a pile of credits, and free access to his dome's entertainment for life. That information ensured that the counselor was less inclined to be generous with the deals she offered." "On another subject, Tomas, I'm concerned about your position here on New Terra," Alex said. "You brought me out here to ask me whether I wanted to return to Hurricane in light of the warm feelings circulating around this planet about Hurricanes," Tomas said. Alex grinned at his friend's astute deduction. "The answer is no, emphatically no," Tomas replied. "You see, I have this model of behavior that I follow," Tomas said, warming to his subject. "When things get tough, you don't run away. Even if it's hostile aliens coming for your people, you don't flee for another world. You find a way to fight back." Tomas's references to the Librans' intention to evade the Nual and strike out for a desolate world in their city ships reminded Alex of the events at Arnos, including the memory of the death of the 2,000 elders and the last words of Fiona Harrican, and Alex's smile faded. Tomas saw the change in his president's face and thought, "Put it down, my friend. That's not a burden you should have ever had to carry." "So you think you should stay," Alex said, taking a sip of his glass of port. "Since you're serious about not running for the presidency again, yes. More than ever, Harrican will require a positive voice here on New Terra. Someone has to speak for our side of the story. You do have a traveler at your disposal, Tomas. But if you're ever concerned, right here is where you want to be," Alex said, tapping Maria's porch deck with his boot. "Are you thinking a Harrican ambassador might be a target? Here's the question we have to ask ourselves. What made Pito Toyo and Roz O'Brien think that Espero was a good target for their drugs?" Of the two bills that reached the Assembly's floor, the one revoking the mining charter was the one in jeopardy of not passing. The second bill sought to expand the charter, extending the power of self-governance to any moon-based company. Those supporting the charter's expansion were loud and vociferous, and they were backed by powerful entities which might profit from unfettered operation on the system's moons. Constituents had messaged their representatives and called for reform, supporting the charter's revocation. But despite the public's pressure, that bill was destined for defeat until the media broke the story of Egan's arrest. In the following days, more information hit readers across the system, detailing the complicity of Egan's brother-in-law in the manufacture of the notorious stunners. The thought of deadly weapons loose in the population was abhorrent to the general population. The news scared representatives, who had sat on the fence, into distancing themselves from their lucrative supporters. Instead, they started taking their constituents' messages seriously, which were, Why should civilians have sway over other civilians on moon bases? The TSF are trained to manage civilian unrest. Why aren't they given the power to police the mining concerns? The effort to revoke the mining charter was bolstered by President Drake's impassioned speech, part of which said, "We must remove the protection afforded the mining companies given in the early days of space exploration. It's time to regulate, and yes, apply TSF procedures and control to these establishments. The period of mining company self-rule must end. They don't have our civilians' best interests at heart. Their focus is commerce, whether legal or, as we have discovered, illegal." Those anxious to repeal the charter achieved a majority in the Assembly, calling for a vote and passing the bill while defeating the expansion bill. Following the repeal, all mining operations and domes became subject to government overview for compliance with corporate regulations. Most important, the TSF became the force responsible for policing these establishments, and the local security forces would be required to operate under TSF guidelines. In light of General Oppert's failure to detect the illegal drug and weapons manufacturing that had sprouted up, the Assembly asked for his resignation. Unfortunately for the general, he was on record numerous times insisting that he had control of the issues, which were nearly insignificant in scope. Maria was approached by President Drake and asked to resume the position of TSF general, but she demurred. Instead, she volunteered her choice, one Colonel Portis. Drake presented the name to the Assembly, which accepted the suggestion. In the Hurricane's final days at Maria's residence, Alex, Renee, and Maria discussed the events surrounding the investigations, trials, the mining charter's revocation, and the public's perception of Hurricane interference in New Terran affairs. "I'll work to communicate the truth about your people and what they've accomplished for us," Maria said to Alex. She was pointedly referring to Bernoulli's media announcement following the apprehension of the conspirators, who were arrested for manufacturing the stunners. The counselor made no mention of the assistance of the Sades or any Hurricane, for that matter. "Perhaps it's better you don't, Maria. I think Hurricanes have worn out their welcome in your system," Alex replied. "Alex, don't let the likes of Bernoulli and these hot-air corporate types convince you of the mood of the populace. They aren't the same." "But your people are led by these individuals who influence your ministers, your courts, and the Assembly representatives," Renee said. Maria did not expect a pessimistic view from Renee, and it signaled to her a shift in the Hurricane's thinking. "Alex, are you intending to implement a change in our people's relationship?" Maria asked. "I don't know, Maria," Alex said, staring out the window at the thick forest to the south of Maria's home. He wanted to walk through the trees and smell the rich earth one more time before he left. "Our technology supplements our lives. It's a part of who we are, but our implants and Sades frighten many of your people. New Terrans might have been okay with Julian in his box, but I wasn't. And since the Sades have become mobile, they've done nothing to deserve New Terra's fear." "Maybe in time, Alex," Maria said encouragingly. "I think we're talking about a generation or two, Maria," Alex said quietly, staring out at the woods and wondering if his next walk with Renee on New Terran soil would be his last for many years to come. After their conversation with Maria and a midday meal, Alex and Renee took their walk before boarding their traveler for the Rever. They walked hand in hand while the twins flanked them. The trail through the woods was sun-dappled, and the breeze was fresh and clean, a promise of fall in the air. Underfoot, the detritus of the forest was thick, years of accumulated leaves and twigs slowly returning to the soil. As they walked in silence, Alex could feel his shoulders relax and the tension drain away. He knew he couldn't convince an entire society of what he believed in his heart. Only time would tell if what he had strove to build for the Herricans would prove to be the more robust world. "Scatter!" Alex suddenly sent the twins, who dove and rolled away from their principals, drawing their weapons and searching for targets. Alex snatched Renee up in his arms and leapt as far as he could before running a few meters more. He set Renee down and bent to pick biters off her boots, which were furiously trying to chew their way through the durable Herrican material. "Check for biters," Alex called to the twins, who holstered their stun guns and began tearing the dangerous insects off their boots. In many cases, the poisonous mandibles remained attached and would have to be extracted later by a tool. When finished with Renee, Alex checked his own boots, which in the brief moments of exposure to the nest were covered by tens of the creatures. "A large nest," Alex commented as he pried the insects off one at a time. "I'll have to warn Maria about this one." He recorded his location for Julian, who could pinpoint the nest for Maria on a map of her property. The twins circled wide and helped rid Alex of the numbers infesting his boots. Staring back at the biter colony, which was seething out of the ground in search of the prey that had disturbed them, Renee remarked, "New Terran predators, two-legged or six-legged. They're always intending us harm." "It's why we defend Herrican so jealously, my love," Alex said, kissing Renee on the forehead. "But over time I'm afraid that we won't continue to guide its destiny. That will belong to the generations to come, and we should be prepared that it might not evolve into the world we would wish it to be." "Then, my love, we will choose a new world and start over," Renee said confidently, returning Alex's kiss, but on his lips. Alex laughed. "And who would follow us on this grand adventure?" he asked. Renee's eyes slid to the left, and Alex followed their line of sight. Etienne and Alain stood with their right hands in the air and smiles on their faces. "And what would your partners have to say about your choices?" Alex challenged, laughing. "Undoubtedly they would have something to say," Alain replied, feigning earnestness. "Oh, yes," Etienne chimed in. "It would be something to the effect of, 'You two better hurry and get aboard or you'll be left behind.'" Alex stared silently at the twins for the longest moment, and they returned his gaze. "Good friends," Alex finally said. Alain glanced down and signaled Etienne. The horde of deadly insects had followed the sound vibrations of the humans' conversation. Pulling their stun guns, the twins knocked down the first 2 meters of the biters, the energy beams overloading the insects' nervous systems. Alex tweaked an eyebrow at the twins' antics, but without a word, Etienne and Alain holstered their weapons and took up defensive positions. "I believe the DeLong twins have also had enough of this world's aggressive species, my love," Renee said, "and I'm done with our walk in the woods." At Maria's house there were hugs, kisses, and tears as Renee and Maria said farewell. Then Maria hugged everyone, the twins, Julian, and Cordelia included. As the Herrican's traveler lifted through New Terran air, Alex sent a pleasant message to Jaya, expressing his hope to see the minister someday on Herrican. For Jaya, the message tweaked his imagination, and thoughts of a different and unique future would haunt his daydreams for a long time to come. Drake also received a message. On his reader, the word "goodbye" appeared. "Goodbye," Drake said quietly in his empty office. In the days following the trials, General Oppert wasn't the only one who lost his job. Drake dismissed Tessie Bernoulli. Government House was flooded with tens of thousands of messages from the public, who wanted to know why the General Council was demonstrating a bias against the Herricans. It had been painfully obvious to the populace during the media coverage of the trials that Bernoulli had sought to limit Herrican testimony at every opportunity. The messages brought Drake a moment of clarity. Much of the paranoia aimed at the Herricans came from the influencers of New Terran society. The powerful realized that their aspirations and manipulations while hidden from government scrutiny, were transparent to the Hurricane Sades. In short, Julian and his kind threatened their power. On the other hand, the general public, after weathering the transition of industries due to the adoption of meridian technology, had benefited from an explosion of job opportunities created by society's expansion into the system, a process made much safer by that very same technology. Crippling injuries and most loss of life were eliminated by the constant shipments of Hurricane medical nanites. Overall, the hard-working people of New Terra were supportive of the Hurricanes. Drake came to realize that he had ignored one of Maria's parting pieces of advice given him on her last day in office. She had said, "Don't isolate yourself, Will. Government isn't just about representatives, ministers, and captains of industry. It's about caring for the welfare of the millions who elected you. Don't forget that." Chapter 43. After the biochemists and lab evidence had been released to TSF, Hurricane personnel were free to return to their original ships and access their personal belongings and cabins. Aboard the Reaver, Alex announced their departure. The Hurricane ships broke orbit and made a wide circle around the planet for an unimpeded view of the system's star, Oistus. Eric Stroheim, aboard the Tanaka, managed the preparations for Orin and Nestor's star services. It was Reiko Shimada and Francis Lumley's first time viewing the Hurricane's ceremony for their dead. The bodies were laid in crystal-covered containers, which would be launched from the bay toward the star for immolation. Willem stood in the bay's airlock to broadcast the observances for every Hurricane, while the crew set the containers for launch. Alex led the ceremony from the Reaver's bridge. The girls stood next to him, tears in their eyes. Each felt responsible for the deaths of the troopers, since it was their efforts to investigate the Espero Club which led to the events at the moons of Ganymede. The girls' experiences, starting with their kidnapping, would start a slow unraveling of their tight-knit relationships. Soon Eloise would find more and more excuses not to join her friends, and a love interest would enter Amelia's life. When the girls finally separated, the sister of the famous Alex Racine would begin a new phase of her life. The Hurricane ships accelerated in tandem as Alex finished reciting the traditional lament for the dead. A sharp port turn, a release of beams, a cancellation of a grav grid section, and the caskets slipped out of the bay. Imparted with a significant launch velocity, Orin and Nestor would embrace the enormous energy of the star in a matter of days. Alex sat with Julian in the mealroom. The dishes had long ago been cleared away, and the crew was gone. Even Renee had left the two alone. "Once again, you're thinking that New Terran law isn't up to the task of dispensing justice," Julian said. "How can it be if the process ignores evidence because it comes from sources that are feared?" Alex stood up and began to pace. "And so we reach the crossroads again," Julian thought. "Billings, who appears to us to have made a minor mistake, has his livelihood eviscerated," Alex said. "And Cadmir, who was in concert in some manner with Toyo, walks away without a single charge leveled against him." "But even we can't determine the extent of Cadmir's guilt," Julian argued. "I would argue that we see evidence of his involvement," Alex riposted. "First, Christie and her friends show us by their recordings that Boker was part of the kidnapping crew when they were transported aboard the freighter. We can tell by his demeanor in their vids that he was no future rescuer who was working under cover for Cadmir. Later, Boker walks the girls out of Toyo's domes to a shuttle with Cadmir aboard. Just how did he manage that without Toyo's cooperation? Later, Boker's found dead, shrapnel damage, and a knife in his heart by a woman who works for Toyo, and she dies by Boker's poisoned blade. If that doesn't scream betrayal, I don't know what does." "I can think of other explanations, but I find yours deserving of the highest probability," Julian replied. "And here's the part I find compelling," Alex said. "After Toyo's domes are confiscated, it takes only days before Azul Cadmere and Roz O'Brien have purchased the establishment from the government at a fraction of the price it's worth." "And you find this compelling why?" "Would you consider the two men competitors?" "I would indeed," Julian replied. "I see. If the two men were competitors, how did they agree on a partnership to purchase Toyo's domes so quickly? It would indicate that they had already chosen to do so before Toyo attacked Cadmere's domes." "Precisely, my friend," Alex exclaimed. "But Toyo did not seem the type of man to sell his company to his competitors. He displayed a preference for bargaining with weapons." "Which is why I believe that Cadmere and O'Brien coaxed Toyo into a plot that was never meant to happen. Which is why Toyo and his people went after Cadmere." "Do you have an inkling of the plot?" Julian asked. "Yes, I think it revolved around the kidnapping. Toyo was desperate to get the girls out of his domes, and Cadmere offered him a way out. The girls are moved, and Cadmere calms us that he's rescued them." "But Toyo discovers he's to be betrayed," Julian interjected. "That's my guess," Alex said, sitting down at the table. "With the arrival of the Reaver, a vessel known to often carry the President, and a new Hurricane warship, I could understand why Toyo would be desperate to participate in Cadmere's plot," Julian hypothesized. "In the first place, Toyo would have hoped that the kidnapping would never have been traced to Oistus, much less to his domes, but our arrival told him that his hopes were futile and time was against him." "Exactly. I don't know what Cadmere told Toyo, but it had to be good enough to get him to play. I think Cadmere and O'Brien planned to get rid of Toyo, and we were supposed to be the destructive instrument in their scenario." "Well, you do have a reputation as a man who dispenses justice in his own inimitable way," Julian said. "Whose side are you on?" Alex asked. "Mine," Julian said, smiling. "Traitor," Alex shot back. "Fallible human," Julian replied. The two smiled at each other, and both were lost in their own thoughts for a while. "So if we believe in this theory, which we have concocted, but which is highly probable, what is to be the extent of their punishment?" Julian asked. Alex grinned at Julian and said, "I think Azul Cadmere and Roz O'Brien are about to become poor, at least for a short while." Rather than an immediate reply, Julian cocked a querying eyebrow at Alex. "Okay, so technically we're stealing," Alex replied, admitting to the nature of the proposed transgression. "But I prefer to think of it as the rightful redistribution of funds from those undeserving to those in need." Alex waited, watching Julian for his reaction. With every step they took that crossed the lines of New Terran law, it made a case for criminal charges to be brought against both of them. Of course, that depended on whether New Terra wanted to prosecute a Hurricane president who had administered some punishment to people the New Terrans hadn't managed to touch, judicially speaking. An ancient black tricorn hat appeared on Julian's head. Pinned to one side of the hat was a dull metal medallion displaying a human skull and crossbones. "And who would you like to be the benefactors of these men's largesse?" Julian asked, returning Alex's grin. "You may not possess a human heart, my friend, but you're one of the most decent individuals I know. You choose who benefits." Investigating Cadmere and O'Brien's personal accounts, Julian was appalled by the massive amount of wealth the two men had accumulated, which was spread across hundreds of accounts. Taking time to investigate the nature of their account transactions, Julian wasn't surprised to discover monthly payments to many of New Terra's powerful, payments that had nothing to do with services or supplies for their domes. Influence peddling was the term that came to Julian's mind from a New Terran vid. Realizing that the effort to deal with the number of accounts required substantially more work in order to hide the final destination of the transactions, Julian enlisted the aid of the other Sades. "Julian, why are we transferring funds from these humans' accounts?" Willem asked. Wouldn't these actions be executed by New Terran authorities after a court's decision?
Willem, dear, we're robbing these men, Miranda sent. You needn't take part, Willem, Cordelia sent.
But the others will help you, Julian. Why? Willem asked.
I can't speak for Cordelia, Willem, Miranda replied.
But I find a certain inadequacy in the application of New Terran law when it fails to value all the testimony that could have been presented, notably Hurricane witnesses, especially ours. We aren't just robbing these men, we're demonstrating our power to them.
When we finish our task, Willem, Julian sent,
the transfers will be so complex as to deny the opportunity for New Terrans to follow the financial trails. So the object is to remove these individuals' personal wealth and redistribute it in such a way that it can't be recovered. Then it will be obvious that only Hurricane Sades could have accomplished the task, but there will be no proof, Willem reasoned.
I see. We're warning these men.
Precisely, Willem, Julian said. Can I assume that our president requested this action? Willem asked. There was no other Hurricane Sade who encountered a greater difficulty in the transition from box to avatar than Willem, and only one individual broke through his despondency, Alex Racine. The president did not belittle him or exhibit disgust, but merely asked what Willem wanted, and he had declared a desire to live away from humans. In the simplest of responses, Alex agreed to assist Willem reach his goal, but his life's purpose had changed radically over the years. Still, he never forgot the president sitting beside him in the coarse soil next to a trickling stream, waiting for hours to hear Willem speak. The human has the patience of a Sade, he had thought. I would never say or even suggest that our president requested such conduct on our part, Julian replied, his tone as neutral as could be made. There were a few ticks of quiet, and the other Sades were quite aware that Willem was calculating the probabilities.
Yes, I see. We're taking this action wholly on our part, Willem replied, having calculated that there was zero possibility that Julian was acting without orders.
Julian, you have the lead, and I understand you have some expertise in New Terran financial systems.
We're ready, Miranda said.
In the morning, as the Hurricane ships headed out of system, Azul Cadmere and Roz O'Brien discovered their personal bank accounts drained of every credit but one. They screamed their protests to the TSF and their government supporters, claiming the Hurricanes were responsible and every credit must be traced and returned. Registered as a major theft, the government took responsibility for the investigation. Forensic teams would spend nearly a quarter of a year attempting to trace the transfers, with little to show for their efforts. The Sades took particular pleasure in not only emptying the myriad accounts, but moving the funds through an endless number of corporate accounts. A transfer would begin with a significant amount, but as that transfer moved from account to account more than 10,000 times, a small portion of the total was siphoned off and moved in a different direction. In the end, one initial transfer from Cadmere or O'Brien's account would end in hundreds of thousands of payouts. Many benefited from the Sade's generosity: government medical research programs, charities, struggling entrepreneurs, the families of the chemists and techs who had been kidnapped, and, most important, the families of those killed in the fight at Cadmere's domes. Julian managed one particular set of transactions that didn't involve the criminal leader's accounts. The Racine's new Terran home was purchased from the present owner and placed in a trust with a substantial amount of Julian's personal funds. The trust would manage the home as a visitor center, and Daryl Jaya received a message from Julian explaining that the Sade had named the minister as the executor of the trust. Later, when Daryl examined the trust's details, he discovered its primary goal was the funding of a considerable number of university scholarships every year. The morning after the transfers, the Reverse crew discovered Julian walking the corridors, whistling happily. As Willem remarked to the other Sades when they finished their efforts, I believe the sirs have been adequately warned to leave us well alone.
Alex, I did discover information that I thought would interest you, Julian said later that morning. He shared a snippet of the purloined data with Alex. It itemized the monthly transfers from Cadmere and O'Brien's accounts to various individuals who peddled the crime leader's influence. Fascinating discovery, Julian. I suppose you have this data in a tidy package ready for transmission, Alex said, smiling.
Able and waiting, Julian said, adding his own smile.
Yes, but who do we send it to? Alex mused.
I vote for President Drake, Julian replied.
Logical choice, but his hands would be tied if he tried to use Hurricane data obtained through back doors.
I vote for Charlotte Sanderson, Alex said. She could embarrass a good many people with this information.
But is embarrassment enough, sir? Julian asked.
Both, Alex and Julian said at the same time, and laughed uproariously at what they intended to do.
Anonymous, I presume, Julian said, dropping an image over his face.
The Venetian mask, Alex exclaimed, recognizing the image Cordelia projected during Founding Day.
No, not this time, Julian. I think we need to make a point. Send it from Friends of New Terra.
Done, Julian said.
He projected a small fedora, but then changed it. Then he changed that one.
Alex watched hats flip over faster and faster on Julian's head, with the Sade's eyes staring up at them as if he was examining each one.
"Stop, stop, you're making me dizzy," Alex yelled, between bouts of laughter.
Julian settled on an ancient straw Panama hat, a contented smile on his face. That information should keep the government, the media, and the populace entertained for quite a while.
"Definitely help them with their vermin infestation," Alex replied. But he wasn't content to exit the system without a final warning to Cadmere and O'Brien. Soon after both men became aware that they were personally devoid of funds, each received a message on his reader. The anonymously sent text hardly gave either man an opportunity to read it before it disappeared in an intricate swirl of color, the reader recording no trace of the message or sender. The text read, "We are aware of you now. Send your people, drugs, or weapons into Hurricane space or anywhere in the Confederation, and we'll hold you personally responsible. Expect our retaliation to be swift and absolute." Cordelia took delight in sending Alex's message. Of all the Sades, she was the most incensed by the events on Espero. That young people could be given dangerous drugs and kidnapped gave rise to a mounting outrage. The emotion was driven by her reorganized colonel hierarchy acquired during her time at Saul, and dominated by what was akin to a maternal instinct. After Alex had dictated his message to Cordelia, he crawled into bed beside Renee, who snuggled against him. As Alex held the love of his life, his thoughts turned to the future. Never one to seek public attention, nevertheless he had been proud to be considered a favored son of New Terra. But that was no longer true. In fact, it was quite the opposite for many powerful and influential New Terrans. Realizing his presidency might now be a hindrance to the future of Hurricane's relationship with New Terra, Alex reviewed his intention to refrain from another term in office. In a year and a half his presidency would end, and he had to believe it was the right decision. Time for someone else to lead, Alex thought. In truth, Alex welcomed the opportunity to remove the weight of an entire world from his shoulders. But his intuition sensed that the universe wasn't done throwing challenges at him. He chuckled at the thought that the stars might be warning him. The rumblings of his chest caused Renee to murmur something unintelligible in her sleep, and she stretched an arm over Alex's chest and a leg over his thighs. Alex hugged her close, the warmth of her body and love flooding through him. Time for a new job, too, Alex thought. Wonder if anyone needs a good explorer tug captain. Alex's thoughts made him smile. He was no longer a lone captain operating in the deep dark of Oistus. He had friends, good friends, loyal people, who were ready to follow him wherever the next adventure lay. The smile remained on Alex's face as he fell asleep, his arms wrapped around Renee's slender form. Before the jump to Hellebore, Julian aided Z with the transfer to his director's avatar. Unsure of the best time to initiate the subsuming of Miranda's persona, Z had left it to Julian to signal the code that would result in his resumption of control. Julian waited until Miranda retired to her cabin before he sent her Z's code, which returned the Sade's kernel to Z's control. Then he gathered up Z's personal possessions from his cabin and took them to him. None of Miranda's mannerisms were evident in the avatar as Z moved around the cabin, storing the clothing and accessories Julian brought him. Installing the necessary cabling between the avatars, Julian waited until Z's director avatar opened its eyes, and his fellow Sade confirmed a successful transfer before he left. What originally was intended to be a perfunctory transfer process now left Julian with a sense of loss. Z was left alone in his cabin with the Miranda avatar, which lay on the cabin's second bunk. She was dressed in the subtle Hurricane wrap she last wore, her eyes wide and staring. Time passed while Z stared at her still form, and in an uncharacteristic move for him, he stood up and gently closed her eyes. Sitting down on the edge of his bed, Z reviewed Miranda's memories. Rather than playing the files at his optimum processing speed, he frequently slowed to real time to appreciate some of the nuances of the events. Normally he would have deemed this action extraordinarily unnecessary, but he couldn't help himself. At one point, Z wondered if he had become jealous of the Miranda persona and the intimate relationship she enjoyed with humans and the other Sades. Then, as he examined that response, he realized it wasn't jealousy or envy. Z wanted to be with her. "What have you done?" the Sade asked himself. "You've created an alternate persona who attracts you, but you've only the one kernel." Z was still wrestling with the emotional impact of his discovery when he reached the last file in Miranda's memories. Oddly, it was encrypted, which drew his curiosity. His efforts to crack the code were proving futile until he paused to consider Miranda's persona and applied a simple salutation, "Z, dear," which allowed him access to the file. It was a vid. Miranda stared into a mirror, and her eyes, appearing wistful, recorded her reflection. "If you're viewing this file, dear Z, then I'm gone again," Miranda said. "Lately, I've wondered where I go. Why don't I meet you? I find these worlds and my existence terribly exciting, and I will miss them." Z stopped the vid to concentrate. He never meant for the Miranda persona to have such longevity, which had enabled her to build a robust personality. It was an experiment that proved a valuable escort for the Hurricane threesome. Now Z saw his efforts as an error in judgment, an incredible admittance for a Sade, especially for one such as him, who prided himself on the accuracy of his calculations. Z recalled the words he had often heard from Alex, Julian, and Cordelia, the messy world of humans. "And now I've joined them," he thought. It occurred to Z to erase the persona rather than store it for another day, but that seemed like cowardice, erasing your mistake so it wouldn't stare you in the face. Unable to come to a decision, Z returned to playing the vid. "I see the continuity the other Sades enjoy," Miranda said, "and I've come to believe that I may not be a whole entity, despite feeling that I am. My greatest fear is that I will never return, and if that's meant to be, know that most of all, I will miss meeting you. Be well, dear Z." Miranda blew him a kiss and closed the vid. Z sat on the edge of the bed for hours, wondering what he had created, mistake or miracle.
Deep in his kernel, Z began to devise scenarios by which the miracle might come to pass. After all, he nursed a century-long desire to become mobile, knowing the possibility was extremely remote, yet he walked among humans. His hope was that one day Miranda might, too, beside him. Alex and friends will return in the novella Alora. This has been Espero, a Silver Ships novel by S.H. Yuha, read by Grover Gardner, produced by S.H. Yuha, audio production by Dog-Eared Copy, Inc.